Sorry. Sorry. I had the mute button on. Anyway, as I was saying, shout out to everybody. Thank you guys. You guys hear me loud and clear, all right? Shout out to everybody dropping in, man. Thank you guys. Today I want to talk about a subject, as I was saying, and I'm going to tell you the effect, and I'm going to be telling you guys what's the cause of that. I spoke to 3 brokers this week, and I'm going to be talking to you guys. Shout out to District Boss about a issue that a lot of people been having. Shout out to Interstate Crew. Shout out to District Boss. Shout out to Mark the Mentor and all of his subscribers, man, because we was over there last week banging. Listen, man, you guys need to check me out and Mark the Mentor channel. We were over there. We were on a storm, me and Axel. There was a lot of good info that was given out. Not that we give out good info, but you know what I mean. It was a lot over there. I think it was Monday or Tuesday, I think of last week. But shout out to Mark, man. He do these pop up live and they go crazy. But yeah, you guys want to stay tuned to both of us channel because he's dumping a lot of information. And when all three of us get together, shout out to Axelman keeping it down. Even though Axel was driving in the snow, we were just going at it with so many information. You get what I'm saying? I was on my way to Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think Axel was on his way to Buffalo, New York. And Mark the mentor was in his mansion chilling out in his business first class office. While both of us was out here burning gas, But shout out to Mark, man. We ain't gonna get mad at Mark for that. You know what I mean? So shout out to Mark. Shout out to James. James dropped in. He was on the road. Shout out to all the subscribers that's like Interstate Crew. A lot of guys was over there. Shout out to you guys. You know what I mean? Y'all know yourself. Shout out to you guys. So I just want to say that. I want to make a couple quick announcements. Me and Mark is working on a webinar so we can have a lot of you guys join that webinar, and we'll be pretty much getting into the in-depth of letting you guys see how we pull this whole entire box truck thing off. You get what I'm saying? So we're working on a date. It's going to be me, Mark, and Axel. It's going to be a collaboration of three of us. And like I said, me and Mark behind the scene, we're working on the time and how we're going to pull it off. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, if it's going to be a 2-3 part or whatever it is. But I just want to let you guys know that we're working on that. Somebody's going to get a pallet jack. You're going to get your first 12 strap. You're going to get a blanket. You get what I'm saying? You are going to get maybe, I think Mark may give you guys something for the truck, whether it's a truck GPS or whatever it is. I know Axel says it's going to give you helmet, glasses, vests. You get what I'm saying? And he's going to give you $100 gift card. So we're working on that. And as you guys know that when we do stuff over here, we like to give back to the community. So please, I'm telling you guys, whenever this information drop to join this webinar, please take advantage of it. I know we have this concept where people say that it's free and they don't put a value on it. And like I said, when I was on Mark channel, people don't put a value on freeness. However, when someone pays for something and they don't think that it worth their value that they put in it, they call us YouTubers scammers. Yes, I'm going to say it again. Let me say it in Jamaican so the Jamaican can understand. When we give it to you for free, you don't value it. But when you pay your money and you don't think it worth your money, you say we'll rip you off. That's how it is. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to say it once again so you guys can understand. When we drop this link for the webinar, please take advantage of it. Because if you pay for something, at that point, you're going to put a value on it. And if you think that it doesn't worth whatever it costs you, you're going to turn around and say, it's a waste of time, it's a ripoff, it's a scam. So I'm telling you, between me, Mark, and Axel, all three of us who are spending our own time and our own money to give you this information for free, I'm just telling you guys, take advantage of it. You get what I'm saying? It's gonna be time, because it's gonna be a 3-part. I think it's gonna be a 3-part webinar because we're trying to get as much people as possible. Man and woman, whether you're new in the boxer business or you're coming in the boxer business, and let me give you the gems. If you're coming to the webinar, you know my stance. Write as much question as you can down, because we don't want, when we do a webinar, people don't get to ask their question. You get what I'm saying? And the way it's gonna work is, if you get picked for the first webinar, you're not gonna be able to get come in for the second or the third, because we gotta let everybody get a chance. Okay, so please take advantage of that. So I just want to drop that so you guys can put that down. We're gonna drop the time and the date. Um, and me and Mark is working, as I said, on the how you guys can sign up. So sooner, so keep watching my live and Mark live, and then we're gonna drop it. And then of course, all of us gonna be there. It's gonna be vo- uh tons of information. You get what I'm saying? And my plan is to have you guys. Now let me go back and say this. We're not gonna be able to, the webinar is not going to solve your problem, so to speak, because there's going to be tons of questions that people are going to need to know. You get what I'm saying? After the webinar. But what I'm saying is this: it will give you an idea and have your mind open up to what to expect out here. All right. So big up to Marcus. Shout out to you coming in the live. So I just want to say that to you guys. Please take advantage of that. It might not cost you, but it's gonna cost somebody. Okay. So I just want to drop that before we go any further. As I said in the webinar, there's gonna be giveaway. You get what I'm saying? I personally going to give you guys, like I said, we're gonna give you guys a trophy of stuff so you can come out here with your box truck, understand what to do, and don't get misled by the information that has been given out here. Now, shout out to Mark, because one of the things that I appreciate about Mark, the mentor, is he never object to anything, and he never put a price on anything, whether I ask him to do it or he asks me to do anything. It's not about putting a price. We both together, and Axel, all three of us together, we genuinely want you guys to get this, or at least come out here and be prepared. This is why we do these live stream. This is why Mark spends so many hours with you guys and so many time with you guys, and get this stuff done. Okay, so please, guys, don't let what we're putting together go to waste. If you don't understand something, you're gonna get it answered in that webinar. It's gonna be very, very. And please, guys, I don't want to hear that I'm shy and I'm not a picture person, or I'm not a camera guy, or I don't want to hear that stuff, man. Look, man, you're coming to get information to be better in your box shop business. You got to put all that stuff aside. You get what I'm saying? Be prepared and come out here and be prepared to take information and just absorb it. You get what I'm saying? Don't worry about all the other people around. There's going to be people around you. When you're talking, they're gonna look at you. You get what I'm saying? But and I know a lot of ladies, they like to do that too. I'm a camera, I'm shy, and this and that. Listen, man, when you're running a business, you gotta put all that shy stuff aside. You get what I'm saying? You gotta come out here and just get the information, because again, it's gonna be a wealth of information that's gonna be um, given out. You want to run a box truck? It's gonna be there. You want to run a cargo van? It's gonna be there. You want to be local? Whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna be there. Please, all right. So yeah, so I just want to drop that. I want to stress that out. Shout out to my man, Grace Logistic. Shout out to you, man. Like I said, guys, today I want to talk about this whole entire box truck business, because I had three brokers I spoke to this week. Actually last week. A semi truck, the new box truck for load, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you what's taking place. Okay, I'm gonna tell you exactly what's taking place. Why I asked that question. Okay, brokers let me start off with this first before I even get into the broker part of it. You guys are responsible. And I want to touch on the importance of you guys understanding how to even come about operating your truck. Okay, I said it on a numerous occasion. You are your own boss. Whatever happened within your company, you are responsible for this. So I'm gonna tell you guys a couple stuff that you guys need to be. You gotta start do this stuff, because what happened is brokers are start to use what I'm about to tell you as a checklist. You get what I'm saying? And if you don't have those stuff, you could be running out here for 6 months. They're not gonna use you. You get what I'm saying? So these are for guys who've been out here for almost a year, with a 6 month, from 0 days to a year. Okay. The number one, the common problem, and the number one reason why a lot of you guys are getting denial of load is because a lot of you guys do not have any inspection. There's a lot of confusion around inspection, and I'm going to break it down to you guys. You guys are not having inspection. You get what I'm saying? Like I said, I get it. You run into these issues with the broker, but the broker are now using these these things against your company, and they outright denying you, not giving a load. Okay, now I'm gonna say this to you. I'm gonna give you the reason why a semi is different from a box truck. I'll tell you that in a minute. This is why I titled it this way, because when brokers are denying box truck for partials, they're actually giving semi that partial. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to let you guys understand. So please, you guys want to take notes, okay? The number one reason why a lot of you guys are getting passed over for load is because of inspection. Now, I'm going to break this down to you guys, okay? When brokers said that you don't have any inspection, there are two types of inspection that a lot of you guys are commonly mistaken when a broker said that you don't have any inspection. There is an annual inspection that needs to be done on your truck. You take it to a truck dealer. That truck dealer is going to run through your truck from front to back. And if you have bad tires, if you have a leak, if you have loose joints that hold your box down, whatever that issue is, if your brakes are low, if you have rims issue, they're supposed to put that on your annual inspection report, and you should fix those issues. Get what I'm saying? Or, because what happened is they're not going to pass the truck. The truck is not going to pass the inspection. So if you have a cracked windscreen, the law said if you have a windscreen that is cracked more than the size of a dollar bill, you need to replace it. So if you pull up into a truck, let's say you go to Rush Truck Dealership and you ask for an inspection, and your windshield is cracked more than $1, the length of $1, they're going to fail you. You have to buy that windshield and put it in before you can pass that inspection. That is a inspection for your truck. Get what I'm saying? The inspection that brokers are asking for is the inspection where you go into a DOT wait station and have a DOT officer looks over your truck. Pretty much he's going to look over your truck and certify your truck as being road ready. Does that make sense? He's the one that's going to say your truck is certified to be driving on the road and are in compliance with the Federal Motor Carrier System rules and regulation. That's the inspection they're looking for. They're not looking for the one where you go to the truck stop, the truck dealer, and have a truck do an annual inspection. That's not the one they're looking for. Time and time again, I see people go and get those inspection, submit it to the broker, and the broker is like, we didn't get an inspection. And sometimes I get it. The broker, I've spoke to broker who actually think that that's the inspection that they need, but that's not the inspection that they need. They need inspection from the DOT. They need a DOT inspection. Where somebody said, how can I get a DOT inspection? Well, there's a couple of ways you can get it. There are some states that are notorious for pulling trucks over. I know some of y'all say, yeah, my state is crazy, but you got some truck, you got some weight station. Some states, every truck come through, they pull it. You get what I'm saying? So let's talk about how can you get one of those inspection, and does those inspection cost? Now, the annual inspection, right? The annual inspection where you take it to a truck stop, a truck dealer, that inspection does not, that inspection costs, I think it costs about $130, $150 based on the dealer. But like I said, that inspection is going to be for the truck, and that's going to be, they're going to give you a paper with the result, and you're going to put it with your registration. And when you do an audit, the DOT officer who is conducting that audit is going to want to see that inspection. So basically, you're going to tell the FMCSA that, hey, my truck is certified here by Rush Truck Dealership, that I'm good to be on the road. But if you go in the weight station, let's say 3 weeks later, you go inside a weight station and an officer find that one of your hoses is now leaking and need to replace. Now they're going to put you out of service, or they're going to write you a violation based on how severe that is and tell you to go and do that repair. You have to do those repair within 15 days from the date when you get that notice. Because if you don't repair it within 15 days and the next DOT officer pull you over, not only are you going to get a next violation, but they're going to put you out of service and they're going to fine you. I hope you guys are taking information. I hope you guys are taking notes. They're going to fine you. When you see on the news a trucking company get pulled over 15 times and some of them have the same recurrence violation, is because that guy ignored that he needs to fix those holes. He needs to go get his brake replaced. He needs whatever the truck needs. He ignored and didn't find it important to do the repair. Shout out to my man Devante. So when you get pulled over and an officer give you a warning, because it's gonna be a violation, then you're gonna repair those inspection, and then that piece of paper they give you, you're gonna sign, or the company, whosoever whosoever company is on that name is gonna sign and certify that they did that repair. Because what happened is, once the DOT officer pull you over, and let's say pull over your truck, everything is good on your truck, you're up and running, your ELD, everything is in good shape. He's gonna give you a green light, and you're gonna run. You're gonna be into that green light mode where everywhere you go, once a truck comes in, they're gonna see that you already do a prior inspection and your truck is good to go. Get what I'm saying? In I think it's every 30 days it get updated on the FMC website, and then it shows that you guys have an inspection. All right. And I'm gonna show you guys. I'm gonna show you guys that in a minute. So I want you guys to understand. All right. We're going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys what that looked like in a minute. All right. So you need an inspection. All right. You need to have your inspection. All right. Let me go back because I'm going to, yeah, so we'll get to that. So yes, so you need an inspection. So now there's a couple ways you can get an inspection. You can go to your local, and I would highly recommend your local weight station. And I'm going to tell you why. Because most of the time when you have a violation, because you're local, they will let you leave if the violation is not as severe. You know, let me give you an example. A few weeks ago, I took my semi to get it inspected in Maryland. And the front brake hose was pretty much folded. There was no air. The hair was being suffocated. And so the officer, and by the way, this was a weight station of 95, and the officer said, I can let you fix it and then leave, or I can let someone come and fix it. Here the problem with this though, the hose needed to be replaced. So what he allowed me to do was, because I'm this close, he let me drive to my home because I was within 30 minutes of my house. He let me drive within my home, still give me the violation, and then I had to go to the dealer, buy the hose, and put it on the front brake. It was pretty much 2 bolts. But the thing that was pretty much squeezing the hose together, all I had to do was to take it off and then put it back on. Somebody, I guess when they were changing something on the truck, they take that on, the carriage on, and when they were putting it on, then I guess they weren't looking, and they rested on the hose, and it kind of like squeezed the hose in, so the air was being suffocated. But the reason why I bring this up is because I was within a certain radius. Now I'm telling you, if I was in Georgia, Texas, wherever it is, them boys would have been like, yo, you got to get somebody to fix that. Them boys would have been like, yeah, okay, you ain't leaving, man. You got to call somebody to fix it. And the problem with that is those company that does those service, you're going to have to tell them what the issue is, or they're going to have to come and see what the problem is and then go get the parts and then come back. And all of that is going to be on your expense. So I would highly recommend that you're in your state, locate your closest weight station. I would take a ride down there empty, because you don't want to do it when you have a load on the truck. God forbid something you got to change. Now you have a load on the truck. And make sure you're driving as if you're taking a load. Somebody say, what do you mean by that? Make sure you log on to your ELD, because they're going to check that. They're going to check your ELD. Talk about that. I'm going to touch a little bit on the ELD too, because a lot of you guys have so many violations in your ELD. I talked about this before. You're not filling out your inspection report. You're not doing your pre-trip. You're not filling out your form. You're not filling out your BOL's form. There's a form on the ELD that you need to put where you're picking up the load from, where you're going. You need to put the shipping documents, and you need to have the purpose of you traveling to that state in the notes. That is your delivery. You guys are not doing that, and DOT officers are giving you guys so many violations because of those little issues. You get what I'm saying? So to answer in the States crew, can we just drive to a weight station and ask them for an inspection? Yes. Drive to your closest weight station that is, and ask the officer, if a certified DOT officer is there, good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. I would like to get a voluntary inspection. And they're going to ask you, and they're going to tell you, they're going to kind of like let you swear. You know that if we find any violation, it's going to be it's going to be you. You cannot revoke it, so forth. And they're going to tell you if you do a voluntary inspection, whatever it is, they're going to tell you. You get what I'm saying? And you say, yes, it's cool. Go ahead. How does it work if it's a renter truck? That's a very good question. Even if it's a renter truck, it is still your responsibility to make sure that when you're doing an inspection, the renter truck is in the standard as if the truck was yours. Well, somebody might say, well, that ain't my truck. Oh, I'm supposed to make that. When you pick up a renter truck, you need to see that that truck is fully functioned. There's no oil leak. There's no brake. There's no all the inspection, all your lights are working. Ain't no coolant leaking. You need to, that's why you got to do an inspection, because when you do the inspection, you certify that the unit that you're doing the inspection on is, you certify that it's in good driving condition. That's why you sign it. So you certify that it's in good driving condition. So even if it's a renter truck, you need to make sure that you have all your lights working, all your headlight, your brake light, there's no leak. Not because it's a rental mean you jump in it and take off. Get what I'm saying? So you need to make sure that all of those things are functioning. The moment you see that something is wrong with that renter truck, you need to notify the renter company. Another thing that a lot of you guys are not doing is when you do your inspection, let's say I'm driving down 85, going down to Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm behind a semi, and that semi, you know, there's a rock that flew off the back of that semi or wherever, and my windshield get cracked. You supposed to pull over to your next rest area or your next gas station. You need to go back in your inspection report, and you need to edit in your inspection report. You need to write that while traveling on 95 South on my way to Atlanta to do a delivery, my windshield was cracked by a debris. You need to notate that, because if you pull in a wait station after that happened, a DOT officer is going to give you a ticket. And like I said, as long as this, I'm not talking about those little chips. I'm talking about a big enough, like, like a windscreen. Like, I remember one time, I had a guy, it was snow time. A lot of you guys who have a habit of taking the wiper blade and hitting it on the glass to remove the ice. Well, he hit it so hard, he cracked his windscreen in the middle of nowhere. You get what I'm saying? Crack it because he was taking the glass, using the glass as a way to hit the height of the windshield, of the wiper blade. And when he did that, he cracked the windshield. It was a big crack. If you have the heat running and you go outside to knock your glass with the wiper blade, it is going to break. You get what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, you're not supposed to even use your wiper blade to knock you're supposed to let the truck warm up. Then you're supposed to go outside and take your time, remove the ice from the wiper blade. But a lot of guys, and I see people do it with a car too. You take it up, you remove it out of the glass, you use the glass and bang it. And then now you have a cracked windshield. So what do you have to do? You have to go in, notate that while removing ice from his wiper blade, it damages windshield. So when he drive down the road, an officer will see that. And that way it protects him. These stuff that they give you on this ELD that you guys are using, all these information is there. The space is there for you to put those information in. So, and it doesn't matter if it's a rental If it's a rental, you got to buy back their windshield because you know you damage the stuff within. It was damaged in your property. You get what I'm saying? So guys, please take a note of what I'm saying. Shout out to Steve. So your biggest issue that a lot of people are having now is the inspection. Brokers are turning people down because you're running out here 6 months to a year and you don't have any inspection. Especially when you pass your first 90 days, a lot of you guys don't have any inspection. So for all you new guys who are coming out here, you need to stop at these wait stations. Even if you're driving through the wait station and you see that a lot, they you know, you get the green light to go in. Even if you have time, just pull around the back, walk to the office and ask them to give an inspection. Because brokers are using it against you, and I'm going to tell you why they're doing that in a minute. So I just want to stress the inspection part of it. That's the number one reason, why brokers are turning a lot of you guys down. Okay. The number two reason that I find is a lot of you guys, and this is something that I'm going to say to you guys. I'm not trying to tell you how to run a business. Okay. And I know people out here can be very nasty and they can be very, it's like it's your word against their word. But I find that a lot of people who have new authority, and I'm not going to say a lot of you guys, because a few of you guys, this has happened to, okay? You are cursing these people out. You cursing these people out. You go into these warehouses and having these conflict. Now, I don't know what happened over there. I don't know if the girl says something you never like. I don't know if the dude talk to you a certain way. I don't know if it's because it's a New York thing, so the temper is fly high. I don't know what it is. But a lot of you guys are getting in these issues at these facilities, and brokers are writing you up on 411. You have people that have 3 write-up within the first 90 days of owning their authority. You get freight guarded. They're writing you up on freight guard. Carrier went to my customer and was very disrespectful, unprofessional, and did not know how to conduct himself. Please do not use carrier. Carrier is unreliable. That affect you as a driver and as a carrier coming out here. When brokers see that, they ain't gonna give you anything. You're done. Guys, when you go to these warehouses, and another thing that I'm going to tell you guys, stop communicating with these people in the warehouses. You don't work for these guys. You need, if they say something to you, step outside and call the broker and let the broker handle it. Stop trying to go in back and forth and argue with these guys. Tracy, I saw your email, man. I was sick out. I'm gonna get back to you. You're not the only one. I got Erica, even James. I was supposed to call, and I wasn't feeling good. So I saw it, man. I just haven't get a chance to reach out to you guys. But I'm not ignoring you. I did see the email come in, so I'm gonna reach out to you as soon as possible. Okay? It's not because I got James I got to deal with, and I got other guys. But I was coming back up, man, and I get hit by the flu. So you know what I mean. So don't think I'm ignoring you. I saw it. I saw more than one email, and I saw you leave a ton of comments on the videos that you watch. So I'm not ignoring you. It's just that while I was on my way back, leaving from 70-degree in Texas, coming back up into 25-degree in New Jersey, you can imagine what I went through. You get what I'm saying? So I catch a little flu coming up, and it's crazy. But I thank you for your understanding, man. I'm not ignoring you. Even Mark called me and I didn't get to answer him because I was roasted. And a lot of you guys didn't even notice. Thursday was my birthday and I couldn't get to do anything with the family because I was just not into it. You get what I'm saying? But I'm gonna reach out to you. But back to what I'm saying, man. Guys are going to these places and getting into this conflict. You get what I'm saying? Getting in these conflict. Thank you guys, interstate, interstate and Tracy, man. But yeah, guys, when you go to these warehouses, I had a mentee went to deliver this week. He called me and he said, "Hey, the guy said I gotta take the stuff off the truck." Was totally a lie. But I told my guy to call me. Don't get into argument with these guys. Don't get in a tiff for tough with these guys. They're gonna go into these places and you're gonna go in and you're gonna say, "Good morning, how you doing? I got 6 pallets for you," and the answer they're gonna give you is gonna be horrendous. My advice to you guys is take it outside and call the broker. Let them deal with that issue, because what happens is when you answer these people, they're gonna report it to the broker, or they're gonna report it to their customer, and their customer is gonna report it to the broker, and the broker, because they're loyal to their customer, they're gonna write you up on freight guard. I've seen people who have new authority, I'm talking about less than 120 days, have 3 or 4 write-ups from brokers, from freight guard, because you go over there and let these people draw you out. 6 months, you got 6 months, 3 people write you up already. You're out here struggling. You have no inspection and you got 3 write-up. Shout out to Dean and Nick. Hit the like button when you guys drop in the live, man. I'm gonna have to fire Nick because she's coming in late these days. But you guys have to stop getting to these conflict with these guys. They write you up on freight guard and it makes your company struggle. Some of these freight guards, they stay on your stuff for years. And brokers will still give you a load, but they're gonna base it on how long. Like if I get a write up 6 months ago, then they'll still take a chance. Happy birthday. Are you 65 or 68? I'm 92. Only from Axel. You know what I mean? But guys, I'm saying brokers will still give you a load after 3-4 months of a write-up. Some brokers will not use you at all. I had a guy went to a broker. I don't know what was the conversation, but in the 411 freight guard report, I guess he told the guy that you just a ninja at a warehouse job, and the guy said that he was racial slur and a lot of discrimination against the guy at the warehouses. You guys can curse these people out and leave, but it affects your MC number. So when you call and ask for a load, they look at that freight guard and they're like, nope, not going to use you. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, write down freight guard. When this live is over, write down freight guard. Go look up what freight guard is, right? It's a monitoring system for truckers. When you got claim against your insurance, it's like RMIS. When you got claim against your insurance, when you got theft, when you got damage, all of that stuff get put there. That's one of the tools they use. If you don't know what it is, go on YouTube, type in freight guard or type in 411 truck report, truckers report, or carriers report. If you think I'm lying, let me look it up for you so you guys can see. Because I like to show you guys what I'm talking about. Hear what I'm saying? Let's see if I can find it. And I'm pull it up and show you guys. And I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about. And what was the other one? You got freight guard. And guys, let me tell you, like I'm gonna say this again. All right. Stop going to these people and curse them out. Stop doing it. Here's a video right here. Let me show you. Let me pull this up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Let me share my screen with you guys. These are things that are affecting you guys as a new you guys have new MC number. Carrier 411. This guy right here was given a story. See what I'm saying? Let's pull one of these videos.
So you want to know where to invest $1,000 right?
Let's pull these up. Let's see. Every day these guys want to tell you where to invest $1,000. They all, I'm telling you, the internet.
Right now, forget about stocks, real estate, or cryptocurrency.
Freight Guard Report and Carrier 411. What is it? Hello, my name is Serge and it's Truck Dispatcher Training. Today we're going to speak about the Freight Guard Report. What is it? When does a broker may impose FGR? How to avoid or remove it? What's Carrier 411? How it can affect your company? So brokers are most important people in this industry. Why are brokers? Because they pay. That's why brokers created the platform Carrier 411, which can help to protect them from people who don't carry out their work, couldn't follow the treaty or cancel orders. So what can a broker do if he thinks that you don't comply with instructions? First, a broker will write a report to your MC on the platform Carrier 411. You should know all brokers usually check a company record on this platform before they start to work. It is like checking your credit history before giving you a credit. Unfortunately, many owners don't know about this or neglect the importance of this. You can test your dispatchers, by the way. Ask dispatchers about responsibility for the company record and your MC. They must know about their effect. Now, let's speak about the reasons a broker may impose a FGR on a carrier. There are many reasons, but I want to describe 3 of them. First, it happens often. The situation when a carrier didn't call or didn't tell that a cargo wasn't received. Second, cancellation with no reasons or in less than 2 hours before the pickup time. 3, deceptive or unfair business practices.
All right, let me know if you guys are hearing me now. You guys should hear me. Okay, you guys are hearing me now? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. What happened is okay, all right, cool. While I was showing you guys the video, I guess I accidentally hit one of the settings. But yeah. All right, so anyway, thank you guys, man. Let me bring the screen back up so I can show you guys. Because I want you guys to see. Cancellation. Please, whenever you're gonna cancel a load, guys. Let me talk about this subject because a lot of people I see do this issue. Cancellation with no reason are in less than 2 hours. When you cancel a load, you gotta give them time so they can find a truck to recover that load. So brokers will always ask for a 2 hour gap. You get what I'm saying? Just like how you give them 2 hours for detention, they need to know at least 2 hours in advance so they can find a truck. You get what I'm saying? What happened is a lot of guys are canceling these load and you're telling them this is what people are telling them now, and I'm telling you what not to do it. Yo, Mark, what's up, man? I just booked a load with you, right? Yeah. This is your first time, by the way, booking a load with this broker. And you're going to tell Mark, right? Hey, man, I know I booked this load with you, but my baby mama ain't feeling too good. And I'm going to just cancel this load and go home and take care of her. So, I can't do this load. That's one way people do it. Get what I'm saying? Or you call a broker and tell the broker, you just outright tell, I don't want to do the load. And when they ask you why, you just, I don't want to go to Chicago. Don't want to go. I changed my mind. You get what I'm saying? Or you call a broker and you're going to cancel a load and you're going to tell a broker, well, I find a better load, so I'm going to give this one back to you. That's what it means. Cancel with no reason. The reason was not valuable. I have canceled thousands of load over the years. And I've learned this from a broker who told me this when I was a rookie. When you cancel a load, blame it on something you cannot control. You hear what I'm saying? Blame it on something that you cannot control. What does he mean by that? Always blame it on your truck. Always blame it on the DOT officer. Always blame it on the wait station. Always blame it on traffic. Always blame it on something besides your personal, that has something to do with your personal well-being. I book load all the time. I book one load over here and then call the broker and tell them, a matter of fact, I even get even clever. I have a check engine light comes on one of my truck. I will take a picture. And every time I want to cancel a load, I would send that to the broker in an email. Hey man, I just get a check engine light. I don't want to take a chance with this load. So here what I'm gonna do. And this is well above the time frame. But I'll send that broker, hey man, check this out. I'm gonna take that truck because God forbid we pick up this load and that breakdown is gonna be a disaster. Most of the time they're gonna agree with you. Or I'll tell the broker, if I'm gonna cancel a load, I'm gonna tell the broker, hey, the truck is making a certain sound, or hey man, I'm on the 95 trying to pick up that first load. I got pictures of me in traffic. You get what I'm saying? That I was sent to broker. I'm not saying all brokers are stupid, because brokers will go on the map and they'll Google it. I remember when I was going to California, I was stuck in traffic. I take a picture and I send it to the girl and I tell her where I was, and she look up where I was and there was traffic. You get what I'm saying? But the point that I'm trying to make is I'm trying to give you an idea how to get around these stuff. I'm not trying to tell you to get yourself out of load once you book it. But I'm saying you can't tell a broker that your girl miss you. Yeah, man, I'm gonna give you about this load. You know, shorty call, man. She cry, man. You know it gets, man. When they cry, we gotta go home, man. Yeah, go home. Right. When you coming back out? Yeah, we might come back 3 days, man. Okay, yeah. When you come back, there's gonna be a freight guard waiting for you. Sounds funny, but it's true. Get what I'm saying? Can I give those excuses? I had a guy one time who did not want to do a load in North Carolina. He was at the Love next to the weigh station. Let me show you how clever this guy was. He drove in the weigh station, get the green light, park in the weigh station, take a picture, and send it to the broker and say, hey, man, I'm getting the inspection right now. I can't do the load. Because he find a better load. But you can't. But the point that I'm trying to make is you cannot let this thing become a feelings thing. Because once you do that, then they're going to write you up on freight guard. That's why it says right here, cancel without reason. How do I check if you're, I'll get to that in a minute. How do you check if you're on freight guard? Okay. First of all, let me just answer this right away, James. You ain't got to check anything. You ain't got to check anything. Once you're on freight guard, the first broker you call is going to tell you. If somebody writes you up today, the next morning, once it gets submit, matter of fact, let me tell you how you end up on freight guard before anybody even tell you. Every company that assign that is assigned a MC number, you see that email address that you use? The moment you get written up on freight guard, just like every other email you get from these people that are telling you you need UCR, you need this from the FMC, they're going to send you an email saying you have a freight guard. The moment it drops, boom, they get it. Freight guard send you an email. Hey, Tony, write you up. And they're going to tell you that you have, I think it's 24 hours or whatever hours to respond. So you will know that you're being right up on freight guard just because your truck company ties to that the email you use for your trucking company. But let's just say you don't get it because people change email. Sometimes somebody will sign up with one email with their trucking company and then change it to a different email. If you don't have that email or you don't have access to that email, the next broker you call to broker load, they're going to tell you. So if you don't see the email and you call tomorrow to get a load, they're going to say, hey, man, you got a freight guard yesterday. A freight guard? Who write it up? It's from TQL. And they're going to read it out to you. What happened? It says right here that you curse a guy out and telling me he's Jamaican and he needs to go back to his country. That's what they're going to tell you. They say you went over there and tell an Ecuadorian guy that he needs to go back to Ecuador. They say you tell a black guy that he's just a ninja. You go over there and tell a white man that he's enslaved black people. And all of them need to die. Whatever you say is going to be there. I'm just giving you an example. And they're going to tell you, sorry, man, we can't use you, bro. Can't use you. So unfortunately, we can't use you. Matter of fact, let me give you let me put a plus on this. You have some brokers that they have a qualification tier. Qualification tier. And the qualification tier is you gotta pass all these qualifications just by putting the MC number. It's like when you go to apply for Amazon, the moment you drop that MC number, it's gonna tell you right away if you approve or if you qualify to sign up. Because it runs through this database real quick. And if you have a freight guard, it's going to be like, nope, you're not qualified. So a broker will send you a link. If they don't check your MC number and they just send you that link, the moment you click on it and put in that MC number, boom, it's going to pop up. you're not qualified to run with our company. So I'm telling you guys this thing. When you go to these places, stop getting into conflict with these guys. I know a lot of you guys are from certain neighborhood, and you know, you gotta remember, man. You see, I told you guys all the time. I said it in one of my live. Sometimes I talk a certain way, and people think that I'm nasty and I'm dirty. And I'm saying to you guys, sometime you think I'm nasty. You go to some of these guys and you open your mouth too loud, you get a freight guard. See, I don't get those stuff. Listen, as radical as you hear me sound on YouTube, I'm a whole different beast when I'm working. I don't ever get those stuff. I don't ever get that freight guard stuff. Don't get it. Because I know how to deal with certain situations. All right, I'm going to give you an example. Perfect example. This happened on my birthday too. I went to deliver at BJ's distribution in Jersey on Friday. I went there 10:20 in the morning. My appointment was 6 o'clock in the evening. When I went there, I said to the guy in the receiving office, hey, I'm going to run out real quick to get something to eat. Being that my appointment is 6 o'clock and I'm on the waiting list to work in, meaning that they'll work me in, I'm going to run and get something to eat and come back. Guy in the office waved me on. Yeah, go ahead, man. No problem, man. You cool, bro. The lady was in the office was even telling him, yeah, you can go and come back. Cool, right? Understandable, right? I get to the gate and there's a security there. What's the truck number? I gave him the truck number. He said, you empty or you loaded? I said, I still got the freight on the truck. He said, what do you mean? I said, yeah, I still got the freight on the truck. They haven't received it as yet. But I told the guy in the office that I'm going to leave, get something to eat and come back. Well, if you leave, you can't come back because the appointment is going to be canceled. I said, sir, I spoke to the guy in the, and he cut me off before I could even say anything. Cut me off. I'm telling you, if you leave, yeah, it was crazy. Anyway, I'm hungry, so I leave. You get what I'm saying? Because my appointment is at 6 o'clock. When I return to recheck back in on that facility, they say, hey, man, your appointment canceled. The guy, to show you how crazy this was, the guy said, why are you even coming back if your appointment was completed? And I said, it never completed. The freight's still on the truck. I spoke to the guy in the office, tell him I'm going to get something to eat, and the security in the back have a fits about me leaving. What happened is the security take it up on himself to play boss. Because when the guy at the check-in allowed me to go back on the receiving office, they rip into the guy that let me leave with the freight in the first place. What he did was he told the system that I dropped the freight. You know what happened if I never returned back? That freight would have been mine. It created a whole problem there Thursday. So they had to give me a new appointment number with the same time so I can able to get back on the thing, and within an hour or so I get through. But the point that I'm trying to make is if I never go to the lady in the office and talk to the right people, he would have looked, and I just drive out and go argue with that guy, I probably would have ended up with a freight guard. This is why you never talk to these people at the warehouse and talk to certain people. Because let me tell you guys something. And some of y'all might be watching this live. Some of y'all can admit that y'all used to be like that. You got your I want to say your little ego that you start to make your ego build up. You get what I'm saying? You get a job, you have a position, and it gets to your head. I get it. But my thing is this: if you hire to be a receiver, don't try to be a shipper and a receiver at the same time. Don't try to be a shipper, receiver, and a supervisor, because they're still paying you $18. And that's the problem with the guy Thursday. He was trying to be a shipper and a receiver, a boss. He acts like he owned the facility. If you leave, you can't come back. And essentially what he did was he created a problem in BJ's system, because once I leave that facility and it closes out, it shows on my part that I deliver that. I could have never go back, and they would have been looking for those 10 pallets, and I would have been home with 10 pallets. Because a guy ego strokes because he thinks that he, and the lady, when we go back and we speak to the supervisor, the lady said, no, once you leave, he should have called the office, inform us that you're leaving. You still got the freight, because the policy is, if I have the freight on the truck, they got to check the pallets. They got to check the truck anyway. He never even opened the back of the truck. He didn't even ask me if I'm empty or if I got loaded. He just get in a big argument. So the protocol is, if I was leaving, he should have called the office, notify them that I'm leaving with the freight, that I'm going to go and come back. The appointment would have been still open. I would have go, come back, and I would have been in the same spot where I was before I leave. But the problem is, because I take the proper step, I never get a freight guard. No, my broker didn't even know about that stuff. Get what I'm saying? So when you guys go to these facilities, stop arguing with these lower level guys. They got egos. They got to fulfill. They beat their wife and the girlfriend, and they argue with their brothers and cousins every day. And they sell weed on the corner. They think they can come out here and dominate everybody. You got a little guy like me talking back to you. You don't like that. He's a big chubby guy, you know. Here you a little skinny Jamaican guy running your mouth. You get what I'm saying? I beat my wife, huh? You know I knock my brother out if he talk too hard to me here. That's how they are. I see it all the time. You don't beat up a little Jamaican guy because he tell you that he's leaving. Get what I'm saying? So guys, you got to pay attention to those stuff. So canceling a load, you don't want to cancel a load based on the stuff I just tell you. Cancel a load. Hey, man, I got a flat tire, man. Just got a flat. Hey, my tire blow out. The truck ain't going to be here till 3-4 hours. You want us to wait, or you want us to... Listen, man, I go on the board all the time. I see one load for 2,000. Another one pops up going less. It's going less a mile, and less weight. Hell yeah, I'm going to try to get it. But before I book it, I'm going to call that broker, secure that load, and then call my other broker and say, hey, man, this, that, and the third happened. Once I get removed from that load, then I go back and tell those guys, send it over. But you don't want to call and tell them, like I said, in a personal issue. Whether it's your son, your daughter. Now, I know stuff happened, but I'm saying try not to use those. Even if sometimes it's real, try not to use them. Unless it's a severe issue. But you can't, you know, I know people calling to brokers, that girl weren't feeling well. Not even their wife, their girl. Yeah, man, my girl just called me, man. She said, man, you know, some of you guys, you know, I talk about this all the time. You guys, the woman that you can't concentrate. You know what I mean? Man, my girl, man, she just called me, man. You know, she was in Florida, man. She got the flu, man. She called me and told me she ain't feeling well, man. So I can't do this load, man. Okay, cool. Then you get a write up on a freight guard. This is what it says, cancel with no reason. That was not a valid reason. See what I'm saying? Let's go to the next one.
Or in less than 2 hours before the pickup time. 3. Deceptive or unfair business practices. And finally, how to avoid or remove FGR. The only way to avoid FGR is to respect the rules. Removing FGR is next to impossible. That's why you have...
You know what it says? Remove free GR? Freight guard report. That's what that means. Freight guard report. That's what that means. So some of y'all might be wondering what it is. That's what it means.
Have to be careful and responsible. I hope the video was helpful. Subscribe to our channel and...
So I just want to show you guys what it is. So now you guys see what it is. Y'all need to go on the internet and sit down and get more in depth of what really takes on when you do all these stuff. And this is why some of you new guys cannot get any load. Shout out to Young World. He was over Martin Mentor Live. Wonderful brother. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, I think. Yeah, you know, cool dude. He got the energy, the vibes. He's ready to go. So, you know, shout out to him, man. But I want to show you guys, these are some of the reasons why you're not getting freight. Cursing people out, not having an inspection. The number 3 reason why brokers are turning a lot of you guys down and not using you guys all together, you guys are not consistent. Remember I told you guys history is best qualified when it's documented? Brokers look at your history. You get what I'm saying? And let me say this to a lot of you guys. You cannot, when you come out here to run a trucking business, right? And I see this time and time again. You guys come out here and you run 3 loads in the last 6 months. You have 3 loads in the last 6 months, right? Brokers look at that as a issue because, like I told you guys on this channel all the time, history is best qualified when it's documented. So if you've been out here, if you've been in this business, if you have an MC number for a year, but you only been doing OTR, you only been running 3 loads OTR, brokers are going to stay away from you. You get what I'm saying? Guys, understand this. Running OTR on the DAT board or any deal or running OTR in general is not like Amazon. It is not like Amazon. This is not a route where you pick up and do and back and forth. You get what I'm saying? If you come out here, like I said, we get it, circumstance amping, but I'm talking about the guys who you cannot decide whether you want to be out here or you want to be local. It's like you do OTR when there's no job around, and then when we find a local job, you stay local. You get what I'm saying? That's fine. But understand that when you come out here, those 3 jobs that you do, they're not going to do you any good, because once a broker run that MC number, he's going to see that this guy ain't running no load out here. He's going to turn you down. He's going to look your record tells a lot of, you know, I got people out here that got their MC. Let's say a guy got his MC a year. I know a guy that got an MC for 9 years or 8 years. And when I kid you not, dude has MC for 8 years, 8 full years, and pretty much was in the same bracket as a dude that just get his MC yesterday, because he have no OTR history. He was running local, making good money local, but once he decided he want to do OTR, he was like a new guy that just get his, he had to start all over. Get what I'm saying? Another thing that will let a lot of you guys get, another thing that will let you guys have to start over and broker won't use you, if you have lapse in insurance. If you don't pay insurance and you let your MC number go out of service, even if it's a day, you start right back over. So for all you guys out here who are wondering, why did I have my MC 6 months, but the broker is telling me now that they can't give me no load because I'm on my first 90 days? It's because you let your insurance lapse. And people with lapse insurance, always the ones with the higher insurance payment. I pay $1,700 for my semi. $1,700. $1,700. Some of you guys are $2,400, $3,000. I don't know why you guys are paying that high. I pay $1,700. That's the semi and the trailer. So when some of you guys, now I don't know, people said that you got clean driving record, but there's a lot of factor going to insurance. You have to have a good driving record. You have to have good credit. I know for some insurance company, you have to have a 600 or more. In the high 600, 680, 700, 680, 650. If you have a low 6, you got to work on your credit, your history, your driving history, and your credit. So if you have your history and your credit, and then some of you guys have accident, you can't out here burning out with a Hellcat and then buy a truck 2 months later after you get 3 reckless driving ticket in your Hellcat because you were running around with Booby. You were trying to prove to Booby that your Hellcat is quicker than his. You end up with a reckless driving ticket. Now you buy a truck, go to get insurance, turn out that you got paid $4,000. You get what I'm saying? Like, these are the stuff that you guys got to pay attention to. See, Booby ain't leaving his job at the damn warehouse. He ain't leaving Target. He ain't leaving Target. He ain't leaving he ain't go. Listen, Booby is not gonna quit Target and selling weed. He's not gonna do it. Booby is never gonna become an entrepreneur for right now. He's just hustling. But you that want to make some serious money in the trucking business, you gotta leave Booby alone. You want to find out what kind of tricks your car can do? Find an empty lot and go burn out one Sunday. And then when you finish burn out, you get out of there. That's what I do. I go places where there's nobody. But if you put yourself in these positions, don't expect the insurance company to understand, well, you know, I was trying to make a left and the officer said, man, make a right and I go around car too fast. And he gave me a reckless driving ticket. They don't care about that. They look at your driving record. A matter of fact, let me say this to you guys too, while I'm on this topic. Some of you guys, please, too many of you guys are guys, when you get something, please, at least fight these tickets. Even if you get caught red-handed. Especially when you have the mindset of opening a box truck business, you want to get as less damage on your record. Whether if you have a bad credit card that, if you owe $500 on a credit card that is an eyesore, take it off. Just pay the $500 and remove it. You get what I'm saying? If you go into these court, most of these courts got prosecutors. You can negotiate with these guys. You get a reckless ticket, but some of you guys are paying these tickets. You let these officers are telling you, oh yeah, you got 30 days to mail it in. You got 15 days to mail it in. If you don't want to come to court, just mail it in and the fine is $250. You pay the $250 and now you end up with a ticket, with a charge on your thing that damaged your insurance. Do you think 250 mile in a box truck is good? 235 mile in a box truck is good. If you're talking about the mileage on the truck, that's good. These trucks are made to go up to 1 million miles. So those mileage anywhere from 2 to 4 to 6, even 500-600 mile on a box truck based on the type of truck is good mile. It's not, as long as a person keep up with the maintenance and maintaining that truck. And if it's a all you got to do is just service those trucks. As long as the truck being serviced properly, and I use the original parts on my truck. I know a lot of guys, they go to these spots and they get these free oil filter and all that stuff. I try to stay with the manufacturer filters because it's better and it's more expensive rather than go with a cheaper filter that might damage my engine. I know everybody try to cut costs, but I'd rather stay with those stuff. You get what I'm saying? But the point that I'm trying to make is these overall issue that a lot of you guys are having is some of the main reason why brokers are turning you down. You have no inspection. You have freight guard. You're canceling these loads, giving your personal, whatever personal issue you have. You can't go to these warehouses and get into argument with these people. Do not do it. Let me tell you something about the guy that's arguing with you at the warehouse. You see the guy at the warehouse? Let me tell you what happened. You see when he argues with you, everybody at the warehouse support him. You're the only one there with your truck. Ain't nobody going to support you. That's like you going in a war and you're just the only guy and 25 guys there supporting him, warring with you. So your best defense, step outside and shout the broker. You know what I'm saying? And you shout the broker and say, hey, man, this is the issue right here. I had a guy went to pick up some stuff, one of my driver. This was years ago. I think I spoke about this guy before. About 3 years ago. Went over there, went to pick up some cone for the state of Ohio. You know those cones that they lay out in the highway every night when they're doing road work? He picked up those. He went to pick up those, right? They stocked them 90, I think they were stocked 93 inches high. So they couldn't get in the truck. So they had to just take off the top. You know, the broker said to me, send a guy over there. I got it. I'll take care of it. So I told the guy, the driver, the same exact thing the broker told me. He went over there. I don't know what he sent to the lady, but I got a phone call that they're about to call the cops on him. Now, this guy that I'm telling you, we have run in with him before. This was his third strike. I sent him to a dealer to get an oil change. They call me and tell me they're going to call the police. We sent him to another facility, and they just outright denied I mean, dude come from the hood in Philly. He's real rough, you know. But one of the things that he likes to do, he'll curse somebody out real good and then come on the phone and act like he's a little baby, like he's innocent. I'm like, bro, in the first 90 days, they got 2 people threatened to call the police, and if we don't remove you from their facility, and one guy just straight up said, don't send you back. They're not going to send you to freight. And so I had to get rid of him because he had a temper issue. You get what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with some of you guys when you go there. Stop getting to these issues with these guys. Because even though I was saved from him not getting arrested and getting a freight guard, I get him out there and everything was good. I had another guy that was a driver that went and tell a guy off again. I get an email that a freight guard is about to come in, and ask my wife. I had to get on the phone with the guy at the warehouse and bring the driver on the phone to let him apologize to the guy at the warehouse. And then I had to reach out to the broker because the broker said the only way they'll not pursue the freight guard was unless my driver apologized to the guy at the warehouse. And I had to get that guy to apologize. We're talking about 2 black men was arguing about God knows what. And that's how I get rid of that. That was from a company called SPI. They're from Canada. One of my best broker. So I'm not telling you guys these things because I'm making this stuff. These stuff actually happen. Stop going to these warehouses and telling girls that they're sexy. They write you up for those stuff. Don't even tell them that they're cute. Don't mention anything to them. Use words like, is it a lovely day like you? Stop telling them they're sexy and yeah, you know, sun is shining outside. But I know I leave it outside and I come inside and I see it right here in front of me. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? You guys going over there telling girl they're sexy, they got nice shape, they're looking good, they're smelling good. Some of these women, you know, you're not talking to me and your own boy, you're talking to strangers. And they'll laugh with you, but the person in the back office that having a bad day, they're gonna tell you, you know, you're not supposed to take that from him, though, right? Just be careful, man. I'm new to the game. Say, what up, bro? I'm new to the game. Listen, just bought a 2016 Freightliner. Pick it up next week. Got any advice about getting load? Well, as a new, like I said, if you want to go back and watch this live, as a new, we talked about this a few weeks ago also, and I'm gonna say it. As a new authority, you should focus on getting the best load board to begin with, because that's going to be a key into finding better load. And the DAT load board start from $39 all the way up to, you know, a crazy amount of money. But you want to get the one that is at least 180, and you can load from there and start to book from that part. You get what I'm saying? Like I was saying early on, if you're just coming in live, if you can go down to your local weight station, make sure you're driving on your ELD and all that stuff, and get an inspection done on your truck so you can have an inspection report. All right? Those stuff is going to help you as a new authority, right? And you want to sign up for like TQL. You want to sign up for Landstar. I think we're going to stop mentioning TQL because over the years, TQL dropped the rate for paying drivers. And sign up with as much carrier, much brokers as you can, and build a relationship. And my advice to anybody that are new, if you pull in a load for a broker for the first time, I'll always ask the broker, do they run this lane often? And do they have any dedicated lane that they can put you on? Because sometimes they'll get these season dedicated, like summer is coming, and a lot of these guys are going to be getting dedicated lane. You get what I'm saying? Let me give you an example. Like, see those patio set that they put outside? A lot of brokers are going to have a lot of those patio set contract where delivered to multiple store. You get what I'm saying? So you want all those grilled that y'all like to jerk your chicken. You get what I'm saying? All those stuff. And a matter of fact, me and Mark was talking about this, and I think this is going to be a part of the webinar when we talk about it. If you guys can, as a new authority, if you can sign up with like Home Depot, I know it's a lot of manual labor, but if you're billing your MC, you can actually stay local and start with Home Depot and make, okay money versus going to Amazon. Well, I don't think you guys can go to Amazon as a new authority because they want 180 days. But I would start with those because summer is coming in and you're going to be delivering grill. Guys are doing their front lawn. They need grass. They need, they're going to need patio set. They're going to need a lot of stuff to make their house look nice. You get what I'm saying? People are going to be doing their basement. They're going to need lumber, all that stuff. So all of those stuff you guys should be opening to explore rather than just try to be asphyxiated and running OTR and running at a loss. So if you can stay local and get those type of job local until you build your MC number up, then that would be good. Because you don't want to come out here and don't have the person or people around to back you to make a lot of money, and you're just coming out here and losing. You get what I'm saying? TQL is disrespectful. TQL is disrespectful because a lot of the brokers that are there are new, younger guys. You get what I'm saying? And it's crazy over there. You get what I'm saying? So we wanna like I said, we wanna you guys just wanna get that. Hold on, let me put in this thing. Hold on a minute. Okay, let's look up this number right here. I want to show you guys. Early on, I brought this. Let me bring this up so I can show you guys. Shout out to my mom. Good looking. I will get the one the pro edition deity. Exactly. As soon as I pick up, yep, that's the one that you need. The pro. Shout out to my mom is in the building. You guys know my mom is in the building. Let me see. Okay, let's take a look at this right here. All right, you guys are seeing this right here, right? I'm going to show you guys how to look up your your truck information, your trucking company information. Okay? We're going to use this right here. Okay? You go right here, or let me see if you guys are seeing it. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, cool. You see where it says SMS result? That's where you're going to go, and it's going to, it's going to pull up your report. And I'm going to show you guys. Okay? So all you guys who like to violate, this is what they call a safety score. See that? So right here, this person is active for hire. Okay. And let's go down and look and see if he has any violation and how much inspection he has. Okay, good. So this is a perfect example, right? I'm going to show you. Let me go back up. Take a look at this right here. Safety ratings and OSS ratings. As of March 18, updated daily from Safer, right? So this is today's date. He got one truck, one driver, number of inspections, 0. You guys see this right here? So let me show you guys. I'm gonna go back. Matter of fact, let me hold on a minute. Let me see. Okay, no, okay, I can't go back because I'm on this other page. Let me close this. Okay. Number of inspections, 0. Let's take a look down at the bottom. And I'm going to walk you guys through this right here. Summary of activities, right? The summary include information on the 5th most recent investigation and 24 months inspection crash and history. So this goes back to information that is going to be included in this is going to be for the most 5 recent investigation, and it goes back up to 24 months. Most recent investigation, and it gives you the breakdown. Total inspection, 0. That means this guy will never, he's going to have, not that he'll never get load, but he's going to have the warm time from the broker. Then it gives you total inspection without violation. So you have without violation in SMS, 0. Meaning that if he has a violation, if he has no violation, this is going to remain 0. Because they inspect the truck, the tires was good, brake was good, no oil leak, everything was good. Total inspection with violation, and it give you the SMS score 1. So if there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 20, it's right here. If you have the same thing, if you have a violation, it's gonna do whatever the number is. It's gonna be there. So if you get pulled over by an officer and you don't have any violation, your truck is good, it's gonna be 0. If you have, you're gonna be good. Get what I'm saying? Total crash 0. And also, it's going to list all the other information here. Continue for more crash inspection investigation detail right here. So this just goes in depth. And I think I'm going to use this as a part of the webinar, because a lot of people that's coming there is not going to be, I want you guys to understand that. Now you get pulled over for unsafe driving because you were racing booby Hellcat to get in a box truck. Because you just like to race. Doesn't matter what you're driving. You get what I'm saying? You just had to be racing. Guys, let me say this. Always remember, when you're in your personal car, you got to detach from your personal car and remember you're driving a box truck now. Because a lot of you guys, seems like you forgot that you're not in your Hellcat anymore and you're driving a box truck like you're in your Hellcat. So you got to stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Unsafe driving. If it's a violation, this will change color. You get what I'm saying? Out of service compliance. If they put you out of service. Crash, if you have a crash. Vehicle maintenance. If you're not maintaining a vehicle. See if they pull you over, you don't have that annual inspection that I told you guys earlier about. It's going to put a report here. See, they break everything down. If you have substance abuse, if you smoke weed and drink beer in the truck. Some of you guys are smoking weed. Let me tell you guys something, man. Let me stop at this right here. If you think that you can smoke weed and then when you need to renew your medical card, you can stop for a few weeks and you can just clean up your, yeah, Kirky Fresh, I'm going to clean up in the next few weeks so I can pass my medical stuff and then go back. If you get pulled over by an officer and they suspect you of drinking or smoking weed, it's going to put a damaging effect on your company and they're going to remove you from they're going to remove you from the road. You cannot go to the store and buy a 6-pack and keep it in your truck. You cannot do it. You're not supposed to have any form of alcohol. If your wife go to Florida and buy a wine, and it is a rare wine, and she want to take it, she want you to take it, if an officer pull you over, even though it's sealed, you can end up in problem with the FMC. Stop by weed, tuck it in a little pocket in the jeans, the little small pocket, or hide it in the truck. Then you stop at the deli and get you some of them brown thing that y'all wrap it up in. And then y'all run your route for the whole day. And then y'all kick your foot up at a truck stop or a rest area and blow a blunt. It's funny, but it's true. Guys out here are doing it. You cannot do those stuff. Talking about my man get some new stuff from California, so I'm going to test it out. Can't do it. Yeah, my boy, man, you know, he shipped up new stuff from Cali, man. I heard they get them from Jamaica. You know, them Jamaican dude, they ship some new joints up. So, I got to test it out, man. I'm telling you right now. You see right here? Control and substance. Man, listen, let me continue. As our material compliance, that's for guys with endorsement. I'm just telling you, don't smoke no weed in the box truck and don't drink no alcohol. That's all I'm telling you. Hey, man, it's your business. You can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you that all these stuff right here, they're here for a reason. All of them right here for a reason. If you look right here, see what it says? You see this little truck right here with the smoke coming out? That's a crash. You have an accident, it goes there. Driver fitness. Driver fitness is you guys, let's say you wear glasses. Let's say some of you guys got diabetes. Let's say you guys are on a certain medication. Then you gotta there's a report that you gotta fill out, because when you do your medical card, they're gonna document it, all those stuff, and then it's gonna be stored here. So if you guys, I know, like some of you guys have, you know, like say some people good at driving in the daytime, but they're bad at driving at night, and you have, you know, vision issue, all that stuff. Guys, I'm telling you, all of these stuff right here are not here for decoration. They're here for a reason. See this hazmat material compliance? If you have brokers who are giving you hazard material in the truck and you don't have an endorsement, this is a violation. If you get pulled over by an officer and you got hazmat material and it's not displaying on the outside of your truck, that's a violation. So you guys have to take note of these stuff, and all of these stuff are enforced. So somebody might be watching and hey, you don't know what I'm talking about, man. You know, listen, man, listen. I've never seen an officer release a guy with 6-pack of beer, even if it's sealed. Never heard of it. When they will release you on unsafe driving, or they will not get mad because of your hours of driving, hours of service compliance, when they'll cut you slacks on those, when they'll let you go and, you know, vehicle maintain, an officer is not going to let you go. And matter of fact, this right here, that makes him get promoted to Sarge or Lieutenant. Or he's going to be an investigator. This bump his career up. These are the stuff where they can, yeah, you know, yeah, okay, man. Just use the E-log properly, man. I'm going to give you a cut now. There's certain things that's not going to fly. You see, crashes, not going to work. Smoking weed ain't going to work. Hazard, you know what happens if you have a hazard material and you turn that truck over? You know what happens if something bursts in the back and now the environment is at risk? They're not going to let that slide. They won't even let your fitness slide. Your diabetes, your vision, all that stuff that has to do with your fitness, they're not going to let certain things slide. So please take note of these stuff. And like I said, there's a lot of you guys, I get it. A lot of you guys come out, you make good money, you want to celebrate, you want to hang out with your own boy. And let me tell you guys this. And I know some of you guys, because you can't tell me, and some of y'all act like I don't know what goes on in the hood. If you are operating and running a business, I know you love that weed. But you have to understand also that your medical card stated that you are physically fit to operate a truck. I know people that smoke weed 9 months out of the year while running a truck. They smoke weed. Some of y'all smoke weed last night. Some of y'all smoking weed now. You're watching me. Yeah, man. Yeah, all right, Cookie Fresh, that's some good info, man. Yeah, I got you, bro. Yeah, man, you know, man, I'm gonna come out tomorrow, I'm gonna kill that road, bro. But what happened is, if an officer pull you over and suspect any indication that you smoke, if he pulls up to that, if you smoke in that truck, let's say you smoke 2 times in that truck and he smell the odor of marijuana and he drug tests you, instantly you got issues. Guys, let me put it like this. You are dealing with the federal government. These stuff that I'm showing you are federal laws. They're not, they're state regulation, but they're federal laws. These officers are in the state that you're going through. The laws they follow is federal laws. You get what I'm saying? So keep in mind, when you're coming out here to run your truck, remember you're running on a federal guideline. These stuff that I'm telling you, I'm not telling you, I just make light of stuff. But I'm telling you these things for a reason. These things are serious issues. You get what I'm saying? You go back up here. And for those of you guys who never join the live when it first came in, go back and watch it so you can have a better understanding of what we're talking about. You get what I'm saying? But you look at your report. This is your report. It comes down. See what it says right here? Carrier history. It gives the history of your company. What did I say about history? You guys hear me say it all the time. History is best qualified when it's documented. There's an history on your company. So for you guys who are coming out here, hey man, I'm just feeding in the information. These things that I'm showing you are some of the reason when you are a new carrier or you've been out here for a while and start to accumulate these violation with inspection. When a broker see that you were pulled over and have a violation, that's an issue. It can be a brake light, can be a violation for brake light. That's 2 points. It can be a violation for new tires. It can be a violation because you have a leak in the engine. One of your O's are no good. It can be a violation because you forgot to refill your windshield washer. You get what I'm saying? These things matters. That's why they're there. They're there for a reason. They're not there because they want the website to look good. They're there for a reason. So you guys got to take note and documented these stuff. And please, for all you guys who are coming in, I'm not trying to scare anybody from none of these stuff. I'm just showing you. That's why I make light of everything. I'm not trying to, you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to let you guys understand that this is serious business. You put your money up, you put your hard work and money up into this business. Do your business right. Your DOT medical card. I know guys who get the DOT today, right? They go and they pee, right? And the lady call and say, yeah, you're good. Yeah. Okay, good. And now y'all go home and you want cuz, right? You want cuz to stop to smoke down the world. You get what I'm saying? You want your girl smoke. You smoke, your girl smoke. You and the L-cat smoking, your girl smoking because you're sharing the weed, and the baby in the back smoking the smoke that you are blowing out. And then tomorrow morning you get up, you jump in the truck, you start to look load, broker give you 2 load, that weed's still in the system, and here you are now run down the highway, and the officer said, hey man, let me do a drug test on you because you. And now he do a drug test, and you come up dirty. You gonna see, you know what he gonna say? Kirky Fresh never tell you those stuff on the live. You get what I'm saying? And then I know guys who smoke throughout the years, and then when it's time to renew their medical card, They start to do the detoxing process. I don't smoke. You get what I'm saying? I don't smoke, but I'm just telling you, listen, man, I'm just telling you, keep in mind that when y'all do these stuff, you still have a business to run. You get what I'm saying? Y'all got a business to run, so y'all got to think about the consequences when y'all decide to do certain things. Whether it's running into going into a facility and cursing somebody out, whether it's in drinking or smoking, whatever it is. Y'all just got to remember that at the end of the day, you still got to go back in that 26-foot box truck to make an income for your family. So, hey, man, I'm just telling you, the choice is yours. I don't smoke. I don't get into that smoking stuff. I've never smoked. Leave that stuff out of my business. I run my truck. I want to make sure that when I'm running, I know I got a Class A license. I don't even play around. I don't play around with that stuff. You get what I'm saying? I leave that stuff alone. So some of y'all got bad habit, because that's really what it is. You get what I'm saying? But some of y'all gotta cut that bad habit out. Hi, why brokers rely on owner inspection? I thought the only thing they care about is picking and dropping. No, because okay. The person is asking why brokers care about inspection. I'm gonna tell you what the inspection does. The inspection, it makes your company more legit in the system. It makes your company more legit, because what happened is, it's like your company get verified by the federal government that it's a legit company. You get what I'm saying? And so because we have so many guys who are doing double brokers now, and a lot of shenanigan is going on, when a broker don't see an inspection, because guys who are running a scam, and as you guys know, people who are running a scam, they're not going to show up at a wait station doing certain things. So what happened is, when a broker see that this guy, when they see this guy go in and do an inspection, and the report there says that this 2016 Freightliner came in on the 21st of March at 9 o'clock, get a level 1, level 2, level 3 inspection and pass, brokers will more give you that load versus a guy that never get an inspection running around here for the last 8-9 months. And if you look at the topic, the semi, you know why semi can pick up a load? Even if a semi don't have inspection versus a box truck, because there's certain things with a semi that gotta be verified by a federal officer. Like when you sign up to become to do IFTA, they have to verify your address. And the verification for your address, someone shows up and make sure that that address on the application is the address that you say it is. See, y'all talk about this box truck term where y'all talk about a what the term y'all use? Virtual address. With a semi, ain't no such thing. Everything in a semi gotta be physical. It gotta be a physical address. And if you put an address and they come and it's a big open lot, you're not gonna get a portion plate. And if you apply for an apportion plate on a box truck, it's the same process. So a lot of you guys go on the internet and hear people talk about, virtual address, virtual address, virtual address, virtual this. You can't do that with a semi. So me with a semi, I can have a year on the road and never get inspected, and I can get loads all day long. Because there's certain thing under my MC that's been already verified. You get what I'm saying? So, but when it's a box truck, what do you guys have to understand when it's a box truck? When it's a box truck, because you guys have less requirement, you guys fly under the radar more. You get what I'm saying? You can pick up 12 pallets of weed in a box truck and drive from California all the way to Chicago and never get searched. You do that in a semi, it's a problem. Somehow they know the weed in the semi. I'm not telling y'all to do that stuff. I'm just telling you how low the radar is for a box truck versus a semi. Yeah, Kirky Fresh, I'm gonna try that. Good idea. Yeah, hey man, don't tell him I said it. I'm just using that as an example. Don't ever take illegal substance in your truck. You get what I'm saying? If you look at there was a news report came out a few weeks ago. This guy went to the border of Mexico in a box truck. I think he's from Ohio or Indiana or Chicago. I don't remember. But he had people in the back of the box truck. He had people in the back of the box truck. And the crazy part about him, you know why they pull him over? Because he have an expired tag. If you're going to do something, I'm not saying y'all supposed to do it. But if you're going to do something illegal, you would think somebody would make sure that the truck is legit. And then another thing that gives him away is the condition of his truck. But the point that I'm trying to make is he has a couple people in the back of his truck that was illegal immigrant that he was taking up to the north. Get what I'm saying? No, I don't know where they stopped him. But the point that I'm trying to make is box truck slide under the radar than semi. Because y'all have these less requirement. Y'all fly under the, a DOT officer will be doing pull a box truck over, and a semi will pass him at a certain speed, and he'll give the box truck driver back his stuff and go chase the semi down. That's how serious it is. Because we got more of a burden. You know what I mean? So yeah. Shout out to Jackson, man. But I'm not telling you guys to go do illegal stuff. You know what I mean? Face blues. Okay. Let me see. Someone say you're right, bro. No lie. All right. So I'm telling you guys. Let me go down. Let me just read some of this. Okay. Jackson said, I heard a broker the other day tell me average rate per mile was 120 for a box truck. Okay. The easiest way to find out your cost per mile, because that's what it is, your cost per mile, once you do your cost per mile, you will understand how much you need to be running at. I showed that last week. So if a broker tells you that the average rate per mile for a box truck is $1.20, then if you understand your cost per mile, you wouldn't get offended, because let's say he says $1.20, that might be the cost per mile he's willing to pay a box truck. But what if your cost per mile is $1.36? You get what I'm saying? Then even if he tells you $1.20, then you would negotiate to get the cost per mile to be where you want it to be at. Listen, guys, understand this. Brokers are always going to tell you the lowest rate. Stop getting offended when they tell you. I guarantee you tomorrow, if you comes out and tell a broker you can run a load for 50 cents, for 20 cents per mile, no broker is going to turn you down. They're going to, a matter of fact, they will even fine you load to keep you moving at that rate. Mandatory. You get what I'm saying? So don't get offended when a broker tell you that. That's their job. That's their job. Their job is to tell you what gonna benefit them. Hey man, I only got $700 in the load when they got 1,500. Hey man, it's only 2 pallets. When you go, it's 4 pallets. Hey man, it's only 4,000 pounds. When you go, it's 6,000 pounds. Hey man, you can deliver Monday to Friday. When you go, it's only on Tuesday. They're gonna tell you stuff. Whatever they're gonna tell you to benefit them, that's what they're gonna do. You get what I'm saying? But you have to know your cost per mile. And once you understand your cost per mile, doesn't matter what I say. Doesn't matter what this guy say. Don't matter what that guy say. All right. Could be dude on the fax. Someone pick up last. Someone will pick up. People will do that for whatever rate it is. You get what I'm saying? Let me see if I can cost per mile in a semi. Again, you got to do your cost per mile. You get what I'm saying? And let me say this to you guys too. Let me say this, okay? Your cost per mile is something that everybody who has a truck running have it. Every one of you guys who's own and operate a truck right now, you have a cost per mile. You just don't take the time to sit down and do it. That's the problem. This is why a lot of you guys don't know it. It is there. You get what I'm saying? So, for the sake of this conversation, I'm going to tell you again. When you get all your stuff together and you put your cost per mile together, when a broker said to you, I only pay 120, I only pay 95 cents. The average rate of a cost per mile is 35 cents. It won't offend you because you know what cost you need to be at to be running your truck. I never get offended by those stuff. Never. You get what I'm saying? I got Axel coming up because, oh my goodness. Axel, what's going on?
Hey, what's happening, Kirk? A lot of great info today. I hope they're all listening.
Oh, man. Look at this guy. Where you at, man? Where you at?
Man, I'm cruising. Whoa. There goes the Mustang.
That's your baby mama driving with the Mustang or your first wife?
No, I think that's one of your cousins practicing his driving.
Oh, man. We should get... Hey, Mark, if you're watching, man, could you please join me with Axel? Because we like to tease Axel about his ex-wife.
Hey, you were talking about the drinking and the drugging and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, a lot of these guys are new, and you could probably even look back in the past year or two when these guys have been crashing and killing people.
Yeah.
And I want to emphasize, you get an accident, that commercial vehicle, and you have something in your system, you might as well plan to retire from life because they're going to get the book and smack you real hard with it.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not like a regular vehicle. You're supposed to be a professional. You have anything in your system. Even you're talking about, you know, carrying alcohol and stuff in the truck. I don't even care if it's a box truck and you can't reach it. You put that 6-pack in the back of the box truck, because I know guys who've gotten busted. You know,
right.
DOT pulls them over, and why is this 6-pack back here in the box? Zero. You cannot have nothing.
Can't have nothing. Can't have nothing. And this is why when you get a load that is a beverage load, you need a liquor you need a liquor license. And so a lot of the time, if I'm gonna pick up 6 pallet that is beverage, the broker will apply for a liquor license for me, and that way I can print it out, and that will show proof that I'm authorized to take that load because I have that license. Until once I deliver it, that license is no good. But even with that liquor license, that still doesn't give it the permission to drink.
You know, even the broker agents sometimes, they don't know. I had one time I was down in Florida. I picked up 1 pallet of kosher chocolate that came from Israel. Then I picked up a second load, a double load, and it was going to be a pallet of liquor. I said, hold on, I need permits for this. I don't have the permit.
Right.
She said, hold on, let me check. She came back. She said, oh, you're right. I knew and she didn't know.
Right,
That's why
exactly.
you have to know what you're allowed and not allowed to do. Because sometimes those agents, they're new. They just came and decided to try to become a broker agent.
Mm-hmm. I tell people all the time that, you gotta, that's why we're talking about this today. That's why we're talking about this today, because again, you gotta have these things. You know what I mean?
And the other topic you talk about the inspections, and I put a little note in the comments. If you're
Mm-hmm.
strictly running expedite in the cargo vans, we actually sign off that we're only running under 10,000. We're not required to have those inspections.
Uh-huh.
And so a lot of times too, you got to make it clear to the brokers, because you might get a new agent that doesn't know any better, and they'll be checking your MC and say you haven't had an inspection in 4 years. Well, I only run
Exactly.
cargo vans. And that's another thing too. We got guys out here that they start off running cargo vans, and they start adding these trucks and stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
then when they get audited and they don't have anything, they find out the hard way they're going to be working at McDonald's.
Well, next thing I'm gonna talk about next week is I'm gonna talk about the audit, because a lot of guys are getting audit. And for you guys who don't know what I'm talking about, is you apply for the MC number, you get approved, they give you the MC number, and now a year came by, and you need to have a audit on the company, and some of you guys are clueless of what the process is. Get what I'm saying? And so a lot of people, we're gonna talk about that in the next episode, because a lot of you guys are getting failed, your MC getting cut off, and you don't know what to do. You get what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna talk about people that need to get an audit, what you need to have and all that stuff. You get what I'm saying? Because too many guys right now are getting audit, and don't know what to send to these DOT officers so they can get the audit. And these guys, actually, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The new entry audit, if you don't reply to those people within a certain time, they're gonna cut off your MC number. A few months ago, I had a guy call me, and he goes, "Hey man, I tried to book a load, and the broker told me my MC was inactive." And I said, "Well, let me look at the MC number." And I go and I look, and yeah, it was out of service because he failed his audit. When they send you that letter or that email, there's a phone number and an officer name. His information is there. You go and reach out to him, and he's gonna tell you exactly what he needs. You get what I'm saying? But stop ignore these letters and stop push these things aside, because you have 20 days to reply, and if you don't reply in 20 days, they're gonna cut your MC number. But I'm gonna do that in the next live, because there's so much that you guys don't understand about being out here. It's not just buying the truck and running, but audit is something that make you maintain your status out here. You get what I'm saying? All right.
Yep.
Interstate's Crusade is going out tomorrow to get an inspection. Yeah, you should go and get an inspection. What you was gonna say, Axel?
You're 100% right.
Right.
100%.
And I talk about people that are driving in their personal cars, and you can probably back me up on this. You see guys on the highway in these 26-foot box truck maxing out the 80 mile the truck can go, because they can't detach from the personal cars. And here you blow by, for your state, right? Your criminal state, Ohio. The DOT cars are what color? Gray?
Yeah.
Gray.
No, I think they got those SUVs usually. They're white with the blue on them.
The white one, yep. I think in Indiana is gray, right? I think Indiana is gray.
There's a lot of them that are gray.
or silver. Yeah, I think it's silver. Yeah,
So
but they're not they're not trucks that you can. They don't mark up like some of them don't mark up like police cars. Like most of the time, you see one of these DOT officers is when you already doing a violation.
hey,
It's, it's
Kirk,
you know.
hey, you drive through Ohio. They'll have two at every median, two, going all the way up.
Yeah,
Ohio
but
does not mess around.
exactly. But what I'm saying is, there are guys that are blowing on 70, and because let's say a guy from Jersey or see, I know them because that's I drive through it a lot. But let's just say a guy coming from a state that he never been through those states, and here those cars are in traffic because I see it all the time, and you blowing with your box truck, and you blow past these guys' SUV, not realizing that guys, let me say this, and actually you can back me up. One of the worst officer you want to blow past in a box truck is a DOT officer.
Yeah.
The regular police, cool. But that DOT officer, he gonna get you.
Even the troopers, man, the troopers are gonna get you.
That's what I'm saying.
Troopers are notorious.
They're notorious. You know what I mean? And which other state is that? You have I know Missouri are notorious for driving around in unmarked cars. They drive around a lot of these pickup truck, unmarked pickup truck. They're DOT officers. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And let me say this too. If you ever go into some of these, and guys, I'm telling you, pay attention. If you go into, say you go to St. Louis to do a delivery, and you might go on some of these, on the outskirts of St. Louis, a lot of the time the DOT officers that drive around in these pickup truck, like these Ford F-150, because they keep the scale in the back of the truck. You get what I'm saying? And so you go around and drive around through these guys' town. They posted 50 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour, and you coming through 70, 80 miles, and you pass one of these guys, they turn around on you. Instead of you think it's a regular police, a DOT officer. You get what I'm saying?
That brings up another point, Kirk. We got a lot of guys that they want to use the GPS with their phone, and I don't know how you operate. I don't use the phone for GPS unless I get to
I got a truck
area.
GPS. I got a truck GPS.
That's what I have, and I see the speed right there. So if I get off the highway and it drops down to 35 because I'm passing through a small town, I have no excuse. I see it right there on the screen. I don't know. I'm looking for a sign or guessing.
But those GPS can cost a lot. I understand. I'm not gonna knock a lot of people on that 100% because those GPS are like $500-$600. So for a new startup guy, that can be a hefty price to fork out one time on a GPS. So a lot of the guys, I get why they resort to Google use the Google map, because that GPS they cost a lot. I mean, come on, think about it. I'm starting a box truck business, low on cash. I got a budget. I think we were in Mark Live the other day. The guy said he had a startup at 40 grand. Get what I'm saying?
Hey, it's like going into war and all you have is your rifle and you didn't want to pay the money for the bulletproof vest.
Not everybody, but I get some guys. Some guys, of course, they can afford it, but I'm saying majority of the guys, they're low on cash and they're on a tight budget. So I would say to guys like that is, if you run your first 3 load or your first 4 load, buy you a GPS. Buy you a truck GPS. You get what I'm saying? And that should take you anywhere between the first 2 weeks. After you come out here, buy your truck GPS. And
if you see right there, I passed the officer on the side. He had his lights on, pulled over. You got to get over. You do not ride next to them, or you're going to find out something.
Right.
When they got someone pulled over, you must move over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I come out here and I got a truck GPS. I got it all, man, and it works for me. I love it. The truck GPS save a lot of time. because sometimes you'll go on a road and then you have to make a U-turn and all that stuff. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's just it. Listen, guys, let me say this. This is the big boy game. If you come in as a Chihuahua, just understand that you gotta get to the big boy game. It's a big boy game, and you gotta get to the big boy level at some point. All right. You can't come in as a Chihuahua and want to remain Chihuahua. You gotta get to that. So I'm not knocking everybody that can buy a GPS when it first came in, but just come in and just know that eventually you got to get one of that. You know what I mean? All right.
Part of the tools. Every tool helps you. It's like a carpenter with all his tools in his toolbox. Why wouldn't you want to have the tools?
Mm-hmm.
Get the tools, make your life easier. You know, it's like you want your wife to cook and she ain't got no pots and pans.
Right.
And you want to complain because your food sucks. Get her some pots and pans.
Yeah. 5-star logistics said those guys without the truck GPS be licking the low bridge clearance and wonder why. Yes, because and I'm gonna say something to 5-star too. You got guys with truck GPS, but because the setting is wrong, they still hit the low bridge.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? Because guys who are setting it up, when it asks what's the truck dimension, some guys put in the wrong dimension. You get what I'm saying? Rather than grab a tape measure and measure the truck, they hit the top of the truck. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of guys, even though they have the tool, they're still making these mistakes. You get what I'm saying? I always tell people, especially when you decide to come out here and do partial, have a tape measure. If you're not familiar with the sizes and how much pallet need to be 10 feet, 20 feet, whatever, have a tape measure. And you go outside and you buy a truck GPS and you put it on the top of the truck and you pull it all the way down. You see if 13 feet, 12 feet, whatever feet it is. Stop putting in these random numbers. You get what I'm saying?
Even I'm in a van. I got a tape measure right here in the door.
Exactly.
Right here in the door.
You get what I'm saying? So always to even 5-star said that they hit a low clearance bridge, but even guys who have the GPS still hit a bridge.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? Hey Kirk, how is partial in the semi, and do you gross more now? The partial in the semi, I do gross way more than a box truck. However, you know my however, right? You know my however, right? It's more work. You get what I'm saying? But I love it because, and you know what's the crazy thing about me running the partial in the semi-axle? Up to this day, I still haven't hit 45,000 pounds.
Really?
Still haven't hit 45. The most I've carried is 35,000 pounds.
Switch to a flatbed. They'll try to put you over 80,000.
and listen to this. I was talking to a broker last week. Like I said, I talked to 3 of these guys last week. One of my broker told me that he is paying semi $2,200 from Pennsylvania to Dallas. $2,200, 43,000 pounds.
Wow.
So you got guys who are running these trucks are getting $2,300, 43,000 pounds to set. You're talking about $1,300 in gas, or probably more, because all that weight is gonna eat up that gas.
Look, we got a new guy. He's even new on YouTube with the vans. Some of these guys might have seen him. He talks about the cold up north, and next week I'm only going to do Texas and California. He's taking loads for 70, 80 cents, driving 400 or 500 miles, and then driving back home empty. They're going to finish themselves off.
Yeah.
They don't want to learn the right way, and everything is a game.
Yeah, when I look for a semi, when I was buying my semi, I buy a semi with a sleeper. I got a Volvo 760 2007 2019, and I'm gonna tell you why. Um, someone emailed me the other day because I think they saw a video, and I'm gonna start post back my video. Especially, I got a lot of videos with the semi. A guy asked me why did I choose to go with a Volvo versus a Freightliner Peterbilt, Kenworth, or all those other truck. The reason why I go to Volvo is because they're similar to the Eno. They're similar truck. You get what I'm saying? And Freightliners are cheaper. And a lot of you guys, even in the box truck term, Freightliner are cheaper. A lot of people that research trucks always go with Freightliner because they quote unquote everybody can fix them. But the downside or the flip side of Freightliner is they tend to break a lot more than trucks that are way more expensive. Even you can buy a semi, you can buy a Freightliner $10,000 less than an Eno and fix that 5 times before you fix something on the Eno.
You know what else, Kurt?
It's just that's just how it is. Yeah, go ahead.
If you ever go to resell it, the foreign guys love Volvo.
Exactly.
So
you get what I'm saying? And another thing why I go with a Volvo, it's way more comfortable. It's more quiet, and besides it's being a good-looking truck, the ride is just way different than a lot of these. Like you're driving a I'm not knocking Freightliner, but Freightliner and Peterbilt, they tend to have a lot of they jerk a lot, and they have a lot of in-cabin noises that goes on. You get what I'm saying? But with a Volvo, it's like driving a car. You know what I mean? You really can relax. I got massage seats. I got everything you can think of. I got a refrigerator. Not that these other trucks doesn't have it, but and the unique thing about my my Freightliner, the difference with the Freightliner versus the Volvo also, Axel, we have an APU system. And so my APU system, I can turn on the heat in my APU system without having my APU system functioning. So the generator for my APU system, I can get heat in the truck without turning on the generator. But in a Freightliner, you have to turn on the generator. Y'all ever go to these truck stop and hear these like these motor running? That's the APU system.
Yeah. Or the reefer, one or the other.
Or the reefer. But if you ever go next to one of those, that's because he's running his APU system to keep warm. In the Volvo, you don't have to do that. The way they design it, it's separated. It's like two electrical system going on. It's crazy the way they set it up. But besides that, it's a very expensive truck, but it's very nice. You know what I mean? And it get me 5 wives. Axel. Axel. Not no witches, 5 wives.
5 wives?
Yeah. Oh man. I know you don't like the word wife.
Now. You're Mormon or something with 5 wives.
No, 5 wives is actually generated from Africa. You don't have to be a Mormon.
5 wives?
Of course. Where do you think
your wife know about the other 4?
Of course.
Wow.
5 wives never generate from Mormon. 5 wives is from Africa. That's the part of certain tribe in Africa.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a little greedy, don't you think?
This is why you see like Jim Brown from what do you call that guy down in that commit that massacre? I forgot his name, down in what was that? in Guyana. It was
I
Jim
don't know what
Brown,
you're talking
right?
about.
Yeah, Jim Brown, the guy that executed all those people that let them drink the Kool-Aid. He had a lot of wife too.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have 5 wives. You can't have 5 wives in America. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
My
There is
wife.
one Arabic I know. He has a small trucking company, and he's
Uh-huh.
got 2. He's got an Arabic wife and an American wife, but he's got them both overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But listen, if you if you what go back to what we're saying about. I want to go back on this alcohol thing because I was talking about guys who smoke and smoke throughout the year, right? When they're running when they're get their medical card, they smoke throughout the years. Tell people how important it is not to smoke. I know I
Listen,
just told it, but
listen. Even not to smoke. I got a friend. We're
Mm-hmm.
4 months difference in age.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a college degree. He still lives at home with mom playing video games.
Mm-hmm.
Even last year, he used to be an officer for our county. He's worked as a child support officer. Last year, he even got a CDL, and he was going to drive trucks for, I don't know, one of the grocery stores. And then he figured out real quick that wasn't for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's because he smoked that crap for the past 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you get all these guys, oh, it's okay, it's good for you, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, whatever. Keep
Mm-hmm.
smoking. But I don't know, if you're running a business and you want to be successful and move up in life, you got to use alcohol maybe in moderation, and any kind of drugs, you can do without it.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. I want to answer this question real quick. This is Anthony right here. He said that he did his cost per mile and came up with 38 cents per mile. That is incorrect.
100%.
It's
That's
incorrect.
not even enough for a van.
That's not even enough for a van. So you're calculating it wrong. So you may want to reach out and because you got it's not correct. All right. I think the right way to is partial and how Kirk does it. Listen, guys, partial is the only way you're gonna make a living out here if you're running your truck into pieces. In pieces mean doing partial. You get what I'm saying? If you're running one pick one drop, like Anthony just come up with a cost per mile at 38 cents. If you're running one pick one drop, as long as you know your cost per mile, you can pick up one load, and as long as your cost per mile is covered, you will, once you cover your cost per mile, you're making a profit, you can run that load. But if you're running below your cost per mile, or you're running off of these throwing numbers out negotiation type of deal, you get what I'm saying? Then you cannot operate a business like that. You have to have a cost. If the broker have $700 that they're not gonna pass, that's their cost that they're willing to pay.
And they got to remember,
If your cost is $900 to run that load, then you don't take it. Go ahead, Axel.
they got to remember too, that cost per mile, it's not always fixed. They shoot the diesel up to $6 a gallon. If you get in an accident and your insurance is going up, then your cost per mile is going to cost you more also.
This is why when I do the cost per mile, I do it in 2 phases. I do the cost per mile to operate, and I do the cost per mile based on the mileage for that month of gas.
Yeah.
So if you burn, so guys, let me tell you what I mean. I do one cost per mile that you need to be at to be profit and make it a profit for your trucking company. And I also do a cost per mile within the same contents, but I use mileage and gas. You get what I'm saying? So if I do 1,000 miles a week, that's 4,000 a month. It should cost me $3,000 in gas. You get what I'm saying? And if I spend 4,000, if I do 4,000 miles, 3,000 in gas, then I should generate with that mile and gas $25,000 a month.
You know the biggest thing in Expedite where they kill their cost per mile?
Uh-huh.
All the excessive deadhead, because we have no ELD. They think because they're in a van, they can drive all over the place. They'll drive 1,000 miles home, you know, and they just kill their cost per mile.
Mm-hmm.
Just throw it right out the window. It's like throwing money right in the garbage can.
Yeah, and another thing I find is people are I want to touch a little bit on this right here. People are deadheading. Guys, when you pick up a load, right? Some of you guys are deadheading to pick up a load, and you're you're deadheading to these load crazy deadhead mile.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? So someone will get a load that, let's say the load, let's give you a state, right? Chicago. Let's use Chicago. You cannot drive to Minnesota to pick up a load and then come back to go to Dallas. You can't do it. Because if you go 250 miles up and 250 miles down, that's 500 miles from your point of, from the point where you leave to come back, that's 500 miles. Then you got to add the mileage to go to do the delivery. So just by getting that load, you already accumulate 500 miles. Now you have to do another 800 miles to go deliver the load. That's not how you deadhead the truck.
You know, we had a guy, Kirk, about 2 years ago. He drove 400 miles to pick up a 400-mile load in a van for $1 a mile. I said, bro, you have to count those miles. Oh, no, those don't count. I said, no, that's like you're doing all the miles now for 50 cents. Now you're negative, you're pulling money from your pocket. No, you don't look at it like that. Okay, don't look at it like that. Is he in the van anymore? No.
Right.
Out of business.
Out of business. Because you get a load that, this is what some people do. When you negotiate the load, you are in the positive. The broker pay you $1,200. It was a good deal. But what you never put in consideration is you got to double the mileage. So if a broker said, go to St. Louis and go to Texas, then you're in the green. But if you got to backtrack to get a load to come back down to go do the delivery, just you can't do that. You can't do that. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, Kirk.
Hold on. A man is asking, how do I get? I just use that as an example. I just use that number as an example. So don't use that as a fixed number. I just use the $4,000, $3,000 in gas as an example. Get what I'm saying? Go ahead, Axel.
You know, I treat every load like I'm on a mission, number one. Number two, I treat every load like it's my first. I want to make sure everybody's happy. And I don't care. Like, I have a load to pick up tonight at midnight. And the broker wanted to knock off $50. And I told the broker, listen, that's a night run. I'm going to need extra money for extra coffee and extra snacks. And the broker said, you're right. Here you go. But even that $50 is your $50. And if you just keep throwing that little money away, it adds up over a year.
Right.
And then you guys want to fight for the loads to get more money from the brokers, but yet sometimes you guys won't negotiate and let them chisel you away. You got to say no sometimes.
You got to say no. You gotta know when to take the load, and you gotta know when to say no, because some load doesn't worth it.
Even here, it's the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Because I stayed out this weekend, I grossed another 1,300 by the time I dropped this last one in the morning. But
Right.
some guys, they want to be home with mama and the kids or whatever, or they don't want to work weekends. Well, you pull an extra 1,000 or so on a weekend, you work an extra 3 weekends, it's another 3,000 a month. Times minimum 10 months, it's another $30,000.
Right.
But if you want to sit home and watch Netflix for 30,000 loss, go ahead.
Well, so and another thing, and being now we're talking about this cost per mile, I want to touch back on this right here. For a lot of guys, especially you guys in a box truck, especially guys that are running the box truck, the cost per mile, everybody cost per mile is different. You get what I'm saying? And so the reason why it is important, I think someone was in the chat saying that they just bought a 2016 Freightliner and they're coming out soon. The reason why a guy like you should be already putting together your cost per mile is your first day of coming out here, negotiating with brokers, having that cost per mile, the first day is a power to you because now you're going to know what you need to be at running your first load. Versus what a lot of guys are doing is they coming out here running loads and then try to figure the cost per mile out. You get what I'm saying? The average box truck get anywhere between $1.36 and $1.67 per mile. You get what I'm saying? If your cost per mile is above $1.67, then that's gonna be your cost per mile. However, this is why partial is important, because if you have a high cost per mile, then a guy, like say a guy that is $1.40 and you are at $2 per mile, then this is why partial is important to offset that $2. You get what I'm saying? But you're not gonna find brokers dishing out $2 to give box truck drivers. So what you have to do is you're gonna have to take the load that pays the most on one load, which is a partial, and then you find a next partial that's gonna pay, even if it doesn't pay the most, it's gonna offset that other partial that now gonna cover your cost per mile. Get what I'm saying? So if your cost per mile is $2, and let's say your cost per mile is $2.25, you get what I'm saying? If you find loads out here that can pay you $2.20 and it's a one pick, one drop, then go ahead and take it. But that's not the average. You get what I'm saying? Now, if you have a $2.25 and you are looking on the load board, then what you have to do is you have to find a load that's gonna cover maybe 150, 180, and then you go find your next load that's gonna offset that and cover the balance of your cost per mile. This is why I said last time when I was in the live, your load that you looked in tomorrow, if it's 16 feet or 13 feet, 13 divided by 2 is 26, then you should cover your cost per mile with those two loads. You get what I'm saying? But I see guys sometimes will still get two partial and still haven't get their cost per mile covered. And that's a negotiation issue. You get what I'm saying? If you and I'm gonna tell you another thing I find, Axel. You got guys who are negotiating the first load and then negotiate the second load based on the first load. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Every time you guys negotiate a load, always negotiate that load as if your truck is empty. Never negotiate a load in consideration that there's a load in your truck. Because again, the aim of the game is to get the most out of each load. So if I can get $1.80 from one and $1.80 from the next one, and it's 5 or 10 pallet on my truck, then I'm winning. But what I find is a lot of guys said, well, I already get 180 on this, and the broker offered me 120, so I'm gonna just take it. I'm not even gonna negotiate. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, in the vans they'll take it for 50 cents.
You can't do that. You gotta negotiate it as if the truck's still empty. You get what I'm saying? I got your best friend up here, man.
Oh,
Mark, what's up now, Mark?
Yeah, what up, man?
I got your best buddy up here, man, Axel.
Oh yeah.
You
Well,
know?
I'm canceling my live for the night, so I'm finna
Oh
why
man,
is the
cancel.
camera sideways? Is he laying down?
You said
Oh, there.
what? Oh yeah.
Your camera. Turn it
Oh,
back.
yeah,
all
but
right, this way.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You
cancel. I
can't
gotta
you
cancel.
canceling the load?
Yeah, man.
Not the load, the
No,
live.
I gotta reschedule it probably for the. I got that one scheduled probably for the Tuesday or Monday. I gotta
Okay.
reschedule it.
What do you got?
Yeah.
Hot date?
Nah, man, I was in Micro Center, man, listening to you buying all this stuff. I plugged something in and I just heard a pop. So, man, the Mac won't even cut on. I think I fried the Mac, man. So now I gotta,
New
I
Mac.
fried the
New Mac
Mac,
coming.
I fried the Mac, and I fried a monitor. So,
Wow.
man, now I gotta go spend like 3-4 grand tomorrow on a Mac, iMac Studio. That's what I was trying to avoid, but
Oh, you didn't get the studio? He's
I
going
don't
high
have,
tech now.
I don't have no choice. I got lights running. I got cameras running. I got 3 monitors running. I got the stream deck running. I got the microphone running. It's just too much stuff, man. And I think
Hey, add a surge protector. Plug everything in
I
the
got
surge
two
protector.
surge protect. Dude, I got 2 surge protectors down here. I just think I don't know. Maybe the monitor that I bought today was defaulted, something I bought, but as soon as I plugged it in, it said boop, and then I had to go hit the box. And then I put the what's the box called? Damn, the box, man, with
Electric panel?
I had to flick the switch, then I flicked it, but it was still red. So then I went back and I'm like, well, damn, I plugged the monitor, I took it out, and then I went to plug that one back in, and I saw the back of the damn iMac just spark. So yeah, I think I fried it, man. I'm mad as hell, man.
I'm telling you, only I had a audio issue early on. When I was on, I had an audio issue early on.
Oh yeah,
It happens, man.
You might
yeah,
want to
man.
hire that little sign language person to put down the bottom corner for next time.
What are you talking about?
He say you should
Nice.
hire a sign language person.
When his audio goes out.
Oh,
No, he said I
yeah.
gotta hire a
Oh,
sign language person. You
Yeah,
know
so
you only get that from Axel.
yeah. So I'm
This
gonna have to
question,
cancel tonight.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna cancel
Uh,
it. I ain't got a
uh,
choice.
Grace Logistic asks, do you ever book the first partial and have an issue finding the second to go with it? No, I never have that issue. This is why I told you guys that when you book the first partial, based on where you're going, you start to look in those states. You get what I'm saying? You start to look in those states. So as you're traveling, you're booking load into the direction of your destination that you're gonna deliver. You get what I'm saying? So I never have that issue. All right. Now it's always nice to book and find the first to load out of the state you're coming out of. It's just less hassle. But remember, you got 11 hours to drive. So every time you're on a recycle, you should be using that 10-hour recycle to find load. Another thing I find with a lot of you guys also that have an issue, your schedule with driving your truck is just off. Like some of y'all I don't know how you guys do it, but if you pick up your first partial 5 o'clock in the evening, 4 o'clock in the evening at the end of the day, and you get out of there, you guys gotta schedule your truck where you don't be driving all night into the next morning and then you spend the whole day sleeping. You get what I'm saying? Those stuff miss out and you finding a partial. I lose, let me drop the link again. I lose Mark the mentor. So I dropped the link for Mark. So Axel, we gotta get you Mark a new computer. But even you guys was just talking about that last week on his channel, and he said he wasn't gonna buy a new computer.
Yeah, you know, he uses the eCam like I have, but
Mm-hmm.
as you start adding more and more to it,
Yeah.
it uses a lot of stuff. So like if you want to put motion backgrounds and stuff, you put a lot of stress on the computer as well. So that's why,
The stream,
like,
you're talking about the stream deck? The eCam stream deck?
no, eCam itself, not like you're using what do you
StreamYard.
use? You're using StreamYard. Well, there's eCam.
I'm gonna get eCam. Me and him was talking about it.
eCam is, man, you can do a lot of stuff with eCam. It's about
So
$385 for the year.
so you said I shouldn't get it now with my laptop that I have?
How old is your laptop?
I just bought it about 6 months ago.
What is it?
It's a MacBook Pro.
Yeah, you should be all right with the MacBook Pro if it's a newer one. Like I use a Mac Mini. It's underneath my
Yeah,
desk.
I got the MacBook.
And here, you know how you brought
But
that video up from YouTube?
yeah.
Well, what a lot of guys will do is they'll use like an iPad or another iMac Mini or another laptop to bring those videos and stuff in because it takes the workload off your main system. In eCam, as you start adding and doing a lot of stuff, it's a lot of stuff, especially if you add more cameras and everything.
Hey, Mark, let me ask you a question, right? Because I know we were talking about this the other day. Is it because of the eCam why your computer shut down, or?
Nah. So when you're streaming,
Uh-huh.
and you're adding stuff, right? I'm pretty much adding everything to the back of the Mac. So I got 2 Thunderbolt ports. I got 4 USB ports.
Uh-huh.
I got an SD. It's just a bunch of ports back there. So, and then I got a another thing that I put in the back of it so I can add more ports because you know all these lights and stuff are USB.
Mm-hmm.
The camera is USB, the mic is USB, so I had to get an extra 8 ports. So I plugged the adapter into the back. So I'm using 3 ports plus the other 8 ports, which I got plugged into the computer. So you got all the lights, you got the mics,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
got the monitors, because I got 3 monitors.
yeah. Uh-huh.
I got the stream deck. That's
Oh,
another port.
I know what you're talking about now. You're talking about the plugin setup.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
So
Mark,
what Axel was telling, I listen, I know. All right. I don't want to go like I got a damn near $2,000 Mac. Now I gotta go buy a studio, which is like
something else.
3-4 grand. But now this Mac don't work. It don't even cut on no more. It don't even cut on no more.
You're gonna need something else eventually, Mark. You're gonna need an 810 mini. So you plug the cameras and stuff into that 810 mini. That's an encoder, and then that runs into your Mac because it doesn't make the Mac work. Put a lot, like when you start adding the cameras and stuff, it puts a lot of workload on the computer. So like if you're putting those multi jacks straight into the Mac, it's bad.
Oh.
I'll explain it to you tomorrow or something.
Man,
so let me ask you this, Mark. Let me ask you this, Mark, because I remember we talk about my eCam. I got a MacBook Pro, the 13-inch.
You're gonna need something bigger.
I'm gonna need something bigger with the Stream Deck, right?
Yeah, with the Stream Deck, with the eCam, because the thing is when you streaming with eCam didn't have nothing to do with this. But when because the computer wasn't even on yet. The eCam with the eCam, like what you streaming with StreamYard, you're using their bandwidth, right? So because it's web based, so you pay a subscription, and when you log into StreamYard, you're using StreamYard's bandwidth. They're allowing you so much bandwidth. That's why it says you can stream the package is so much, you know what I'm saying? Then the higher you go up to unlimited, the more money, right? With Ecamm, you're using your own bandwidth. So whatever internet package you got, right? Depending on the type of package you got, that bandwidth that it's taking, that it's pulling from, is pulling from your modem. It's pulling from your modem. So, you know, like I got right under the enterprise package. So I got, you know, I got a strong package just because I be streaming. But, you know, to make the stream look good, how it's crystal clear, you running 4K cameras and all this stuff, it's pulling a lot. So when I added this, I wanted to add another monitor. So I went and bought a 27-inch monitor and then the Thunderbolt port adapted to run it because I wanted to handle all the pre-production on one screen, which really is, it was really just me just spending money, because I could have did it the way I had been doing it and splitting the screen in half, cutting the 27-inch, because I got the 27-inch. I got one running vertically. So I don't have it. If I could flip this camera,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I got it.
You set it up like the like when you do stocks.
Yeah, so it's running vertically. Right. So that way I can cut it half. So I had this
man.
Right. So I got pre-production on the bottom, and then if I want to share a screen, I had it on the top, and then the iMac.
Axel, so we can figure this rich guy out.
Man, so now I gotta go buy a brand new Mac tomorrow, but I gotta get the studio. Man. So
you're saying don't even mess with it on this computer because you're not gonna.
Nah, the iMac ain't gonna. I mean, the MacBook 13 inches is not. It's first of all, it's gonna be with the Ecamm. You're gonna have to have your pre-production. You're gonna need a screen for that alone, with your levels, all your pre-production stuff. You're gonna need to see that on the screen alone, and then your YouTube production screen where you can see your bit latency and all that stuff. You need that on the screen, so that way when you see comments coming up and all that stuff, you can control that stuff from Stream Deck, but you need to control it from within YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna let you know. You know what I'm saying?
Well, my wife bought this Stream Deck for Christmas for me. This right here I was telling you about. Let me unplug it so I can show you.
Yeah, you showed me.
This one right here.
You can plug that into your computer, but the more you stream, like you was telling me you was building it out, the more you stream, the more you want to make your stream better. So once you keep adding more and more stuff, right? If you plug it in straight into the back of the computer and you don't have a computer that's set for streaming, like a real powerful computer that, you know, it's designed and it's made to pull, you know, and for streaming, like a MacBook, not a MacBook, but like a Mac Studio.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Then it's gonna work, but you're gonna plug that one thing in one day like I did. And pop.
That computer is like the heart. You just keep adding stuff to it, and you're making that heart work so hard.
Right. So, you know, I didn't know no better. I thought, you know what I'm saying, it's a Mac, it's strong, but you know, I'm putting, you know, this shit I'm putting on here ain't cheap. So, you know, these are Samsung. You know what I'm saying? Like these monitors, this camera, this 4K camera, the mic, all these lights and shit. You know, it's just that the Stream Deck, all that's getting plugged into the back. So the Mac is pushing all that.
When you plug those cameras into the computer for that 4K, you need the cam link. But if you get the 810 mini, you don't need the cam link because the 810's already an encoder. And you also get another dashboard with the 810 where you can do other stuff with it. It has its own fan built into and everything, so it takes a lot of work out. And even from the 810, you can do your video out.
So I was using a USB 3.0 super speed 7-port hub, but I was only using 3 of the hubs. And then I had everything else plugged in to the back of the computer. So I don't know. It's just a lot of
you're making that one port work real hard though.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's probably the thing.
But I wouldn't have think adding another monitor would have sent the whole system kaput. Just
Right.
adding, that's all I added was another monitor.
Even my microphone, I have that Shure SM7B. That's a dynamic microphone. I
Mm-hmm.
even have another little box. It's called a cloud lifter. That gives me that extra gain. That mic has to be powered. So I can't even, if I was to just try to use that with my Mac, it wouldn't work. That's why I run into a cloud lifter, and then it connects to that Roadcaster, where I can
Yeah.
adjust all the audio levels and everything. I can
Man,
blow out your ears if I want to.
it seems like, because I was once I get once I get this studio set up, seems like I might have to hire somebody that does this YouTube put together, because I was watching a guy on YouTube. His mic is like $400.
That's what I have.
You get what I'm saying? And then, but what I'm saying is, it seems like I gotta put like all these stuff together and then spend like maybe like about a good $3,000 to set everything up,
Probably more.
or probably more with the computer.
Because the computer, if you get the right computer, unless you can build your own computer. But see, I don't know how to do it, and I don't.
But wait though, Mark, the Ecamm only, you gotta have the Apple though.
All right. So I'm just gonna cut to the chase, because I just don't want to go through. It's like I don't like I spent, when I set my office up, I set it up in Micro Center. And I spent the day in there. I just don't have the time to just spend all that time in there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna go in there and just tell him to give me the goddamn. And I don't want to buy it. He's been telling me to get it for the longest. I just like, man, why do I need to get the studio? What's wrong with what I got? What I got is working fine. You know what I'm saying? But I guess I gotta get this damn.
I have the Mac
studio.
Mini right below that studio. It'll work fine for you.
The Mac Mini?
Yeah, the Mac Mini.
So you're saying the Mac Mini will push out everything that I got in here?
Yep.
Yeah, because I think you said you need to separate the power. You need to separate all that plugging
you just got to
into.
take the workload off.
Yeah, you got to take the workload off. So you
Because,
probably have to create a junction box separate from the computer, right, Axel?
No, there's just different components. Like when I started building mine, I'll be honest with you, I've been building mine for about 1.5 years from watching all these guys, from the camera guys to the streaming guys to the audio guys. I mean, I got probably thousands of hours in video watching all these guys. All my stuff between my cameras, my gear at home, and even I have a unit for inside the vehicle, I got minimum $10,000. Minimum.
So Axel, you're saying that my MacBook can work? My MacBook Pro can work with Ecamm?
I have to see the specs on it, but what those guys were trying to explain is because that Ecamm keeps advancing and adding more stuff.
Right.
Inside the Ecamm, there's a camera switcher. But that camera switcher, I can use it, but it filters through my 810 Mini. So it's not bringing the workload inside the computer, it's external. Like I have what's called the 810 Mini Pro. I can hook another 4 HDMIs into it. I can hook 4 cameras into it. You can get the bigger version, I forget what it's called. That thing I think has like 8 jacks. So you could plug as many HDMIs as you want into it. And all you got to do is push the button and click over.
How much is that one?
The 810 Mini Pro is between $400 and $500. When you get to the other one, you got to go to the Black Magic. It's called Black Magic, and you'll see all their equipment because they have a lot of pro stuff. You know, when you see the systems against the wall and all that stuff. Like I have another thing I can plug 2 SD cards into it to play video clips. I can make them play on loop and everything. It looks like a little, like, I don't know, cassette player almost. That thing I spent $450 on it.
So my Mac got an 8 gig memory. Is that too small?
I don't know. I have to compare it with the Mac Mini. If it's below the Mac Mini, I wouldn't try to upgrade, add more stuff. From what those guys were saying, you got to stay Mac Mini and above. If you got the studio, you'll be top notch because it's super powerful.
But isn't this bigger than a Mac Mini in space? The MacBook Pro? Because you have the MacBook Mini, then the MacBook Pro,
think
and then
It might be, but see, you guys want to use the laptops too. I would stay away from the laptops.
that's what I was saying. That's what I was just about to say. I think when you're at home, you can use the big boy toys, but when you're on the road, you just might want to stream from
Then
StreamYard.
I gotta start ask for donation because I don't got $4,000, man. I gotta ask you and ask them.
The only reason I'm spending it because I started it. Now since like I ain't got no choice. I ain't gonna let you be like, well, man, Mark's computer blew up and he can go get a new computer. So now I gotta go spend $4,000. You know what I'm saying?
Why I didn't start right away, Mark? Because I don't want to have that issue. I'm trying to make sure everything's right. You know, I don't want to have to deal with it afterwards.
Yeah, no, I think he's right though. After you start to if you travel like us, then it's better to have this going on with a laptop. But then if you're home, just have a studio that is just set.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. But see, that's what I was doing.
I have another unit for the road though. You don't need the computer.
Yeah, if you're traveling, then you can do StreamYard and because you're on the road.
Do StreamYard because you're on the road. But then if you're home, you gotta just set it up. I think that's what I'm gonna do once I take everything out of this office. And then,
I got another unit for the road, the YOLO Box Pro.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing with Ecamm too, Mark. Mm-hmm. If you got the home unit, and then let's say you got a laptop for the road, of course you don't want to hook up 5 cameras on the road, but you can actually copy your files and drop it over your other system. So you wouldn't have to re-download everything, and transfer. I think you got to drop it to the cloud or something, and then load it onto the laptop. So because it's your account, you can have 2 units. So if you went mobile or you went somewhere, you'd have your Ecamm with you. Because everything goes in folders and stuff. You can save everything. All your PNG files, your motion graphics, everything. We'll have a webinar on it.
I think we lose Mark again. I want to join. I want to have if Anthony can join us. Anthony said that is cost per mile. Listen to this, Axel. And maybe Mark, his monthly fixed cost is $31.26. The question I want to ask is he, because that's his cost. I don't know if he's running local, OTR, if he owns a truck, all that stuff. You get what I'm saying? But he said that the reason why his cost per mile is 38 cents is because he have a 3,126 monthly cost. You know what I'm saying?
Make sure he doesn't have his rent figured in that.
Yeah, so
a lot of these guys want to count their Hellcat payments, their rent payments, their girlfriend donations.
But we're gonna I want to see if he can join us. He said, my man, Young World right here. Remember Young World? Young World was in Mark Live.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Young World said, yo, just got back. I heard you can have 1,000. You can have hazmat and your haul under 1,000 pounds. That is correct.
Yep.
1,000 pounds without no hazmat license. So that is correct.
Yeah, I carry hazmat if it's under 1,000.
Now, it's kind of tricky because normally when I'm getting hazmat, I always ask for more money.
Yeah, you should if you know.
Hey, you know me, right?
Yeah.
I lose Mark again. Anthony, what's up, man? Good evening.
Peace. How we doing tonight?
Hey, what's up, man? You say you have $3,000 in cost per mile?
No, that was my fixed cost. I'm trying to figure it out. I haven't gotten started yet.
All right, so tell me how much is your insurance?
It's $835.56 a month.
Okay, so
what vehicle?
What vehicle you got? What kind of truck you got?
I don't have it yet, but I will have a 2017 Eno 268.
Okay, so you're in the process of buying an Eno.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so your insurance is how much? How much?
$835.56.
Sounds low to me.
$835. Okay.
Well, hold
what
on,
about
Kirk,
your
that
truck
sounds
payment?
kind of low to me. 836 on a Hino.
What state are you living?
North Carolina.
Well, it can't be low because again, you have bad driving record?
No, not at all.
You
Plus,
have any
what I done, I spent the last year driving for another gentleman. Plus, I've been doing like Amazon Flex, so I guess you use that as well as potential experience.
Okay. What is your truck payment gonna be?
Truck, $1,311.
$1,311. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have truck maintenance of $300 a month, right? Then you're gonna have to
right.
get
I do plan to. I am starting my maintenance account with 5,000, but I didn't know whether to do a set amount for the maintenance going in, like a 10 cent per mile, 15 cent per mile.
You want to do $300 a week times 4, because that's just your truck not going to break down every day, so you don't have to have that overhead too high. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
What else you got?
I got see, I didn't add my maintenance, so I got my phone. I have is $45.58 a month.
Okay, so your phone is gonna be 40. Let's put it at $50. All right.
Right. I got my QuickBooks accounting at $15 a month.
You don't need that.
Okay. Health insurance.
You don't need QuickBook, and I'm gonna tell you why you don't need QuickBook. You need to learn to
do it on spreadsheets. I know I watched a lot.
Right.
Yeah, I watched you and your wife. One of your what's the name? So I got my cousin who's real proficient in Excel. I'm not the best at it. She's coming by Tuesday to do that.
It's real easy. You get what I'm saying? And let me say this, Anthony. Once you get doing the things that you're doing now, it's just a recycle.
Right.
It's the same thing every month, recycling. You get what I'm saying? The only thing changes is the income.
Okay.
All right. What else you got? What about the keep trucking?
I got 180 on my load board. Oh no, I got 75 on my ELD because I got the camera.
Do you audit? Why y'all buying these cameras, bro? Jesus. Why you need a camera? Tell me why.
I just figured it'd be good for like potential insurance issues.
But it's not your camera, so it's cheaper to buy a camera off Amazon rather than pay a company for a camera every month for the next goddamn 5 years.
Sounds right.
Think about it. You pay $75. If 45 go for the ELD and the rest go to the camera, that's money you're losing. Right. You can go to Amazon and get a camera for $100. That it's yours.
Right.
Your one-time payment. You see what I'm saying? You need to cancel that. You need and let me tell you what kind of truck you got, 268. You need to get the basic, which is $25 a month.
Okay.
That's it. It should be $300 a year plus the $150 for the units. It should be $450.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So
yes,
for that, we're gonna add an additional $450. And that's a yearly cost.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
No, what else you got? So we got your phone.
I got like my yearly DOT, $300 a year.
No, that's not a year. That's a one-time payment.
I thought that not the DOT, the MC number. You don't have to do that every year. No,
sir. That's one time.
Oh, okay. Damn.
That's one time.
That out of there.
Yeah, I know. You're getting a free consultation here.
No. I'm gonna still break bread with you, brother, because I am because I like your partial game. I see you. Hey, don't worry about that. Hey, you'll still see me break bread with you. I promise you.
Hey, Axel. You see how we save it, Anthony, from getting ripped off?
Don't forget to add the snacks in there. I see he's a healthy guy like me.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm on the way. I'm on the down slope, Axel. Stop it. I'm on the down slope.
Don't pay him, don't mind, man. You know he's a troublemaker.
What else we got
What
here?
else they got?
I got the
UCR.
180 low board.
Okay, the 180. Okay. What else I got?
UCR, it's like 25, 30 bucks.
UCR, I put 65.
Okay.
I got 42 for the UCR.
No, wait. UCR is every year.
Yeah.
So that's the one that's every year.
Yes, but your MC number is one time you pay for that. It should
Okay,
be
good.
$300.
Okay.
And you don't pay for your EIN number.
No, sir. No, I got all that. I got my business account and all that. I was on March Live. I was the gentleman, I don't know if you remember, that has like 40K in capital starting costs.
Okay,
And
cool. Okay,
you guys were telling me not to
Okay.
put down all that money on the truck. So
Okay, what else you got?
I think we covered what I got.
Okay.
Then I started getting into variable cost, but I didn't really get into variable. I was just trying to figure the fixed.
What is a variable? What is that?
I was just assuming on like 8,000 miles a month, spending about $46.80 on fuel, about $468 on diesel.
Stop right there. $8,000 a month for gas?
8,000 miles, assuming 8,000 miles.
On how much that gonna equivalent in gas?
$4,680 approximately.
Okay. And you're gonna do that every month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you do it like that, how much do your cost per mile come up to be?
Well, I didn't add the variable. The number I was stating, the 38 cents, was just on the fixed cost that I had.
Okay.
And I said fixed cost. And that's part of the consultation I'm gonna get, because I get kind of confused in trying to do the variable without actually running anything.
Tell me the variable. Tell me what it is, and I'll tell you. Tell me what it is.
It'll be like hotel, food.
Okay, you're not gonna stay at a hotel every night, right?
Right.
Okay,
right.
So if you stay at a hotel every time you do a reset, which is about 2 to 3 days, you're talking about $150 a night. So that's $300. Unless you're a bougie guy that want to sleep in a
I can thug it.
All right. So we had another 150. We had another 300.
Okay.
Right. So we're gonna put another 300. We got $37.91, so almost at $3,800. Then we're gonna slap you another $500 for food, give and take.
Okay.
Right. So I got $42.91, almost $43. What else they got?
That's all I got. I had, like I said, I hadn't gotten to the variable.
Let's round it off at $4,500 every month.
Okay.
Okay. Does that sound fair? Because you might want a little Twinkies here and there, and you might.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from
you might spend an extra night at the hotel. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So you are $4,500 every month, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now there's 2 factors that you're gonna have to put into this. When I do a cost per mile, I do the mileage plus the gas, or I do both, which that way you understand. But what you have to understand also, when you do a cost per mile like this, you have to come up with a radius. You get what I'm saying? Because even though you say 8,000 miles and that equivalent to 4,000, that sounds good to you. But when you start booking load, if you don't know what you're doing, you find out that a broker will have you go to California 2 times.
Right. Yeah.
You get my point?
Your radius. I'm like I said, I'm in North Carolina.
Right.
So the plan is to run, East Coast, maybe over a little bit, Tennessee, that line of states up there, Ohio.
And then stay in that radius.
Yes,
so
sir.
what we're gonna have to do now is we're gonna have to now put all this number in, and then it will give us a cost per mile. You're a little over $1, but it's not 38 cents, and it's more than you think it is. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
However, once you understand whatever the cost per mile is, you put that radius, then the cost per mile is gonna say at this cost per mile with this mile and gas that Anthony's running, he should be making 20,000, 18,000 a month.
Okay.
That's what it tells you how much you should be generating. So with the radius, the mile, the gas, and how much it costs you to run the truck for the whole month, is going to tell you how much you need to be at.
All right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
sir.
the next thing is to put this in the system and then let it tell us how much. Your cost per mile is very low. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think at this cost per mile you can make a lot of money because it's hard for you to lose.
That's
You
what I
get what I'm
want to
saying?
hear.
And I think one of the things that you have with a lot of guys that have the advantage over a lot of guys is you're doing your own work.
Yes, sir.
See, a lot of guys buy the truck and then try to figure this out. So if you're gonna book a load tomorrow and the broker said, hey man, we're gonna pay you 120, you already know what your cost per mile is. So if your cost per mile is 120, you know you're not losing. Get what I'm saying? Now we have to find out if that's gonna be a full truck or a partial.
Right.
If it's 120 and it's a partial, then you can add a next load to it. And if that load is gonna be 160, then it's 120 times 160. And now you're running over $2 a mile. You only have 4,500 a month.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So once you understand that, now let me say the other bigger part that's gonna save you. When you go on DAT board and you look at the load board, now you know your negotiation factor that you need to be at.
Right.
So when you go on the board, they're not going to throw these ridiculous numbers. Because you know that if I'm getting 150 per mile, I'm good.
Right.
But if you go on the board and you blank and you said this load in the last average day paid $2, I need 250. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you look, guys said TQL is very disrespectful because most of the time when you throw ridiculous numbers, they hang the phone up on you.
But being a new authority, I'm probably gonna have to run with TQL, right?
I'm not saying you can't run with them.
Right.
I'm just saying when you understand
I have a
your cost per
negotiating
mile, you're better to negotiate versus a
Right.
guy that don't know it.
Right. Yes, sir.
You get what I'm saying? So if I look, like somebody said in the comment early on, I think somebody said the broker told them the load was the average for box truck cost per mile was $1.20. Cool, they can tell you that. But what if your cost per mile turns out to be $135? You're gonna pass on that load, or you're gonna negotiate the load to get it to your cost per mile.
Right.
But if somebody doesn't know it, then when they say it, you get offended by it. You get what I'm saying? So when you come with that Eno and then you decided to get that load board and you look on the board and you start to negotiate, then that broker now, once you give that number, they're going to know you're being reasonable. And they can say, oh, yeah, let's negotiate with this guy.
Right.
Versus Oxford, I always want to get $5-7 a mile. Yeah, they're going to just hang the phone up.
You know, I want to put another point there, too. What's your first name again?
Anthony,
listen. No matter what, try not to listen to a lot of these other guys. You might run into another box guy that's telling he's doing $10,000 a week. And the biggest problem, at least on our side, and it goes up to box trucks, a guy, like in a van, a guy will sit there and say, I'm doing $5,000 a week. But what he doesn't tell you is he's driving 6,000 miles and not sleeping. You know?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, definitely, Axel. I've been sitting on this for about a year and a couple months because the cost to get in was just too absorbent, and I wanted to make sure it was at a rate at which I'll be able to operate. So I've been vetting my YouTubers because we all went to YouTube University. Here we are in class right now. And I landed here, and I'm gonna break bread with you, Kirk. Don't think you just did a free consultation, right? Because I know it's just the tip of the iceberg. There's some more sauce in there you got for me. So I'm breaking bread with you, brother. I promise you that.
I got a friend.
University of YouTube.
I got a friend who started with the van last year, and after 2-3 months, he decided to jump up to 26 foot. He does what he's supposed to. He runs the ELD and everything, but I will tell you this. He cut out the hotels completely, and he built the sleeper in his truck. He's the happiest guy now. So
I looked at the overhead joints that they have because I was looking at a 28-footer to possibly convert. But like I say, I wanted to get running, get some money generating initially because before
But
investing that
sometimes
much
you're gonna
more. You know
deliver
what I
these
mean?
places. You're not gonna be close to a hotel. You're gonna be in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
You might not have any time left on your clock.
So I'm gonna
Right, Kurt?
show. Yeah, and that's what I was telling him. That's what I was telling him. But you know, I don't. I just told him that sometime you come out here, you're not gonna be. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be all bougie. I think he understands that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You see the
And
screen, Anthony? I want to
yes,
show you
sir.
something. So when you search for load, you should have. You see, I got North Carolina. You should search the state.
Hmm.
I know you guys like to search a little town. You
I'm in
search.
Charlotte. We're in the big town in North Carolina now. Don't do us like that. No, I'm just
Yeah, but
playing.
you gotta search the state of North Carolina, not the
Yes,
town, not
sir.
Charlotte. Then you have your 26 feet, your 9,500 pound. You go for partial. Now you can do partial or full truckload or both, but I search for partial and it kind of like narrow down my search so I can find a
Hmm.
partial. And then you go to your specific. I search a week out. So
Okay.
for tomorrow, I put from the 20th to the 25th, which is the 24th, and then I search a week out. That way I can see what brokers have for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So if I'm traveling from North Carolina going to a state, if I search, say, Tennessee, I can see other stuff that's going on.
Mhm.
And, I go to moving van, you know what I mean? And I go to
Straight
straight
box.
box truck, yep.
Hmm.
And I go to van. If the truck got an air ride suspension, it could van with air ride.
It does.
All right. Then you put van hot shot because a lot of times you can pick up hot shot load. You got van with lift gate. Truck got a lift gate.
Yes.
All right. See, he got all the stuff that he needs, Axel. Then you got
Yeah.
van with a wrap and blanket. All right. So you gotta get you some blanket and some wrap from Home Depot.
Yeah, I got the wrap already. I
All
do
right.
put actually Harbor Freight right by me got a sale on the blankets. So I'm gonna go
Okay.
grab a couple of them and look at some straps too for sure.
And then you search. You get what I'm saying? Now
Mm,
today is Sunday, so the board is dead, so you're not gonna
you're right.
find a lot of load. But it just give you an idea how to search, and then all the load pops up. Matter of fact,
Mm.
if we go to California, let me see, because sometimes California is the only one that will have a lot of partial pops up. So let's see. Yeah, you got 42. So now you have these load coming out of California, and then you start to. So how would you negotiate a load like this? Let's say your partial. Let's say your cost per mile is $1.10. How would you negotiate this right here? Give
I
me an
can
idea.
barely see it. It's small on my screen. How much it say?
Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can make it any. You saw this right here?
If he's on his phone, you're not gonna be able to see it. It's hard to see.
Yeah, it's
You
hard
on
to
your
see.
phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're offering they're offering 1,060, but the last average pay was $27.93, and the whole trip is 1,023. It's
2023.
15 feet, 7,500 pounds. So this pretty much eat up your whole entire, weight on the truck.
Right.
So if a guy is offering you $1,000 on a load like this, how would you negotiate it?
Um, I would maybe mention my deadhead, how much deadhead if I had any, to come in there and pick it up. And I would say I needed okay, I gotta do math.
Look at the freight on the phone. Take a look at it. They're offering you $1,000 to bring it from California, which is 1,000 miles, in a 26-foot box truck.
Right.
So if you're gonna take this, if you're gonna take that, how would you negotiate that? 1,500, 1,600?
I'd say 1,500, 1,600, I would start at.
But no, you would start at that, but what do you want for that load? 1,600.
Oh, what do I want? I mean, to cover
Yeah.
my cost, I gotta get 12 out of it, right?
No, I'm asking you. You want 1,600 or 1,500?
Oh, I mean, I think I could in desperate situations, right? I probably wouldn't take it first off.
Exactly. You wouldn't take it.
Right.
because it doesn't worth it.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Because you're running from California, come all the way over to Colorado.
Right.
But
and it's Colorado, which is no freight out there.
exactly.
Yeah,
First of all,
over there.
who said it to California in the first place? But let me give you a different answer to this right here.
Okay.
If you put this on a semi, 1,600 would be the rate that you have to be at.
Say that one more time. I didn't catch it. Sorry.
If you put it on a semi, 1,600 would be the rate you have to be at.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
As a partial, or is it only load though, Kirk?
No, it's a partial.
Because it would be a partial on the semi as opposed to taking up my full truck on my box truck. I can't get anything else on it, and you're sending me to a bad area.
Right. You max out your weight and it's going in a dead zone. So I wouldn't mess with it at all as a box truck.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But let's go back and say this was in an ideal area. Atlanta, Georgia, right? To Pennsylvania. How much would you want for it? Let's use the same dimension, but just different state.
Okay.
A matter of fact, let's use North Carolina to Dallas.
To Dallas.
Yeah.
How
much would you want for that?
I would still want I mean, I think I could operate it and be okay at 12, but I want to make some money, right? So I would still be at that 14, 15, 1,500.
The same 1,500, exactly.
Yes, sir.
You have to be at the same 1,500 because $1 per mile, $1 is only going to cover $1 per mile. It's 1,000 miles. See, 1,060, 1,023. So based on what your cost per mile is, you're still going to need to be above $1,000 to make a profit.
Yes, sir.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So when you see loads like this, even though it's 15 feet, 7,000 pounds, you still need to be about $1,600.
Right.
To be operating and don't have a loss.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So based on your cost per mile, let's put you at $1.30.
Okay.
You make $1,500 off that load. You're good to go.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So you're not losing. That's why the cost per mile number is important. Right. Now, some guy will come and look at this and say, yeah, I want $2.50 because the last average day they pay was 27 at $2.73.
Right.
But then when you ask them what the cost per mile is, they say, I don't know. Can't do it like that. Because if you give that guy that number, 1,500, he's going to negotiate and say, nah. Remember, if your operating cost is 1,200 and you ask for 1,500,
he gonna try to work me down to that 12. He's gonna
work it down to that 12.
Right.
But so if you chose some crazy number like 17, 19, $2,000, then
he's gonna hang up the phone on you.
Exactly.
Right.
Get what I'm saying? And now you're running an Eno truck. So somebody in the comment section say, what about gas? Well, if your gas is gonna cost $400 and he's asking for 16, he's gonna get his $1,200. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, you got to know the cost per mile.
But see, that's why I'm paying for the consultation, because I know we wouldn't take that load. We looking for a few partials to run over there to Dallas and come back so I can double that bag. So don't worry, brother.
It's not, hey man. Stop being like Axel, man.
Hey, I got a baby girl that's gonna be starting college next September, so I might have to be like Axel.
See, my man in the comment section say he wants 1,700. You get what I'm saying? So, like I said, you gotta be reasonable, because if you give these crazy numbers, the broker's gonna hang up the phone. You get what I'm saying? Because you gotta give them a negotiation part where they can start and talk to you. But if not, they're never gonna pay you no mind.
Hmm.
You get what I'm
Take you on
saying?
a walk, Kirk.
So all of that stuff you guys gotta know. All right.
Yeah, man.
So it's good that you have your costs, you have, you put that down, and then you come in and you can have an idea. These guys at a gas station. Axel, I'm telling you.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get off of here, brother, and get back to the educational portion. I appreciate your help.
Yeah,
and
no problem, man. And
Yeah.
just like you said, man, just feed yourself with the knowledge, and whenever you're ready, we're here.
Restroom open?
And
I
maybe
have
you
been
can
for a year, and like it'll be a
you
couple
want
weeks. I'm getting it together. We should be finalizing the paperwork on the truck here
I just got
this week, and
quick leak.
I'll be
Okay.
hitting you real soon. So
All right, no problem. No
bless
problem.
up, King.
Okay?
All right, cool.
I can't tell you no. I gotta
Yes,
go.
guys. So that's all. Shout out to my man.
I gotta go in the women's
Anthony.
restroom. Anybody in here? No. Shop is open.
Hey, Axel is something else, man. Let me remove Axel from the
Wait, man.
Axel is taking a restroom break. Oh man, Axel is something else, man. But yeah, guys, my man shouted out early on. I gotta get off this live because I gotta go watch a movie with the wife. He said that last week he has a where is he? Let me go back up. I'm sorry, guys. We got these. Everybody would invite. Mark was here. You guys here. He says he's not going on the live because his computer messed up. Yeah, Julio said that he caught the live last week, and then we put it on I put the live on private last week. Young World said that. Oh yeah, we answered that already. The cost per mile had to pay yourself. That. Okay, so your cost per okay, guys. So your cost per mile is what it costs to operate the truck. Okay, whatever the cost is to do a load. So that's your cost per mile. Okay, you gotta whatever the operation it costs to run that load. All right. Another thing I'm gonna do is the whole entire paycheck stuff, because a lot of people have an issue with that. Having issue paying how to pay yourself and all that stuff. So we're gonna I'm gonna go into that. And I want to say to Anthony, he watched a live. Just make sure that when we drop the link, you guys come in and you can be a part of the webinar. Young World, I would advise Young World and other guys, soon as we drop the link, you guys can come in and be a part of the webinar. So stay tuned for that. Keep watching us and make sure that you guys are following me and Mark channel. It's gonna be me, Mark, Axel. And as I said, there's gonna be a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot more I could have told Anthony just now pertaining the rate out. There's different ways you can negotiate the load based on that number that they put on the screen. But I just told him that one way just now. But there's other ways you can negotiate and make a profit. So I just wanted to show him that way. Mark, we just did a consultation with Axel, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, we lose you a minute ago. We was
Nah,
in the
man,
middle of
I hung up, man. I'm frustrated right now, man. I hung up, man.
Please.
Yeah, but I was listening.
Why you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I don't got no computer no more.
You only can get this thing at the best not Best Buy.
Thanks, boss.
No, I'm going to Micro Center in the morning. I just left Micro Center. I just bought this stuff and So I got to go back because the monitor I bought is fried too. So hopefully I didn't fry my stream deck.
Damn.
Hopefully I didn't fry nothing else. I won't know until I get the new system to plug everything in. So I'm gonna get up there early in the morning. I'm gonna buy the studio.
Look at the screen that your man said.
What is he talking about?
He said that it looked like you need to take a walk.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not mad about. I'm mad that I had the live schedule and I can't even take it down. For some reason, the mobile version won't even let me change the
Why?
time. I don't know. That's what I've been trying to figure out.
Download YouTube Studio on your phone.
I got
think
YouTube
you can do-
Studio. It won't let me edit nothing that's scheduled. It only let me edit stuff that's
Oh.
up. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that. I'm mad that I got people over there waiting. Like it's people waiting in the queue thinking I'm finna go live. I'm mad at the fact that I had this shit scheduled and I can't do it. It ain't nothing to get up and just go buy all new stuff. I'm gonna do that in the morning.
So you wanna text me your thing so I can let you log in and tell them that you're not going live?
I just need to
your StreamYard?
because I scheduled it on Ecamm. So I'm just trying to figure out. It won't let me so right now it's just saying I'm going live at 8. So it's like people are already waiting for me to go live. I can see people waiting. People are in there.
Mm-hmm.
But I put it in the chat that I had to reschedule it. I put it on Instagram that I'm rescheduling it. So
how can we log in?
I scheduled it from Ecamm. I don't even know my Ecamm login because I just got it. I got it stored in my Matt got
Man,
like
you crashed everything.
Dude, I'm frustrated right now, dude. I did that. Some told me to just leave well enough alone, man. Some told me just leave.
But wait. What about your but you can't log in from StreamYard, or you don't have that account no more?
No, I didn't schedule it with StreamYard. I scheduled it through Ecamm.
You don't remember the thing?
No. I gotta download all that stuff again tomorrow. I don't know what my password is. I don't know none of that
this
stuff.
guy don't know anything, Axel.
I don't know
He
nothing.
ain't gonna be able to get out. Yeah, he needs the Apple just to get in the Ecamm, I think.
I need the Apple, right? So I can't get in there.
Where do you go to log in?
I can I'm trying to figure out how to just edit it from YouTube. You can edit it from YouTube from the desktop version, but from the mobile version, it doesn't give me that option.
So how do you edit it from YouTube? Oh, you'd have to log into your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it won't allow you to do it from the mobile. You have to do it from the the phone. You can't do it from the phone. You got to do it from the desktop. There's only but so much the mobile will allow you to do. Yeah, so
people realize it after an hour or so that I ain't going live. I put it in the chat and then I put a community post up and then I put it on Instagram. So I get up in the morning and go there and buy it, then plug it in, plug everything in, see what works, see what doesn't work. So I got all day to run back and forth. So I should be up and running, and I had something else scheduled for tomorrow night, and then I'll either reschedule it for like Tuesday or Wednesday. Either way, I just reschedule. I'm just more upset that I couldn't go live tonight, because people was looking forward to it. So
yeah, because if we could have log in here and then let you log in, then you could just go live and then tell them that, you know what I mean, that you're not coming live.
Are you talking about logging in from
my from my computer, and then I'll just log in and then you go live from there. You just go live and then you can just do it from here.
Can you do that, Axel?
Yeah, you
What
should
is
be
he
able
asking
to.
now?
Because with the Ecamm, he's saying he can log in from his system and then I just go live from his system like remotely, I guess. But
You're not going to have any of your stuff on his system, though.
Exactly.
No, it's
Because
not gonna be anything. It's just to tell them that you have a technical issue
you know
instead of
what?
having
I can go live from my phone, but I would have to create a whole nother live because
you can probably try that too. But I don't see where in Ecam
you
you're like,
do it when you do it from a third party, right? Using a
uh-huh.
stream key, it's different from just hitting the go live from your mobile phone from the mobile version. So with the
Yeah.
mobile version, you don't have a stream key. It's just like you going live on Instagram Live.
Oh,
So
you just hit it and go live?
man, I might do that. I might just leave that one up and just do a quick little live and just say, look, I ain't going live. And
But
then
I don't see where you can go live on Ecamm. I'm looking for the I mean not the live, the login.
you gotta download it and it's gotta be on your computer. See, it's not web based. Like, see, when you're on StreamYard, that's web based. You go to StreamYard.com, you log into your account,
Oh, got you,
you hit
got
go
you.
live. With Ecamm, it's all on your computer. You're using your own bandwidth.
Mm-hmm.
So you're using your own bandwidth from your own modem. You're not using that cloud-based bandwidth like StreamYard. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's layered. So
Hey, I have a load that I'm supposed to pick up at midnight. I'm just trying to see if it's ready now.
so so so
Hold
everything
on.
is layered. So yeah.
I
So
remove Axel for a
yeah,
minute.
yeah. So you can't. It's a little bit more. It's not online like yours. Yours is web based. So Ecamm is not web based. So everything is done offline from your system. So like the first time I used Ecamm, I didn't know no better. I started to stream. I wanted to stream in 4K, and
Mm-hmm.
it shut everything down. Like everything went kaput. It was drawing so much power from my modem, it just shut the whole system down. And then I
Mm-hmm.
didn't realize you can't stream. You can stream in 4K, but my system is strong, but it wasn't strong enough to stream in 4K. And it doesn't make sense to stream in 4K because most people's viewing, whatever they're viewing on,
Mm-hmm.
most people aren't viewing it in 4K. You know what I'm saying? You got 4K on your phone. A lot of people are probably viewing it from 4K on their phone, but a lot of people still don't have 4K TV screens. A lot of people's computer monitors aren't 4K if they're watching on their desktop. So
Right.
it's not best to stream in 4K because it's really like you wasting time because they probably can only watch it in 1080p anyway. So with this whole live stream stuff, I'm still learning it. I'm learning it as I go along, but I'm spending the money to make it better and better and better. I don't want to just be doing it and then I want the viewers to have the ultimate viewing pleasure. So when I go out and buy stuff
Mm-hmm.
and plug it in and and don't have a full understanding, this is the stuff that happens, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. That's why I say you gotta have cash flow. So you got to have cash flow because when these types of things happen, you know what I'm saying? It's just like your truck. If your truck break down, you got to be able to get it fixed. You see what I'm
Gotta get
saying?
yep.
So this happened. It is what it is. Tomorrow I just gotta go out and buy a computer, a bigger, stronger computer because I plan on adding more stuff. So you just gotta spend the money and hopefully I can have everything set up by
Yeah.
tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, and just go live then.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I have the Ecamm. I have the Ecamm. I have the app on my thing. So log out.
I
So
wouldn't
that
put Ecamm on that MacBook because I can tell you like from my iMac,
mm-hmm.
it pulls a lot. Even though your MacBook is cool, but with that 13-inch screen, you'll
Yeah,
see
I
once
think
you
it's gonna be
download.
better if I travel with it and use it like this and then get the big
Yeah,
system for yeah.
because with Ecamm you're gonna need multiple screens. You're gonna
Yeah.
need at least 2 or 3 screens. Monitors rather, because it's got the whole production studio that you
Mm-hmm.
gotta control like your levels and your preview screen, and then when you bring people on like how you got us on, that's a whole nother thing. And then you got your chat box, and then you gotta have your YouTube studio open so you can check your bit rate, your latency, You can kind of control things from there. You can check your live view account. You can the YouTube studio version. I didn't even know about that until recently. So it's good to kind of have that open on the screen, and then you need your screen. So like when you're sharing your screen, you can share your screen from another screen, and you're not blocking your view, so you can still see yourself as you're streaming, but you got a whole separate monitor that you're sharing that screen, so that way you can still monitor yourself on that main screen that you're streaming from. So
yeah, so you got people over by your channel.
yeah, it was some people over there. It was like 4 or 5 people waiting. It's usually like 5 or 6 people
Correct.
waiting. Then when the notification goes out, that's when it starts jumping up. But I haven't went live, so that notification ain't go up. So what I might do is I'll probably just create a little I'll probably just create a little live from my phone, one of them little mobile lives, and just tell everybody that my
What's the topic tonight?
I was gonna do my top 10 final mile logistics companies. A lot of people be asking me every day, like, man, what's up with this company, that company? I'm working for this company. So I was gonna go over my top 10, and I was gonna rank them from like 10 to 1.
Oh,
you know what I'm
that's it.
saying? I had them, rate listed from 10 to 1, and then I was gonna tell you number 10, the company. I was gonna tell you why it was number 10, and I was gonna go to number 9.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about pushing that back maybe to Tuesday or Wednesday, because I had something else planned for tomorrow. And
Yeah,
then,
you're gonna have to get that system set up, and then
yeah, and that's gonna be an all day thing. So because I gotta with Ecamm and all,
redo everything over back.
I gotta redo everything. I gotta download everything. So I might not even be able to do it tomorrow. I might have to wait till Tuesday. So we'll see. Because I can't cut this computer on. It's fried. I saw the smoke coming out the back. It's like as soon as I plugged that thing in and turned the power surge on, it said pop. I seen the spark come out and smoke, and it won't come on no more.
Hey, so I know the #1 top logistic company, Amazon.
No. Amazon wasn't even in the.
You telling me
Amazon wasn't
Amazon
even in the
wasn't
list.
even they didn't even make the list?
Nah, final mile. I'm just going straight final mile. Amazon wasn't even in the list. They didn't even make the list.
Come on, man. You know that's the #1 of all, man.
That ain't my #1. And you know what? It's not a lot of people's #1s no more. A lot of people moving away from it. Like, it's funny how last year, people was, they was, I was getting made fun of from, people was making jokes about carrying refrigerators and stuff on their back, but it's a lot of people that's done jumped into the final mile now from Amazon and from middle mile too. You know what I'm saying? I had a subscriber hit me up Friday that's running with Select. Was like, man, I was running OTR for the first 6 months, but then after listening to you, I switched to final mile. It's cool, but he was like, I'm working for Select. They got me doing bobs and they paying me $700 a day. He was like, man, can you give me some other companies I can look into? So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So
you think people are eventually gonna just you think Amazon is, because you already can see the hype of Amazon is dying down. You think it's gonna be a time when it's gonna just eventually fade away?
I don't think it's gonna fade away. I think they're pushing everybody to those contracts. And I think, eventually when they build up enough of their own 26-foot box trucks and they have enough DSPs run those routes, like how they got them doing for AFP and the DSP, the final mile with the vans. Once they build up their infrastructure for that middle mile, then that board is just going to be, it's not going to be obsolete. I don't think they're going to get rid of it. It's going to be treated sort of like how they kind of treat Amazon Flex
I'm taking you
on the
undercover.
final mile side. And then they're going to push most of those people to contracts. So it's going to be, because the
Good, how
thing
you
is,
doing?
bro, man, what is up with that dude?
It's picking up a load.
when they as they bring on more trucks, that's taking work off the load board, right? So they're gonna push more people to contracts. So it's just gonna be less work. So some people see it. I get those people hitting me up in the DM and then comments say, "Yeah, Mark, you were right. I see it. I'm starting to see it at my domicile." And then you got those other people that I see in the comments that say goofy stuff like, "Well, Amazon ain't gonna want to pay the gas," or "Amazon ain't gonna want to pay the maintenance," and comments like that just really like are just ignorant.
So they're saying that
Okay.
Amazon is gonna buy all these trucks, but once they see the overhead costs, they're not gonna commit to paying for those trucks based on the
But
cost that they're
but
gonna.
that's just ignorance because they don't understand the method. They're not paying the cost anyway.
They're not doing it. The
The
DSP is gonna
DSPs
be
are
doing it,
paying it, right?
right?
Because even though they're making money, it's
Tell
still
them what the
called the least
DSP is. Tell them what the DSP is, because I don't think a lot of people.
the delivery service partner.
And
And then
what those guys are responsible for once the truck get. So initially, Amazon gonna give. Okay, let's use you. You're a DSP, right? I'm Amazon, so I come to you and I give you 15 of those box truck, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you move these trucks, right?
Mm-hmm.
On these contract, and this is what we expect of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get the truck. I mean, I give you the truck. Now you put man in the truck with the route and move this truck around, right? I don't buy gas for those trucks.
No. All
So
that
why
comes
do
out
people
of
think? Why people think that Amazon buy gas for it?
there's just this ignorance. Amazon has a third-party company called Element. Element handles they're the fleet management for all those anything you see branded with Amazon as a company called Element. Amazon doesn't do anything. They outsource everything.
Right.
So even though it's their vehicles, they outsource the management of those vehicles to a company called Element. Element handles the maintenance of those vehicles. When a DSP needs vehicles maintenance, repairs, they're the direct contact when it comes to anything involving those vehicles, right? So they're paying a lease. After, let's say, a DSP's contract ends, and let's say Amazon doesn't renew the contract, let's say they terminate that contract. What happens is once they turn in all those vans, right? Element assesses them, and then they send them a bill. Normally, a bill is in six figures. If you look at some of these Amazon vans, they're horrendous. And you're like, man, Amazon is allowing these vans to work. Yeah, they're allowing them to work until the contract is terminated, whether the DSP walks away, whether Amazon terminates the contract, gives them a 30-day notice. Then once that's over with, Element assesses those vans, and then they build the DSP.
Right.
In most cases, the DSPs have to file bankruptcy because they don't have that money to
pay for
Element.
that additional expense.
Anyway, so when I see people put these comments like, why don't you think they'll be able to, even if they were paying it, they already got two other models that they've been operating in this format for years now, a couple years now, with DSP and AFP. If they can afford to do it with semi trucks, with day cabs, right? What makes you think they can't do it with a 26-foot box truck?
I just think that people are so caught up in Amazon, they start to believe what they created to be reality. Not all of the people, but majority of the people, because I know people are hardcore when it comes on to Amazon. Like, you ask people, what do you see yourself doing outside of Amazon? Like, nothing. I'm gonna be Amazon till I die. You know what I mean? And I think that statement now caught up to everybody. Now they have to start seeking alternate route.
Well, I have been saying it. You know what I'm saying? I went through hell in a handbasket last year for telling people, the truth. I mean, like, come on, man. Here's the thing, man. Like, I'm not no idiot. You know what I'm saying? If history repeats itself, they showed Amazon. If you really study Amazon, they repeat their cycle over and over again. So if they did it with DSP, they did it with AFP, what makes people think that they were just going to let the middleman run like the Wild Wild West? and just let it go on like that forever. No, this was already in the works. You know what I'm saying? It was already in the works. So, you know, now
well, like I said, they did it with, remember with the cargo vans way back, because that's what you're talking about, where they get rid of all of those white cargo vans and they do it with their own van, branded cargo vans, right?
Let's talk about why they did that, because that's when I got selected to onboard. The reason why they switched that model is for the same reason they're pushing this model, because back then with those white cargo vans, a lot of those DSPs were getting their cargo vans from Ryder and from Enterprise. All right. When I applied for a DSP, it was 2014. The requirements when I applied in 2014 was 5 vans, right? On board 5 vans. I was in the queue for 3 years. So when people be hitting me up like, Mark, I applied at T-Force, man, they ain't got back to me, man. When did you apply? Like 3 days ago, they ain't got back to me. Imagine applying for a company and didn't get called for 3 years. I applied for Amazon DSP in 2014. They finally got around to me August 29th. I remember the date of 2017 because I was really, really excited. I got that email. They didn't call me. They sent me an email. They sent me an email that Monday, and they were like, man, we want to onboard you as a DSP. All right. Can you come to, I had to go to Kansas City, Missouri that Thursday morning. So the regional recruiter was in Kansas City, Missouri, and people from Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, Kansas, and Missouri had to come meet him. He did like they booked a hotel banquet room, right?
Yeah.
And everybody from the Midwest had to travel to him. That's where he set up shop at. Got down, I had to drive down, I had to be there at 7 in the morning, right? By the time they called me, now the requirement was 20 vans, right? They were changing the model because so many independent owner operators were operating the same way. You got how some of those owner operators was operating middle mile last year. Willy-nilly, vans is just looking crazy, spray paint on the side of them, mismatched rims and just all type of crazy stuff. So here's another thing. When I went to Enterprise to talk to my Enterprise rep to get 20 vans, right? She was like, you know what, we changed the protocol. So now if you're running an Amazon account, it's gonna be $1,300 a month for each van. It's gonna be a $1,300 escrow. I'm like, what? She's like, man, the contractors are just tearing the vans up.
Yeah.
They're tearing the vans up, which I had seen, you know, because you saw the van.
Yeah, right.
So they were like, no, it's gonna be a $1,300 escrow for each van. You got to put that money up front. So I had to put the money up front for the vans, plus, you know, the first, I forget whatever it was, but ultimately I had to put up $53,000 initially just to get the 20 vans. They were gonna source the vans and get them to me. I had to put up $53,000. Ultimately, I halfway through the onboarding process, I pulled out.
Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that Lasership is in the same cycle as Amazon in terms of the van? Because I know Lasership still hire guys with their own vans.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? But I think they're changing because I think they start to get a couple of the USPS contract now. So the vans start to look a little bit better. But what do you think about Lasership?
I think from what I'm hearing, I heard you can build and scale a cargo van business with them. I see and hear mixed things about the rates, but it's like I tell people, cargo van, you know, the rates are a lot less. You got to operate in volume if you want to make money with the cargo van. I think ultimately my view on Lasership right now is I think they're going to be competing and knocking on like UPS and FedEx's and DHL's door, just you know, as far as parcels concerned. That's who they're trying to compete with. Now, are they going to get to that level?
You think they're trying to compete with them or getting work from them?
No, they're trying to compete with them.
Really? But they're a smaller company, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they're growing with final mile is going to grow another 4 to 5% in the next 2 years. You know, the more people are ordering stuff on the line, the more it has to get delivered. You know, FedEx and UPS is already bombarded with, well, not FedEx anymore because they walked away from Amazon in 2019. But you know, if you go to the postal service, right?
Yeah.
The postal service now. I'm 43. You just turned 43, so I know I text you happy birthday, but happy birthday again.
Yeah, yeah.
You're
Thanks.
old enough to remember, like I am, the postal service was always closed on Sunday.
Right.
Mail was delivered Monday through Saturday, right?
Yep.
If you've noticed over the past maybe 5 or 6, 7 years, maybe you see postal trucks out on Sundays,
On
right?
Sunday, yeah.
They're not delivering mail. What are they delivering?
Right.
They're delivering Amazon.
Uh-huh.
They work on Sunday specifically for Amazon. A postal person told me Amazon is the main priority, then everything else. So Amazon is more important than you. They're bombarded.
Which is my mail.
Which is
Coming to
your
me.
mail. Which is your mail. Right. So, and this came out of a postal person's, a clerk's mouth at the desk. You see what I'm saying? So they're in direct competition because USPS is bombarded with Amazon that they got to work a 7th day. Remember, Trump was trying to renegotiate the deal with Amazon because he said they were losing 15 cents for every package that they delivered for Amazon. You know what I'm saying? It's enough final mile parcel packages out here to go around that, you know, no, they don't have to take anything. They're trying to compete. They're trying to compete. Will they become number 1 or number 2? I doubt it. No, but they're trying to compete for that 3rd or that 4th spot.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that anybody who works for Amazon as a owner operator, right? And this might be a little bit not in your line, but do you think those people will ever fully understand the functionality of Amazon?
As far as the business, Amazon's business model?
Yes, like because the reason why I asked you that question is you never do Amazon and never work for Amazon, right? But there are people who actually in the system working for them, but yet they can't understand and don't get the information that you're getting and don't understand the functionality of it. Do you think that, what do you think those guys are missing? You think
they don't understand business. They have a mentality of a worker still, even though they feel like they're their own. And I'm not speaking to
you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right?
No, I mean, I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it real. They don't think like a businessman. You know what I'm saying? I think you can be a small business owner and have the mind of a Jeff Bezos. You know what I'm saying? So they don't understand capitalism. They don't understand none of this stuff. I can't fault them for none of that too. I always have to remind myself, man, Mark, you went to school for business. I study business. I don't wake up in the morning and flick through Instagram. I'm listening to MSNBC, CNBC. I'm listening to Fox News. You know what I'm saying? I listen to the news. I know what's going on in the world. I study business, right? So a lot of things that I can see and forecast, a lot of these guys, they can't see it because they're not thinking like a businessman. You know, they gotta go study business, man. They gotta go study.
People will come and tell you that you're wrong, though.
And that's fine.
Because they're saying that you're not there doing it.
Okay.
But yet you will be the one that bringing information that they're claim that they're in the system and they're not bringing those type of information in. So you're saying it all break down because they don't have a business mindset.
Don't have a business mindset, and you know, and it's different levels of business mindset. You could have a business mindset where you're capable of just running your business in your one truck and making sure that things get taken care of. But you know, this stuff that I be talking about, just think about it, Kirk. I said a lot of stuff that if I would have been wrong, you know what I'm saying, that would have been the end of my little YouTube career.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But and even though people came at me last year, I haven't had them issues. Like I've solidified myself in this space to the point now people are like, well, you know, a dude know what he's talking about. Even with Amazon. Right. You see what I'm saying? So I've been around long enough to just understand business, and I have an educational background in business. I understand capitalism. I understand that, listen, I don't let my feelings play in business. See, these people think people care about them. Don't nobody care about you when it comes to business, especially these companies. They don't care about you. They only care you're a number. You're a
Exactly.
number. All right.
Yeah.
If they can figure out another way to make more money, and if that way means getting rid of you, then that's what they're gonna do. They
That's
don't
what
they
they're
don't
gonna
care
do.
about your kids. They don't care that you just had a baby. They don't care about none of that stuff. It's just like I said in a live a few weeks ago about the way people should think about their business. Look, I got a corporation, right? I'm the president, right? Only thing my business care about is making money. My business don't care about my personal feelings. It don't care if I'm sick. It don't care about none of that. The
Right.
business main goal is to make money. That's it. The business is a greedy son of a bitch.
Well,
The
that's what I
business
was
don't.
saying early on about when people are calling brokers to get rid of a load, because I was talking about the freight guard and the 411 write up. And I'm saying that when you call these brokers to give them back a load or whatever to get rid of a load, you cannot tell them that your girl is sick. They don't care about that stuff. You can't tell them that, you know, whatever personal issue you have, you can't use that because they're gonna put you on 411 because now you're messing up their business. They already assigned that truck to go pick up that load, and now that customer is expecting a truck to be at a certain time and place to pick up that load. You get what I'm saying? And especially if you don't do it in a reasonable time, like the video that I was playing said 2 hours. Here your girl call you because she, or whatever the case is, you try to throw that load back, they'll take it back, but they'll write you up on freight guard. You just get your MC 3 weeks ago, and now you're in freight guard already. And I see guys who just have their MC within 120 days, they got 3-4 write-up from freight guard for stuff that could have been avoided. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like you said, business, those big companies don't care about none of that stuff. You get what I'm saying? And once you understand it, but I think listening to you say that, I still think a lot of these guys don't understand the level that you're even talking about. You get what I'm saying? Because I think, and you will agree with me with this right here, a lot of people, not everybody, but most guys who start to work for some of these companies, they start to let their ego lead them rather than their understanding of operating their way through the business. You get what I'm saying? So you start to find guys will come out and they start to brand themselves, and they start to, act as if, well, I've been here for such and such, and I'm this guy now. You get what I'm saying? It's like an ego chips in. You get what I'm saying? And so you're watching person with an ego run rather than a person with a business.
I think people just got their own opinion
You
on
know what I'm
things, and
saying?
that I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
I think people just got their own opinions on things, but I mean, I know what big businesses do. You know what I'm saying? And I know how big businesses operate. And I know nothing stays the same forever. I've been around long enough. You know what I'm saying? I've been around long enough. I've seen things happen. I've witnessed things. I've lived through things. And I'm not saying I'm the smartest guy, but on things that I talk about, when I make forecasts on things, trust me, I just don't be talking out the side of my neck, right? Because I don't want to be the guy who, is wrong, because I know people jump down your throat when you're wrong. So I'm just not out here putting out information just to sound like I know what I'm talking about. I make sure my information is 100% valid, and if I do, put out some risky information, I can stand on it. And if it happens to not be what it is, then I can say, I can admit that I'm wrong. That Amazon stuff is just people. I think people just get caught up because it's Amazon. That's the whole thing. Like, I just like, and I don't have no this. Listen, people think I hate Amazon. I don't hate Amazon. If I hated Amazon, I wouldn't own shares of the company.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So and then when people say, well, man, you don't run Amazon, you don't have no reason. I own the company. I own
Mm-hmm.
shares of the company. I have a right to speak on anything that I own shares in.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
sit in them shareholder meetings. Anybody can sit in them. You know what I'm saying? At the end of every quarter, when they have a meeting, put your name, put your email address in, your phone number, and you can listen to the earnings call.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So as long as I
Mm-hmm.
got shares, I have a voice. You know what I'm saying? So I just understand business, man. And I saw the direction it was going in, and I knew history was going to repeat itself. And I said it, yeah. And at that time, it was a lot of Amazon stands. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? And it was during the time where it just Amazon was just, God's greatest creation. So I knew I was going up against a brick wall at that time, but I still did it anyway because I believed in what I was talking about. And I knew that what I was talking about was going to come into fruition. It was just a matter of time. It's just like I always say, it's not the fact that I'm not right, it's just not right now. And at that time when I
Right.
was saying it wasn't right now, but now it's
Mm-hmm.
right now. It's just
Mm-hmm.
like the peak season thing. When I was saying that, people was running to other places for validations. I seen people, and other people's live streams making fun of me. Man, dude over there talking about ain't gonna be no peak season, man. Man, so you
Right.
said parents ain't gonna buy their kids? Like I
Yeah.
seen it all. I just didn't say nothing. I just
Right.
waited.
Right.
I just waited. How many
It's
people
just,
went out of business? How many people went out of business in November and December?
oh yeah, a lot.
All right, so if it was a peak season, why was people complaining, talking about the industry was trash and this, that, and the third? This is during peak season. This is when everybody's supposed to be making money hand over fist. And it was people getting out the business hand over fist.
Was getting out of the business in peak
But if you're
season.
gonna look back to my videos, I said this was gonna happen in August. And then I followed up with another video in September. I said it was gonna be like this. And I told you why it was gonna be like this. But
Right,
people
right,
still
right.
was, and listen, if the ocean freight has come to a halt and it slowed down,
Mm-hmm.
eventually intermodal was going to slow down, which it did, right? And for those that don't know intermodal, what intermodal is, go look it up. You know what I'm saying? And then I knew that the trucking was going to slow down. See, a lot of people look for peak season in December, but you got
Mm-hmm.
to understand it's three modes to peak season. All right. It's three modes. The mode that a lot of these guys should have been looking, their peak season started at the end of September, all through October,
But I
November.
think listening to you talk about Amazon last year and listening to the YouTubers who talk about Amazon at the time of the peak season, it seems to me like they say peak season only come one time a year. You get what I'm saying?
Well, holiday peak season, that's what they mean, one time a year. But if that's what you're talking about,
That's
but
what they said that it's only come one time a year. And so that's the time when they start to promote it,
well, because see,
as high as you can think of.
that's because they banking on that. Like I don't bank my anything on just one time of the year. I'm trying to get to the bag 52 weeks out the year.
Well, I said that on one
You know
of
what
my
I'm saying?
live that y'all wait for peak season one time of the year. I'm peak season all year long. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm,
And
mhm.
it's just like when you said that, because I remember when you said it last year, a whole bunch of people was even people in the comment section was going at you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But it's just like when I first started and I dropped this whole partial thing. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
Now you got people after a while start saying, yeah, it's not possible, blah, blah, blah. And you get what I'm saying?
yeah.
And, people just come up with all these things. And yet it's like, okay, go ahead, run your truck the way you're running. So again, like you said with Amazon, whether you're doing partial or full truck or you're doing Amazon, the end of the day, you have to understand business. You get what I'm saying? And I think that was a lot of the issue with a lot of these guys. So with guys like me and you, we're always gonna get that heat. You get what I'm saying? Because again, these guys who are coming at you, they're not even in the field to begin with. And if they're in it, they don't understand the business part of it.
Well, ain't nobody coming at me no more. So I mean, I think I had a few battles, and I stood tall, and I came out victorious. You know what I'm saying?
One, and for those guys who are watching it live, one person said that I running partial. If you run partial, you're violating the FMCSA law and the broker law.
I seen a few people put videos up like that.
I've go in depth. I even I can go back. One of my first live that I ever did for 2023 in January was talking about the FMCSA. So I've never come on YouTube and promote people breaking the law to take any freight. You get what I'm saying? But you gotta have those people anyway, because again, it's just the business that we're in and the nature of people. You get what I'm saying?
People gonna challenge you. You know what I'm saying? You understand, last year you had been on. Last year was my first year. So people were like, well, who is this dude saying the opposite of what everybody else is saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, I think now, I mean, I'll be a year and next month. And I got enough content out there, and a lot of people that were around then are still around now. And, I think yourself, myself, I think we're kind of validated as into, we're talking now. That doesn't mean that some new guy is not gonna come in and drop his nuts and try to force his way in. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing: make sure that that whatever you're saying, you got information to back it up. You got experience to back it up, and you got a knowledge base to back it up. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see that happen. I just think last year it was just, you had a lot of people in the space. It was like that coming to an end phase where, people were kind of hanging on to that high they had from, earlier 2022 and all of 2021.
Right.
And they didn't see it coming to an end, but I was telling them, look, it's gonna come to an end. Listen, I did a video, the box truck bubble.
I know.
I broke it down to you, the 5 phases of a bubble. I told you what was going to happen. See, when I did that video, we were in phase 3 of a bubble, the euphoria phase. See, everybody was in a euphoric phase. They was just so high off of the PPP money, high off those high rates that Amazon
reality started to set back in.
But I said, look, it's going to be a correction. It's going to be a correction. What people,
let me ask you this. Where do you think everybody go? Like, where do you think all these other YouTubers go?
Man, a lot of them ain't in the business no more.
Oh,
a lot of them ain't not in the business because they sold their company or they sold their assets at a profit. That's a different exit from the business. They exited at their own will because they made a ton of money and they just say, I made my money. I'm moving on to something else. You know what I'm saying? They exited because they were forced out because they couldn't afford to operate. See, when you come in at a high cost of entry and rates are high, you really don't feel that you really screwed yourself coming in.
Yeah.
See, they didn't really feel it because rates were unusual.
Everything was high.
Everything was high. So
yeah, you were getting $3 a mile, so you could afford to rent a truck at $1.80 a mile.
Right.
But now when that $3 a mile dropped to $1.20, and you still have that $1.80 to rent that truck, and now you still gotta pay all that extra cost. Now you start to realize that it doesn't worth it. So that's why when a lot of these guys was doing a rental, it started to hit them when all that rates start to drop. That gas was what? Almost $10,
$7. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So now when the gas dropped back down, but the cost of those contracts that you locked into stays the same, now you realize that you end up with a bad deal.
Yeah. I tried to tell them, but it was a bunch of other people telling them something else. So they was like, who is this guy? Who is this guy
Well,
sitting
you
here?
could have make people say you could have make what some crazy numbers well hey, you the one that keep a track of these numbers, man.
Man, some of the numbers I heard is just you just
Oh man.
listen. If you could listen, I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire, you know what I'm saying?
They
And
say you could
I
rent
just I just I,
5 box truck and
I
get
just
$1
find
million,
it hard to
you know?
believe that how people that got into the space in 2021 and
Uh-huh.
2020 is telling people who are getting into the space 3-4 months after they got into the space how they can be a millionaire. I don't get it. And then when I say, well, how, this person, the person you're telling me about, I watched their channel, they just said they just got into the space. Yeah, I know, right? I know.
And it's the same
So
thing. It's same thing
something
with the
click.
dispatchers.
Come
Same
over
thing
here.
with the dispatcher, you know?
Lucky.
Same thing, right? You see a lot of people now switching to these dispatch courses. So that should just tell people, look, when one thing ain't working, they switch into dispatching. They switch into this, they switch into that. Mark has always been a final mile moving guy. I haven't switched to nothing. Even when everybody was making fun of me last year. I didn't go switch.
What was that title? What was that title that that people were coming out with too also that we challenged? What was that title? Something of the effect where I'm gonna break the truth about the box shop business, something like that. And you said that you always telling the truth, so there's no you know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta make a video about telling the truth because we're always telling the truth.
So it was that little November hit, December hit, and then everything got really, really bad December, which was supposed to be peak season, and then everybody was getting out the business. I just started giving stuff away. When everybody was getting out the business, I started giving cash away. I started giving headsets away. But basically, I think since it was nothing good to talk about, everybody just wanted to talk about the bad. So then it became a trend to just trash the industry. And then it was a trend on the truth about the box truck industry. And I was like, yo, notice I never put out a video, the truth, because I'm always telling the truth. I don't have to, and I'm not knocking nobody that, put that out, but I've never been a bandwagon type person. I think some people just be reaching for content, and right now.
Hold on, Mark. Hold on. Someone in the comment section asked for your YouTube channel, so I just pulled it up on the screen. It's Mark the Mentor. If you look on the screen, it's right here, and this is his channel. So somebody in the comment section just drop it, but I just want to pull it up. Anthony just put it in, but this is his channel right here, Mark the Mentor. Go ahead, Mark. I leave it up for a few minutes.
Yeah, so I never did a truth video because I was always
right. Let's tell you the truth about the box truck business, something like that. In fact, remember those videos? You remember those videos?
The truth is, you're not gonna have a peak season. I told you that in August. I told you something about what's gonna happen in November and December. I told you this when it was 90 degrees outside. I told you about something that was gonna happen in the wintertime and the summertime.
Right.
I told you why it was gonna happen. I explained I just didn't say it. I broke it down why it was going to happen. I explained it to you why it was going to happen. Right. I told you that the freight has already been here. The freight is here. I said, if you don't believe me, here's an article. Nike says they're overstocked. Here's another article. Amazon says they're overstocked. Here's another article. Amazon did a pop-up 2-day Prime Day in October just to get rid of some stuff because they was too much backstock. I'm showing you. You don't believe me? Here's proof. People still didn't believe me. I see people, man, peak season coming. Peak season coming. November 1st. Get ready for peak season. November 1st came. Next thing I know, November 15th, peak season coming. Peak season coming. November 5th come. Next thing I know, Black Friday coming. Black Friday coming. Black Friday came. Still no peak season. December here, y'all. It's finna be peak season. It's finna pick up. It never picked up. It never picked up because if it would have picked up, these people would still be here. Yeah. And they're not here anymore. Right. I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing.
Interstate Screw said, I remember watching that video. So
right. So
He was
yeah,
he was watching those. I remember
you had
those. I remember those.
hold on. Then you had a YouTuber, and I like that guy. I like that
Uh-huh.
guy. Dude did the video talking about it was too hard. He said Amazon was too hard.
Uh-huh.
You know, was it hard or you just didn't? It just the things changed. See, a lot of people that jumped in was jumping in. They was riding that bandwagon.
Right,
They was
right.
riding that bandwagon, and you know, when things changed, you know, it got hot in the kitchen, and then they started operating at a loss. You know, and they just
Do you
couldn't take
think
it no
people
more.
you think people are now seeking the next best thing besides
Yeah,
Amazon?
yeah. They start doing dispatching, and they doing this and they doing that. They're trying to do whatever they can do instead of focusing on whatever they need to focus on.
The
You
only
know.
thing that I find with dispatching, because even the FMC SA, they're talking about cracking down on these dispatching, but I think that a lot of these guys, they go on Instagram, they go on Facebook, they go on these, social media platform. I'm not talking about the dispatchers, I'm talking about the carriers.
Mm,
And they're not vetting whosoever they're signing up with. And like I said, plenty of time on this channel,
mhm.
dispatchers are like many other guys that will just tell you what you want to hear. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? They'll tell
Mhm.
you that they do partial, they can make you 7-8 grand a week, they can have your truck running from state to state. Those are the same guys who's going to take your truck and ditch you in Colorado. You get what I'm saying? Because all they care about is making that 10% off whatever total they make from you that week. And believe it or not, you can't not pay them because they can put a lien on your company. You get what I'm saying?
UCC
Um,
lane.
a UCC lien. You get what I'm saying? And that will affect your stuff like your factoring and when you get to ready to do stuff with your business.
You can
So
put UCC lane on your name.
you can put it on your name, right? But the
So
point that I'm trying to make is a lot of these guys are not vetting these dispatcher guys. You get
mhm.
what I'm saying? Because now that these guys are just running out here, jumping in these groups,
Uh,
and nobody's vetting them. You get what I'm
Well, and, that,
saying?
and they did the same thing during the whole box truck craze. That's why I did that live stream. The what was it called? I did in November. The box
Uh-huh.
truck hype is officially dead.
Uh-huh.
And I had to break that down. And that was my best live. I had like 200 some people in that live. And
Which one are you talking about? The
the box truck hype is officially dead. I think I did it in November.
in November
Yeah, keep scrolling,
box
keep
truck
scrolling.
hype.
Yeah, keep scrolling. There you go, right there. The box truck hype is officially dead.
It's right
I
here.
killed I killed it with that live.
Uh-huh.
Once I did that live, I put it to bed. It was over with after that.
Uh-huh.
It was over with. I saw the whole little box truck community just like, because I just said this shit it's gotta end. Let me just
Uh-huh.
put it to bed. And I did that night.
Okay, so this
That night. That night.
this was
I
the
put it to
breakdown.
bed.
This was the breakdown. This
See
was the
how I
break.
broke it down?
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't playing no games. I had to put it to bed. It was a wrap. I said it's over with.
Hey,
Y'all playing,
so
y'all
this,
hoping and wishing on this peak season. It's not coming.
oh
It's the
man,
rest.
you have the stimulus check right here, right? And then you have
Yeah.
the new enterprise guys. What about the fake gurus, man?
Fake gurus. I broke it all down. I broke it all down.
Oh
And
man, let me bring back Axel because I think he pick up his load. Hey, Axel,
that,
you there?
Yeah, man. Okay, you guys see me working real hard?
yeah, but you're interrupting the live, man. We don't want to hear that, man. We talking real stuff right now, man.
Oh
I
man.
know, but you gotta show them the fucking nitty gritty. Now look you see what I did? My load was pick up at 12. I got this sucker 3 hours early. 3 hours early.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm
So yeah.
I'm out.
So yeah. I think with the dispatching thing,
Uh-huh.
I think a lot of people now when they seek like I don't want to say mentorship, but when they seek out people to, I guess, show them the ropes or whatever, one, if you're finding someone on Instagram, then that's a red flag. You know, if they don't have a strong, if they're, I feel like, listen, I could be wrong, but I feel
Mm-hmm.
like if a person's Instagram influence is stronger than their YouTube influence, to me, that's a red flag, especially if it's in something dealing with education, because it's only so much you can do on Instagram if you're educated. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? Maybe for
Yeah.
entertainment purposes, but you know what I'm saying? I think people look at the wrong things and they don't vet the people the right way. They
Uh-huh.
don't they don't check to see what their tenure is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, and I, you know, I could be wrong. Some people may feel differently. You know what I'm saying? I know there's some people out there that this may,
Disagree with you.
disagree with, and maybe some people that are watching that are content creators that it may seem like I'm targeting. I'm not targeting anybody directly, but I
Mm-hmm.
just feel like in order to 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 mentor someone
Mm-hmm.
or maybe coach someone, I just feel like there should be a minimum tenure that you should have. And I just
Right.
don't think 1 or 2 years is enough. I just
Mm-hmm.
don't think it, bro. It was stuff that I was learning 6, 7, 8 years in that I didn't know two, three
Yeah.
years in. You see what I'm
Nick.
saying? I didn't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Nick said that you break everything down with the PowerPoint. She's talking about
Oh
the
yeah,
live that we just pulled up. I know you
yeah, yeah,
break it down. I mean, people gotta watch it. I mean, it was a good live. It breaks a lot of stuff down. You get what I'm saying? And
yeah.
I
So
think at the time when you did that, everything just shut off right there.
yeah.
You get what
Because
I'm
I kick,
saying?
I put a lot of it to bed. I put the gurus to bed. I put the people who had hopes on peak season to bed. I put the people who, there's a lot of people still at that time, and I'm a believer in God, and people would be like, man, God got me. He gonna, like, listen, bro, you're operating at a loss.
Mm-hmm.
God gonna have to drop a whole bunch of money on you out of nowhere if you think you're gonna come from what from under this. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's just a reality check. I had to put a reality check out there for a
Anthony
lot of
said that
people.
Anthony said C Mark Video is Final Mile, the new Amazon.
That was a live stream I did a few weeks ago. I was just
Mm-hmm.
saying that because a lot of people have been leaving Amazon, coming to Final Mile. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of people have been, shifting from, middle mile Amazon to Final Mile because they just, it's just not cutting it
Mm-hmm.
no more. So, I mean, it is what it is. People gonna eventually find their way. Amazon,
Not everyone is going to have the work ethic to do this job. Let's just admit it. They got to come out, find out, because they won't believe half the stuff we say.
Right.
well, yeah, I mean, that too, and none of it is easy. And I think people are finding that out, unfortunately, the hard way. You know what I'm saying? Um, the good thing is now that, I think, a lot of I just call them, fake gurus and whatever, bad actors,
Put
fake
it out.
gurus, whatever you want to call them, have
Put it on your bed.
weeded themselves out. It's
Put it
probably
on your bed.
still a few around, but I think at this point,
On your bed.
people know who they are. Somebody sent me something the other day. I think it was DeWalt sent me something about. I'm not in none of these Facebook groups, but I heard they can be kind of treacherous, and they're going in on Buddy down there in Atlanta. So I guess he
Yeah.
made a switch from since the Amazon did this, so now he's doing the DAT course, and he just dropped a dispatch course. So I guess that's solidified to people, the people who were kind of like on the fence on Buddy. That kind of solidified, you know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing: if they switched up their model and you this guru on Amazon, you just still stick to it. You know what I'm
Is
saying?
that
That
the
don't mean you
Amazon
can't
King
still.
you're talking about?
No, that's another guy. You
Did the
still
Amazon
stick to
King
it.
get demoted?
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
mean,
That's
since Amazon changed now.
I'm talking about another person.
Oxley is something else, man.
I'm talking about another person, but you know, so a lot of people, somebody sent me some screenshots of some in these Facebook groups about that, but you know, so I mean, like I can only talk about what I know. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I've been in the moving business, moving industry, and I've been in the
Mm-hmm.
final mile industry. You know what I'm saying? When I
Oh
came in
man.
talking final mile and was getting made fun of and jokes cracked and you know what I'm
Right.
saying, people, other content creators cracking jokes and you know
Yeah.
saying this and saying that, and you know, but at the end of the day, still talked about what I knew. I didn't waver because it was just not the popular thing at the time, which, you know, let people know well, this guy is not a YouTuber and a content creator. He's really here to help people and give people information based off his experience. I didn't waver.
I
You know what
think
I'm
I
saying?
think
So,
that also at the time, a lot of people were going with the motion of just what's been sold to them rather than you see like oh Anthony spent the time and
mm,
he was like really doing his homework. I think that there
mm,
was people that just going with the motion. You get what I'm saying? So if a hype was over here, they go with that hype. If you know, hey, peak season over here, so go get your truck and come because peak season start in August, and then people go over there. You get what I'm saying? And
mm,
everywhere they were going, every turn
mm,
they made, they were losing money. You get what I'm saying?
mm. Yeah. Yeah,
Because
I think yeah, go ahead.
me and you know that in business you can't run it like that.
No.
You get what I'm saying? But they don't
Hmm.
know that coming in because they're listening to these different people. And they hear you come in the middle and be like, guys, don't do it because this is, and then they curse you out.
Yeah.
You get what I'm
I,
saying?
yeah, I could see how it was perceived as, you know, negativity. That's why I said like a lot of people like, man, Mark, we wish you were here in 2021. And I said, you know, if I'd have been here in 2021 with the stuff that I was saying halfway through 2022, all the way into the end of 2022, like they probably would have put a price tag on my head. You know what I'm saying? They probably would have put a price tag on my head because that was when people was making money on this box truck stuff. You know, you had a lot of professional content creators that switched their content to come talk about box trucks because that's where the money was at that time. And if I would have came in saying, no, 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 don't listen to them guys, I'd have been a hater. I would have been everything that I was last year. I would have been that year, but 100 times worse. Because everybody, the thing then was everybody would have came in and they would have been making money. So I really would have looked like I didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And that aha moment, right? That
Mm-hmm.
aha moment would have took longer to come to the point where I don't know if I would have been able to deal with a lot of stuff. Like I'll go to war, but you know, I'm not gonna go to war for a year and a half over some box truck stuff online. You
Right,
know what I'm
right,
saying?
right, right.
So, you know, I think when I came on, it was the right time in April of 2022. And the people who listened, the people who didn't. And you got a lot of people
Mark,
coming in now that are listening, and we're helping collectively, we helping set them up for success. Yeah, what up?
I feel your pain. They did it to me in Expedite in the beginning. I mean,
I ain't
it's
got
even
no
so
pain.
bad. Well, if you would have did like you said in the beginning, but there's a young guy right now. He doesn't even have his own authority or nothing. He started a Facebook group. I never knew about it. They kept it secret from me. And then when I tried to join, they said, "Oh, we know about you. You're not getting in." But he has
Mhm,
14,000 followers in his Facebook, and
Right.
mhm.
he's trying to block brokers. He's trying to promote apps. He's like giving all this bad information to these guys.
This just
Even
sounds
another
like an
expediter.
abusive. Sounds like an abuse of power. I think when some people get so many subscribers, they kind of get on their high horse.
Well, I
You
just have
know.
this thing. In our field, out of all the YouTube guys on our side that do the vans, not one of them has authority longer than me. Not one. But they're all geniuses.
Mhm.
You know,
Jackson
not
said they
one.
were beefing with Kirk back then. A lot of people beef with me. Even now, people still beef with me. just like Axel said that those guys and like me and Mark talk all the time, my authority, not only that my authority, but my driving history, my history with my business. I have a clean business history. I have a clean driving record. I have a authority that I've never stolen anything, never been in an accident, never damaged anyone freight. You get what I'm saying? I think I told you this. Wait, let me take that back. I think I told you this, Mark. Last year was the last year I told you. I had we strap uh a machine in the back of the truck and it came loose. Guy wanted 28,000.
Yeah, you told me.
28,000. This was last year. I think I made a video about it and put it up. He wanted 28, and after a year of back and forth with the insurance company, they finally sent a repair cost. And the insurance company emailed me and called me a few weeks ago to finally pay. And all I gotta do is just send them the BOL, and I refuse to send the BOL. You get what I'm saying? But the point that I'm saying is I run the business that long with no issue. Yet you got these guys come on here, don't even do their audit. You get what I'm saying? Barely get their audit pass. You get what I'm saying? And here you come out here and they challenge everything you say. You get what I'm saying? Oh, you do partial, you have to be doing it illegal, and he don't know what he's talking about. And yeah, don't listen to that. You're talking about guys that their authority are longer than your authority. You get what I'm saying? I mean, I say this all the time, man. I don't know everything, but I know enough not to be deceived. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think if you ask Mark, he'll tell you the same thing. We don't know everything, but we know enough not to be deceived. So when we see guys come on here who are less, they don't know anything, and they come out here proclaiming to know everything, all they're doing is deceiving the people that are here, and because they can easily use these words. You know, we talk to you guys. You have guys coming out here and they'll make videos and tell you I remember, go back, right? I remember guys was putting out Amazon video. They will, I swear to God, they can go on their channel now. They will never put a video out on a $200 video. When they make
what video?
a $200, if they make $250 for the night on a short run, they will never put those video out. Anytime you see they put a video out, it's always 1,500, 1,200, 1,100. You get what I'm saying? Why? Because at that time, that's how you would get people to subscribe to your channel and get people hooked. You get what I'm saying? And it's just a whole bunch of stuff was going on back then. But now that a lot of that stuff get removed, you got guys right now got Amazon video. All the Amazon video have a high figure.
Well,
you get what I'm saying?
You know that's cap.
It's crazy. But like you said, a lot of the time that was what was selling. Go ahead, Axel.
There's a guy right now, he put out a video today. Make 5,000 to 6,000 in your cargo van with this app. Come on, bro. Come on. With an app. Come on. I see what they do.
What? A month? A year? I mean, what? That's kind of broad.
6,000 a week. He puts it real big letters, you know, a nice juicy thumbnail. Get all excited like a blonde.
Is he an expediter? Or is it that other guy?
I don't know. I don't even know if he's still expediting because he's one of the new guys. I don't know if he's just playing with apps now or he jumps around, does all kinds of stuff.
Here's the thing, man. A lot of people want that. A lot of people want that YouTube check, so they're gonna do whatever they gotta do to get the views. Me, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? My views, I got a few videos that's up in the tens of thousands, 50,000, but my videos average about 1,000 views, which is really no money. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't clickbait you. I don't do none of that stuff. What the title is what you going when you click on the video, you're gonna hear about what the title said. You know what I'm saying? I understand my
Yeah.
demographic. I understand. I look at my analytics. I understand my demographic. I have an older demographic. My demographic don't come for no games. They come in to really get some information because they have money vested or they're looking to invest money. So it's not time for no clickbait. This
Yeah.
is real serious business. And I understand it. So I don't waste their time. You see what I'm saying? A lot of
Yeah.
people want to draw people in, and I only want to draw in the people who want to be drawn in. I'm not trying to draw in people just to get the click and they don't want to be drawn in. They come in thinking they finna see one thing and then you get there, it's another. You see what I'm saying? I don't really care about that. Like when I say I'm really trying to help people, I'm really trying to help people.
And
You
I
know what I'm
think
saying?
I
So
think that's the same thing with me when I came on YouTube. I was so hell bent, and when I came on YouTube a little over a year ago, I came more on the point of saving people rather than coming and taking advantage of people. You get what I'm saying? Because even when I came on YouTube, you know, I never came with a persona as if I'm here to get people money. I came and telling people the hardcore truth, like, y'all stop play games. I'm just a guy that come from a point of view where a lot of people that were coming in because I saw they were jumping in just for the part of making money, and I know coming in business that way was not gonna last. I was more coming from the point of being a protector. You get what I'm saying? And you know, behind the scene, I can say, like you said, a lot of people that came to you, they have no time to play games. A lot of people that came to me that was spending money to get in this box shop business. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people like me, you talk about this all the time. A lot of people don't see it reflect on my channel. But over the year I've been on YouTube, there's a lot of people. I still got over $10,000 in me was talking about this in mentorship training,
yeah.
sitting down from people that pay me and disappear. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got a few dollars, not that much,
You get
but
what I'm saying?
yeah.
And but the point that I'm trying to make is I was more from a protector point of view, just like when you came trying to shield everybody. You get what I'm saying? Rather than coming out here and trying to make a few bucks. So my title was whatever you see the title was, that's what it was.
Yeah,
You get what I'm
yeah.
saying? And the more I come out here and be more truthful, is the more people understand that if I'm gonna come in, and this is why when I come on YouTube and I make certain statement back then, and I still will make certain statement, people get offended. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm giving you reality. You know what I mean? I'm not, it sounds funny and it sounds harsh, but when I say don't smoke in your truck and hang out with boo boo and race your Hellcat and smoke weed and all that stuff, it sounds funny, but I'm being realistic, because the consequence behind that is gonna be the result that I told you. You're gonna lose your company, lose your license. You're gonna lose a lot more than just coming out here and not taking a business serious. You get what I'm saying? So when I came on YouTube, I came from that point of view. You get what I'm saying? Somebody in the comment section asks, this is one of your subscribers too. He asks what happened to Serious Lane. We talk about this all the time. Serious Lane ended up in a situation where he understood that he have to put his business first. And what he decided to do is to put his business and his family first, because making YouTube content, like Mark said, he reached a conclusion where he had to make a choice between making content or providing for his family. You get what I'm saying? And once he understands, Serious Lane, and a lot of you guys know that I train him and all that stuff. But me and you talk about this, Mark. A lot of guys who came to me, and you will agree with me with this, Mark, and I'm not saying Serious Lane, but a lot of people that came to me and they come with a concept about this old boxer business, I let them eat their words quickly. Oh, Kirk, you don't understand, man. Look, man, I'm going to buy 3 trucks, bro. I'm going to do the mentorship. I'm going to do this. I'm saying it's not going to happen like that. Yeah, but you don't understand. I got the money, man. And I'm like, bro, you're not going to buy 3 trucks in 2 months, and you're not going to put 3 drivers and stay home and dispatch them. No, Kirk, you don't understand. I don't understand. Okay. A year later, you still don't get to do it.
Kirk, I tell them the same thing.
You see what I'm saying?
They think they're going to have 5, 10 vans, and
yeah.
Good luck.
So I keep you guys in the reality form of things. Mark, on the other hand, breaks stuff down to you and give you guys the do's and the don'ts and the mistake not to make, and goes in depth. You get what I'm saying? And so if you have guys like me, Axel, and Mark that are giving you the raw, real truth, and we're coming from different perspective, you get what I'm saying? Then I think if a lot of you guys follow those traits and follow us, you can't go wrong. You get what I'm saying? But when you start to believe the hype and $1 million in 2 days, and listen, man, none of us ever sit here and tell you how you're going to make $1 million. Even with partial, I don't promise people. I never tell people that I'm going to make you make $7,000. Never do that stuff.
The dispatchers
I'm
do.
saying? But the dispatchers do.
I don't think a lot of people understand. When they tell them this million, they never tell them how to make the million. I told people how I made a gross $1 million. And I told them how much it cost me to make that $1 million.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? How much it cost me to make, as far as money, how much time it cost me, how much equipment it cost me, right? $1 million is you can make the money. You're not going to take $1 million though. It cost me $800,000 to make $1 million.
Right.
So for those that don't understand what I meant by that, that $1 million that was made that year was a little over $1 million gross, right? Throughout that year, I spent $800,000. So basically, that money was coming in, and guess where it was going? Right back out. It was going right back out. All right, because to make that type of money, it costs a lot of money to make that money. I always say what? This is an industry that you're operating on small margins. Small margins. I seen another content creator a while ago. Somebody asked them what was the margin they should be running on. And they said 70-80%. And that's when I just threw my hands in the air. 70-80%. This is what a person that, people go to, right, told them that they should be making.
Netting
70-80%. 70-80%.
Wow.
So, at that point, I just realized that, a lot of people that were in this space at that time just really didn't know what they were talking about. They just didn't know. And then the person asked, like, are you sure? Is that accounting this? Is that accounting that? And it was like, yeah, if you're not making 70-80%, then. So,
And again, it goes back to your operating costs, because if somebody's telling you to be at that 70-80%, then you're not running at a cost per mile.
You'll never make 70-80%. You'll never make 70-80%.
I know that.
You'll never make 70-80% profit.
But guys like to like to tell, you know, like the last time we did the live where the guy was saying that if we do the webinar, we have to put a figure at it, because if it's, you know, there's something about people that like these huge numbers,
Mhm.
and it's like a selling. It's like they use it as a selling strategy. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's something that draws people into, you know, $1 million. But I'm here to tell you, you can gross $1 million, and you still gonna be living your regular life. You still gonna be really, and especially in trucking. And trucking, if you want to net $1 million, you need to make millions of dollars. You need to gross millions of
Millions
dollars.
of dollars.
Millions of dollars. You know what I'm
Lot
saying?
of work, lot of time, lot of effort.
You could
It's a lot of stuff goes into that.
you could run 4 to 5 final mile trucks. You could have 4 to 5 final mile trucks. Let's just say the grass is green,
Mm-hmm.
everything is perfect. You can run 4 to 5 final mile trucks and make $1 million gross. But how much of that gross are you gonna spend? You
Mm-hmm.
got to pay your payroll. You got to account for claims. You got to account for insurance. You got to account for incidentals. You got to account for tolls. You got to account for everything else. All right. So making the money,
Mm-hmm.
it ain't hard. You can make the money, but $1 million gross, like you're not gonna see $1 million. You may be lucky if after all is said and done, and you can pay yourself, you may be lucky you got 100 grand of that, 150 grand.
Look what this
You know,
comment say. This comment say they're not lying. I'm 5 months in, and I haven't made a dime. Actually, I'm in the hole. Here what the problem I'm having with this comment, right?
Mhm.
If you're 5 months running, and you're 5 months you're running in the negative, then you need to get help. Because in 5 months you should be already understand the business to now making a profit. You should transition from running. Your first 3 months should be actually running and just basically breaking even. Your fifth month, your fifth month, you should be making a profit and getting better, because in 7 months you should be already at the peak of getting into that 12, looking forward to that 12 month where you can look back and said that you're making a profit. But if 5 months go on and you're in the negative, then 2 months later you're still gonna be in the negative. You get what I'm saying? And then you're gonna find a year go by, you're running a trucking company in the negative. So my advice is this, man. You need to sit down and get help, because that's not good.
A
I
lot of
got
guys are
I got
commingling, Kirk. They're putting all their personal stuff with the trucking.
Yeah, you can't do that. You gotta get help. And for this person right here, um, you need help. 5 months is too. You shouldn't. It shouldn't. You shouldn't be. I mean, I got guys who come out here, and in 5 months they have other trucks they're running. And we talk about Ray. You know Ray. Mark, you saw him pop in the live couple times.
Yeah.
Ray and Tony. Tony been in the business 7 months, and Tony's running. He's now running an auto truck.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? I got Ray coming out here, and he's making 7-8 grand a week. So for you to be running in the negative and 5 months after opening a business, come on, your first 6 months you shouldn't be in the hole. So you need some sort of help, and yeah, my advice to you is you need to watch us for that link and try to get in that webinar, because in 7 months you're gonna be out of business. And
Maybe
a
he's
guy
one of the
like,
guys that goes home every weekend.
well, we don't know, but a guy like him, if he's 5 months into the negative, then we need to find out what capital are you running on. Because if you're not making no money, where are you getting the money to keep sustaining that business to be running 5 months? Matter of fact, I dropped the link, so if you want to join, the link is there. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I'm just listening, man. I'm just listening, man. Taking your time over since I can't go
You
live.
know, so no, but I'm just saying if he wants to join, he can come, but you can't you can't you can't win what, March?
Yeah.
In a few
March.
weeks, March is over. It's gonna be 6 months you're running. So if you're running 6 months and you're running in the negative, then you need help. My question is to you is at what point you're gonna reach out and get help that's gonna guide you into making your business be a profitable business.
Who's that? I've seen his name before. Stefan Finch.
Stefan, yeah,
I seen him before. I don't know if it's on my channel or your channel or I don't
you get
know,
what I'm
but
saying?
he's definitely that name. I've seen it before, so he's been around. He's probably operating on probably has a high overhead. If he said 6 months, it's March, so he got in what, October? So he's probably operating on a high overhead, man.
Yeah, but there's a lot of factor that we need to find out. What is cost per mile? What kind of truck he have? How much he's paying for his ELD? How
What
much he's
state
paying
he's out
for
of.
his, what state he's out of? Where is he running the truck? Is the truck running in a radius? All those stuff is gonna make you a better, you know, um, you know,
He's probably in a rental.
here it is. Let me see what he says right here. Uh, it's not that bad, but I know my issue I got out of a rental.
I
Well,
told you.
but there you go. You gotta, yeah, 4,000 a month in a rent a truck.
Woo.
Just for a rental, you're paying $4,000. Man, where y'all getting? Hey Mark,
Yeah.
can we beg some of these guys their money, man? If y'all got money, listen, I'm gonna put this out there. Axel, can you back me up on it? If y'all got money, can you just give it to me and I'll invest it in the semi? Because I give you a better turnover than what this. Just give it a 4 or 5 grand, a 7 grand. If y'all got 40 grand, just give it to me, man. I give you a better turnover, man. You get what I'm saying? Please, just give it to me. You know? But it's crazy. The rent a truck is not a good way. You get what I'm saying?
I think a lot of people need to reset. There's nothing wrong with resetting, but I think a lot of people feel like if they reset,
Mm-hmm.
they feel like I guess a failure. But you're not really walking away. You're just resetting. You know what I'm saying? If the market has changed a little bit, and I know it's changing a little bit on the rental side because I got people that are entering into the space now that are telling me, like James is paying what, 700 a week for his rental and
Look at the
16-cent
screen.
amount.
Enterprise $750 a week plus $1 plus 16 cents a mile.
Right. So you know the right. So oh, that's what he was paying.
That's
But
his, yeah.
that's not bad.
Yeah, but listen. This 16 cent a mile OTR is a lot of money.
And remember, a lot of these guys don't control their deadhead. It adds up real quick.
And then,
Right.
yeah, that 16 cent is killing them.
Well, if he's at 16 cent, that should include at least some type of free miles.
Look
What?
what Dia
No,
look
no, no,
what
no. I know that. He's real
look at
close
your
to what
screen.
mine says
Hmm?
at my enterprise. Do 2,000 times 16 cents, and what is it? So he's playing
Well,
750.
16 times. You said 16 times
Yeah,
1,000 is what?
average in the
160?
box truck, I think you can do 2,000
32,
miles, right?
$320.
Yeah, so he's over 1,000 plus the tax. Yeah, 4,000. Yeah. But
So
if he's only running $2,000 or $3,000 a week
Hey
after his
man,
fuel and everything, he might as well just go to McDonald's. 1,000 for the truck, 1,000 for fuel, and
Just
what's
give me
left?
that money, man. I'm telling you,
Oh,
man.
then the insurance. That's it.
Just give me that money, man. I'll put it to work for you. You see what I'm saying, Axel?
Yeah, you know.
$320 in mileage.
And the next problem is then these guys want to stay home too. They want to work like doctors. They want to pay for the truck and everything. I'm not saying this guy, but I'm only working 4 days this week. Oh, I'm taking next week off. Well, you ain't gonna get ahead like that.
But you know what's the crazy thing about this? I did a breakdown of the rent a truck thing way back when I talk about the rent a truck. And like I told guys, like he was in a rental for 4 months. So I told guys, if you're gonna start a rental, a business, don't do it with a rental. You get what I'm saying? And if you do come out with a rental, don't stay in the rental. Because the rental is not a profit. You can't make money off of that rental. You see what I'm saying? Because that's
You know
a
what,
lot of
Kirk?
money.
You know what, Kirk?
Yeah.
I've been using a rental for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Every in between 4 and 6 months, I get a nice new van. No miles, $350 a week. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
can get my deal.
So you don't own your van?
Nope.
So you've been capping this whole time.
Look what he says right
Well, I'm
here.
capping.
Hold on a minute.
I don't pay for maintenance. I don't pay for shit. This one I got, when I got it, it had 15,000 miles. It's a 2022. In about
Hold,
3 months, I'll get myself maybe the 2023 model.
read
What
what
you
he
saying,
says.
Kirk?
Hold on. Read what he said on the comment in the I put it on
Not,
the screen.
not going to lie. I've been looking at Mark's videos, thinking about Final Mile. I've been OTR the entire time. I told you a lot of people would. I mean, it's give and take on both sides. You know what I'm saying? I said it in a live the other day. You know, either you're gonna
Mark,
deal with the heavy lifting physically, or you're gonna deal with the emotional heavy lifting and away from your family and
Yeah.
the OTR and the higher it's higher cost to run OTR. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Exactly.
a lot of people have a hard time mastering the calculations and the mathematical equation of mastering over the road. I think that's what the issue is, you know, and you know it's very it's very low
OTR
room for
OTR is just OTR. And let me put a little simpler stuff in a little simpler way. OTR, whatever you say, you got to just do it. So
yep.
if you got to do your cost per mile, you can't do it when you got to do everything. OTR is pretty much by the books in a better terms. It's not like your local where Mark says that you want to stay within a 50 or 70 mile radius and I want to average maybe 500 a day. You get what I'm saying? And he can just run in that radius. OTR, and he can run in that radius and still make a profit. OTR is not like that. OTR, you got to do your cost per mile, and that's going to give you operating costs. So when you come out here, brokers don't pay you less than your operating costs, so you can stay out here. You get what I'm saying? I think a lot of people that come out here to do OTR, what they try to do is to try to mix it with local stuff. You get what I'm saying? And so it can't do it together. And then they go into these YouTube platform and they find this guy saying this and this guy saying that. And, you know, it's a lot of tagging back and forth. You get what I'm
And Kirk,
saying?
2 other things too, Kirk. Listen, these guys, even with the rentals, and they get their own MC, they still operating like they're a company driver. They're not getting any money for the business.
Uh-huh.
So, like I say, I got this van. If I ran for 70, 80 cents like these other guys in the vans, I would be living at Mark's warehouse, begging for a sandwich. You have to try, and even the zones.
Mhm.
If I'm in Cleveland and I'm going to California or I'm going to Florida and they offer me 70, 80 cents, I'm going to have a stroke because
Right.
I know it's hard to get out of there. So I have to charge more.
Mhm.
And these guys need to know it's not always about the same price. You got to know when to jack it up and try to negotiate with the broker. When they ask me for TSA or TWIC, pick up airport run, it's
Mhm.
more money, baby. More money. Because
He
I
said
know a lot
right.
of the guys don't have it.
Right. He said right here. I want to go to our next comment, but he said, "I would be straight, but my dispatcher can't get over $2 a mile to save her life."
That's the problem.
Where you find the dispatcher at? On Instagram? No, I
That's
ain't being
the
fun.
problem
I'm
right there.
serious.
Who do you say that mastered OTR? Who do you say that mastered OTR? Who do
Hmm?
you say that mastered OTR?
Mastered OTR.
Yeah, he's asking a question. Who do you say that master OTR?
What do you mean? I'm confused. I do OTR all the time.
I change it. It says who do you say that mastered OTR?
I
somebody
don't know.
dropped somebody dropped the answer in the comment section. Anthony dropped the
Oh. Oh.
oh man. But the end of the day is let me say this before we get into I want to touch real quick on the webinar. I was talking about this earlier on Axel and Axel, you probably heard me was talking about it too. Um Me and you and Mark is gonna get together. You gotta send me an email, Axel, so we can we can link up,
Send it to him,
right?
Mark.
Hmm?
Send him my email.
Axel email.
All right. All right.
So we can exchange number because I gotta sit down and
I text
get
Mark all the time, asking about the weather, what new pair of shoes he's got, everything.
yeah, but we're gonna go to this webinar. We're gonna talk about this webinar and people like Anthony and a lot of these guys. I was telling them James. I would love if James get there, but we can go into the webinar and touch on a lot of these subjects. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
April 30th.
yeah, so we gonna drop it April 30th, and I'm gonna have to sit down and you know touch base with a lot of these stuff.
Yeah,
Um
I'm probably gonna. No, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna have to sit down too and kind of for about a week and kind of put my presentation together for that.
yeah, we're
So
gonna iron it out because it's gonna be a lot of work.
yeah, it's gonna be a
Hey,
lot of work.
Let me ask you a question. Is it gonna be a 1 part or a 3 part series?
I think once we
Or we're gonna do
drop
the
the
1 part and then see how that goes and
I think
then
once we put the first one up, see how quick it. I'm just gonna say sell out, even though it's free. I'm just gonna say
mm-hmm,
sell out as far as the RSVPs. Just
mm-hmm,
treat them like tickets.
mm-hmm.
If it sells out real quick, like in 48 hours or less, maybe, then may flirt with a second one.
A second one.
You know what I'm saying? So we can't do 100 people in
Can't do
one
100 at
live.
once
We
because it's
can,
too
but I
much.
don't want to do it. Not the first time because
Not the
I don't.
first time, yeah.
Right.
It's gonna
So
be too much. It's
yeah.
gonna
So
be too much.
50 and 50, and then that's it.
Because
So
if we
we
bring 100 people in, not everybody's gonna get their question asked and answer in the way they want.
no,
You get what I'm saying? So we have
no,
to
you're
do
not.
it at a reasonable amount of people where we can at least get everybody to get a chance to answer. Now, when, like I said, when guys come in, get the question, have your question taken, you know, whether it's from me, Mark, Axel, have your question ready. You get what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be a day where you're gonna have to, you're gonna come ready. And like I said, if if one person do the first, you know, webinar, you can't come back at the second one because we gotta give a next person the opportunity to come in. You know what I mean? So we're working on that, and you know, we're gonna set it up. As time goes by, we're gonna talk about it more. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
April 30th, we're gonna drop the time, and yeah, all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got
So
I got another story for you guys.
what?
Can I do a story?
Yeah, what's your story?
I I had a guy a couple days ago crying to me. He's working with 4 or 5 dispatchers. That he hasn't gotten load in 5 days. Blah blah. I say, hey, listen, I'll help you out. Get me this,
Mm-hmm.
this, and this. Your ID, your insurance, everything. I take all this time to set him up, build him in my system, build his vehicle. In our system, I have to build the vehicle out with the VIN and all that stuff. I have to build the driver profile. The next day, with 40 vehicles around him, I get him a load at 9:30. Good rate, excellent. Delivers the load, no problems. He's not even unloaded. For 15 minutes, I see another load. I let the same exact broker know if there's anything in the area, let me know. He messaged me back. There's this one coming. It was Little Rock. He says, I got this load coming out of Little Rock. I seen it posted by another broker, so I bid it with them too. While we're working on it, and I told this guy, this big dummy goes to one of those dispatchers, let them know where he's at, and you know what they do? They underbid the load by $100. And I asked him, why would you do that? Well, I got to keep moving. I said, bro, you haven't even been sitting for 30 minutes. Number one. Number two, you cried about the dispatchers not getting you loads and you run back to them. And then he tells me, oh, they only took 10%. Where's the rate con? Well, I don't have that. So how do you know what you got 10% of? So this guy is all mad, and you know what I did? I dropped him like a hot potato. These drivers need to understand something. When you're working underneath the carrier, we have rules, we have stuff we have to follow. But if you're going to jump from dispatcher to dispatcher after you've just been crying about them, why would we waste our time? And that's my biggest pet peeve, is these guys all want to be the boss. Well, I throw them to the wolves, go get your MC, and the guy says he'll be better than me in 5 years. I'll be shocked if he even makes it a year. And I'm waiting, you know, but all I can say is a lot of the drivers need to humble themselves and learn the business and what people offer for free before jumping into the piranhas,
Right.
you know, and they don't want to take the time and just learn, you know. I'm very transparent. I give my drivers the rate con. I give my
Yeah,
drivers the rate
yeah. I
con,
talk
you know.
about that. I talk about that old dispatcher keeping a rate con, and I talk about people not getting their rate con and how they edit the rate con and change the rate, and then they
Yeah.
send you this and that. I talk about that stuff all the time, but it reached a point where I believe some people are just delusional and just want what they want, and it doesn't matter what you say, they're gonna want it that way, and you know, you cannot leave. You cannot let. I see guys let dispatchers give them an address, text them an address, no rate confirmation mark, just an address. An hour and a half on their way to pick up the load, dispatcher call and says, "Oh no, you gotta turn back around and go somewhere else. That load is canceled." They had no rate confirmation to begin with to go at the first load, Axel.
Yeah.
This person call them and sending them at a different load, still no red con, and have them moving around with their truck, wasting their gas and all that stuff. People do it all the time. There's something about dispatchers that some people just can't resist. And I don't know what it is. That's why I always said on my live, you just love me some dispatcher. Because even when they're messing your business up, some people can't resist it. Get what I'm saying? And it's sad, but it happens. You cannot leave. Let me tell you a rule of thumb. No raid con, no truck move. Plain and simple. You don't have no raid con, you do not move that truck. You don't let people tell, even if it's a broker, you don't let a broker tell you, go ahead and I'm going to send it a raid con in an hour. No, man.
I only do that with the very good guys I have personally.
Only the guys that I personally know I do that with.
Yes. Yes.
But them regular guys that I don't know, no, man. Because at least I know my guy can get tonal from him. I had a guy go do a load, run down to go pick up the load, no raid con. Load was not ready until he went there 9 in the morning. Load wasn't gonna ready until 3. He decided he ain't gonna wait. Broker said, I ain't gonna pay you no tonal. You get what I'm saying? Can't do that.
Not only that, I had my unit the one time they waited freaking, I don't know what it was, 24 hours. They only wanted to pay $300. I fought for my guys, and I got them a $650. These dispatchers don't care. They're gonna tell you, well, let's go to the next one.
Guys just got to understand, like, you're running a business, man, and every time that truck move and you're burning that gas, that money should be coming out of your current rate con. You have a guy let you start to eat in the profit of your previous load, it's your fault. Every time you get a new rate con, that new rate con should cover that expense for that truck, for that load, for that destination. If you have guys sending you left, right, and center and no rate con, no nothing, you're just eating out of the profit of the previous load that you did. So you guys have to understand these things and stop letting these guys have you running a truck like it's their truck. You know what I mean? Don't do that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's what some of these brokers try to do nowadays too. It's like they're treating, like, you could be the carrier, but they want to use your guys like they're the carrier. You know, and you got to tell them, hey, there's not enough money. More money.
Well, guys,
Anyway,
I'm gonna retire.
man.
I'm gonna retire for the
From the
evening,
business
guys.
or
So
just off the evening?
I'm already retired.
We're gonna wrap it up.
Why you think when you call me, I'm always shopping or doing something else?
Man, don't start this stuff, man. You know this guy.
Here we go.
He's 3 baby mama.
There we go.
He's on 4 child support.
Who's that?
Axel.
James.
Axel.
Oh, Axel. Yeah. Hey, Axel. He made those choices and decisions he made in life.
4 baby mama. He married twice. He came to America.
Made them choices.
He came to America back in the days from Ukraine.
Nah, man, I was born here. Ukraine? Oh, nah. You just related me to Vladimir and Putin and all those guys.
You come over here and get caught up in that little young 20 thing.
Yeah.
And she's slapping my little baby, and then here comes.
Hey, Axel, when you gonna retire, man? You what 50?
50, exactly.
So you should be retiring soon, right?
No, you ever seen the old foreign guys, man? We don't retire. We just go straight to the grave.
Oh,
if we
man,
stop working, then we don't live long.
He's trying to get him a 27-year-old chick.
Listen,
I'm trying to save up for a fishing boat. I want to get into that tuna fishing.
Which 20-year-old in her right mind is gonna take Axel serious? Then
he can't handle.
I guarantee you she gonna take all his money. She gonna say, you keep driving that damn cargo van and give me that $700 a week.
No,
20 might be too young for her.
Who?
22 young. What you mean they can't never get your money? That's all you got to offer.
You don't understand.
I never let them get my money. I kick
you
them
50 years old.
And he's an old man.
What else you got to offer? What else you got to offer but money?
They come for my seed.
Seed.
I make pure, beautiful babies, Mark.
That's why you still
know?
out there. That's why you still
Oh,
out there driving cross country.
Axel, man. Axel.
Hey, even I didn't even get the shot. Now my stuff is really worth money.
Oh, well, you gonna be driving until you dead. Then
Man, listen, man. He must be thinking he's at the dealer looking at one of them new cargo vans.
you gonna keep getting a new cargo van every
He
3
must-
years.
Man, listen, man. Ain't no 20-year-old girl gonna take you serious, man. You gonna be a sugar plum daddy for these girls, man. You know, you're a chubby driver guy that brings in a lot of money in
I
the box.
told you, I'm trying to get the fishing boat. I want to stream from the fishing boat.
What you gonna do with a ship it with a fishing boat, man?
I want to get into that tuna fishing. You know, I need to fight the battle.
Hey,
with that
actually,
tuna.
you see if I were like you at your age, you need to live in a big city, live in one of those high-rising apartment, and have you one of them drop top Maserati. What you think? Hey, Mark, what do you think? You think that will work? You know what I
No,
mean?
I don't see him. I don't see him riding around in no Maserati. He don't strike me as that. He don't
Hell,
strike
these
me as that
people
type
doing?
of person.
Hey, just stopping on the highway.
He worrying about the wrong things though. 20-year-old girls and
But that's
stuff
the
like
only
that.
way gonna get a 20-year-old. That's what I'm saying. He gotta move to the city. Hey, actually, if you want to get a 20-year-old tomorrow, move to the city. Get you a
Where did you
nice
come up with this
high-rise.
20? I have a minimum of 35 now.
All right, he's 50. So I got a chick. She just turned 30.
Oh
You know what I'm
man.
saying? So and shoot, got another one
But
at
but
make sure
Mark,
they're a
but
35.
little.
Mark, but Mark, if you get a condo in the city, even a 25-year-old be over there.
Yeah, if you get one in the city, like
That's what I'm
mine. See
saying.
the thing. Nah, let me stop because I'm gonna get too. It might be some chicks watching, man. I just got a text from a chick like, man, you're not going live tonight? Nah, man.
Oh
Nah,
man.
man. You checking for me? I didn't even know you watch
Oh
me like that. You
man.
sneaking watching me, and yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah, you
see?
get a condo in the city, like downtown, maybe on the edge of
Yeah,
downtown. Yeah, they're gonna always be over there
that's
because
what I'm saying.
and then you a bachelor too. You make it fly.
Oh
See
man.
what I realize, most chicks, they cribs don't be well put together. Like
Right.
dudes are cleaner than chicks. Like every chick, they'll be fine, but when you go to their crib, they got hair all in the sink
Yeah.
and
Uh-huh.
nah, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
they come to your crib. Your crib is like a
Fresh
getaway.
and
It's like a
nice.
getaway. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you get to fly bachelor pad, man, and overlooking the city, man. Yeah. So you
Axel
don't know how
Park.
to do it. So you worry about the wrong things. You worrying about impregnating them and stuff instead of just
Yeah.
having fun.
Having
You
I'd
know
be
what I'm
fun.
getting that
saying?
condo and I'd be out on the road and Jody would be over my house.
That
Yeah.
see you talking crazy. If you out on the road, you don't never leave nobody at your
They
crib.
don't need to be
You
at
don't
your
leave
house.
no chick at your crib. See you see that's this
Jody,
cultural.
Jody,
See, that's
Jody,
that cultural difference right there. You
No,
don't
I
Jody.
know.
didn't say I would leave them there. I had one time she wouldn't get out of my bed. I kicked her right out. I grabbed her clothes, say, here you go, you got to go.
Clothes? What are you talking about, clothes, Mark?
I don't
Well,
know
you
where
know,
he's
she stayed the night. She
living
wanted
on
to
the
fucking
road, leaving
stay while
people
I
at his
went to work.
crib.
Man,
I
listen,
said, you
man.
ain't staying in my
Axel,
bed while I'm
Hey,
at work.
listen,
man, listen,
listen.
man.
When I get up, they get up.
Axel,
Yeah, exactly.
Axel.
So
When
it
she
ain't.
come over, she have a pair of underwear in her bag, right? Maybe a pair of bra. You
Uh-huh.
get right. You talking
Uh-huh.
about clothes, and she bring her a nice little, maybe a leggings and a tank top that can wrap up in her bag. You see some of these women with these big bags? That's all they need. One little outfit.
We call them bags.
You talking about
Call them bags.
clothes and
I ain't gonna
take
say
up
it. I'm on your
clothes?
channel. It's a
You know
word we
what I mean?
call them bags.
Put out the door. What is
Man,
this guy
in the
talking
heat of the
about, man?
moment,
I
I
don't know
rip
what he
all
talking
that
about.
off, and then in the morning, I send him home in one of my big T-shirts.
Even better. You talking about putting in bags and take out clothes?
Yeah, he
Axel,
tweaking,
we
man.
gonna
I don't know what he
yeah,
tweaking on.
he really tweaking, man. Listen, you better get you a Maserati, get you one of them high-rising building, and get you and when you coming home, you call Jody, Keisha, Palm. Hey, meet me at a condo. I'll be over there in 35 minutes. All
Man, I
right.
had one time in the middle of the night, I had to wake her up and kick her out. She was snoring. I couldn't even sleep. Someone like George was next to me or something.
Oh man. Oh man. Somebody say you should say it, Mark.
Oh, what's up, man?
Oh man.
For that cultural
Oh man.
in that, man. He don't know what's going on. Hey man, when I get up, they get up. I ain't leaving nobody in my crib. If I was over the road like you, ain't nobody staying in my crib while I'm
Nobody
not.
gonna
That's what
be
I'm
here,
saying.
man.
Well, shit, doing too much work. You shouldn't have to say nothing. When you get up and they see you brushing your teeth, washing your face, they should be watching. Now, damn, he putting on some clothes. That means it's time to go. That's what that means. Time to go.
Axel, I think Axel have a emotional problem.
Man, listen, man. Axel is 50 years old. He playing the game wrong. He's supposed to be having fun these last however many years left he got on this earth. He shouldn't be thinking about impregnating nobody. You know what I'm saying? He should just be thinking about having fun. If you can still bag, if at 50, if you can still bag a 35-year-old, you winning. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta make one more, man. I got 2 girls. I need a son. I need a prodigy.
Oh, okay.
You know, I gotta get one more, man.
So,
You know, if you have a son, your son probably only gonna live. You only gonna, what they say, your life expectancy. Your son, what, you 50, 51, maybe if you live to 70, your son gonna you're gonna be a teenager by the time you're 70. You don't need to worry about no baby, man. This guy worried about baby.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
I ain't worried about
Man,
nothing.
I gotta make sure my DNA is left in this world.
You tweaking, dog. You worrying about the wrong thing.
Anyway, man.
Worrying about this bread. Everything
Man,
else.
that bread, you know, I burn that bread sometimes and just
Matter
hell
of
with
fact,
that bread.
you should be retired.
Maybe Axel have a problem sleeping alone at night.
No, hell, when I sleep, man, not even a bomb can wake me up. Those reefers, and all these guys complain about the reefers and those APUs rattling away, man, that's like, I can drink 2-3 cups of coffee and still go to sleep with all that noise.
Hey, man, I'm gonna leave Axel and his girl thing, man. We're gonna talk to about his girl. We're gonna get him a girl. He said he don't want no black American because they, you know.
Hey, Kirk, I'll be real honest with you. When I was in the Navy, I used to go out this short,
Yeah.
white Tennessee girl, but she had a black friend, tiny, cute as hell. We used to kind of like, you know, man, I lost touch with her. She was from South Carolina too. Sweet Southern girl.
Hey, wait,
Probably
you from
300 pounds now, but
wait, you from the state of Ohio?
yeah.
So I think that you should live in. If I were you, I would live in Indianapolis, downtown Indianapolis.
Oh hell no, Indiana.
Yeah,
Me
you
and
don't
Mark
like
had
it?
a conversation about Indiana earlier.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Indianapolis is nice, man.
Nah, Tennessee is nice. I like that little accent. You know, it makes me melt like butter.
Oh man.
You know. Down south too, they still wear some dresses. They're not wearing pajama pants and Crocs. You know.
Anyway, man, I'm gonna wrap it up here, man. I've been on the live. Shout out to everybody that's been on the live, man. Been hanging on.
Oh man, you almost broke my record.
Grab some. Yeah, I see that.
Broke
They come and grab some great info, and have the best of the best. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Anything you want to say before we go, Axel? Because you know you, man.
Well, you know, I'm burning the midnight oil. You guys gonna leave me now, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. You know, I like these long streams. They help me get through the night. You know.
Man, I should have been upstairs watching a movie with Kenisha. So no, she's probably sleeping with the kids.
You know, Mark
Mark is already.
toys and
Mark ain't gonna sleep tonight because his computer is out.
I'm dreading
Oh
tomorrow.
man.
Dreading just going in there. I'm dreading more hooking everything up and having to re-download and set everything back up. So, but I gotta
just get the Mac Mini, Mark. I think it's like 900 or something.
don't get the studio.
No, just get the Mac Mini. Order the little sleeve on Amazon. You can mount it under your desk. It's out of your way. And just if anything, you should just get a monitor like me. I got a 55-inch Samsung. You can see all your Ecamm stuff nice and big up there and slide it around.
I'm just gonna stick to two. Well, I got 3, so this monitor. I'll just stick to 2 monitors and then
Yeah.
whatever, man. I don't know. I'm just not gonna do too much no more. But this is just a testament. It costs me money to stream. I don't make no money from this shit. A lot of people think you make a lot of money off YouTube. Not in this box truck industry. You don't make a lot of money. It costs
Costs a lot.
my Comcast is $285 a month. $285 a month, right? All this equipment. Now I gotta go buy more equipment. You know what I'm saying? It costs. It costs money to do this. So then you got the subscriptions to stream. You know what I'm saying? Ecamm.
Yeah.
I pay Zoom. I pay Calendly. I pay Kajabi $200 a month. Like it costs money, man. So
Mark, why do you have the Zoom though?
I got Zoom because that's where I do my coaching sessions on.
Why don't you just do it for Ecamm?
Because with my website, Kajabi, for my coaching and my courses, so with that, it's synced in with Calendly. So boom, once you select like what you want to get, if you want like a 30-minute or whatever, it opens up a screen. It allows you to choose phone call or Zoom. You choose, then it takes you over to Stripe. So all these are plugins through Kajabi to make it seamless. So you're just not jumping all over the place.
Are you using the Ecamm with the?
No,
with the...
I use
No,
Zoom. I use Zoom.
Yeah,
Everything.
but you can use the Ecamm with the Zoom though.
Well, see, I have it. My courses and my courses and my coaching is all. I had to get a platform to host all that stuff on. It costs money, and I got the best of the best. I'm with Kajabi.
I'm saying you can use the Ecamm. You got to switch to virtual cam, and you can use it with the Zoom.
But it's not linked in with Kajabi. I can only use what's Kajabi. So they use Zoom and some other stuff. So I chose Zoom, but I don't have no free versions. I'm paying for every single thing. Everything costs. You know what I'm saying? Everything is a subscription, so it costs. So I don't think people. Some people may know, but I don't think a lot of people know that it costs money to do these streams. Even with like my thumbnails, like I'm paying a guy to do my thumbnails, and that's why my thumbnails look better. Like every thumbnail cost me $15. So I'm paying for it.
Yeah, because the thumbnail take a while to to put together.
Right. So
somebody send you a message on the screen.
Who, me? I ain't the money man. I'm just, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been making money for a long time. I'm older.
You got a message for Axel too.
So I've been making money a long time. It's just I just did what I needed to do with my money. I put it into things so I could always have it. The Axel live in Ohio, I bring.
Read it, I can't see it.
Oh man!
You say he's gonna get you a girl out of Ohio.
Oh, what?
Somebody said they're gonna get you a girl out of Ohio.
Maybe I should take a week off. What you think? Just take a week off alive.
For what?
I don't know, man. It's live, you know what I mean? Maybe if you want to set it up and then just come back, maybe not the week, but
I'm gonna come live tomorrow night. I'm gonna get up and be at Micro Center first thing in the morning. I'm gonna come home, try to set everything up, And hopefully I can be on live tomorrow. If I'm not on live tomorrow, then it'll definitely be Tuesday because I got to put everything back into the stream deck. I got to probably relayer eCam. There's a lot of stuff I got to do. So it probably won't. I'm going to try to make it tomorrow night, but if not tomorrow night, Tuesday night for sure.
All right, man. Well, any final thoughts before you go, man? Because I'm going to wrap it up because, you know.
What was the comment? Was that the real comment?
Bro, I'll read you the comment because you.
I'm driving. I can't.
They said they're going to get you a girl out of Ohio.
Ohio, bro. That's it.
Who said that?
You don't. I mean,
the person that watching the live.
Is it one of the regulars or just somebody just?
This guy.
Jesus, they're gonna get you a girl, man.
Man, I know it's probably a trick, you know.
Hey James, keep your bread, man. We don't need bread. You need it more than me. Keep your bread so your business can be successful.
Hey, you know what I need though? Today I was, you know, they got me. I don't know if you know, Kirk. I was cussing and swearing about a box truck cutting off the semis. They blocked my TikTok for a couple days. I was gonna start streaming a little bit on the road to YouTube, but I didn't know you need at least 50 subscribers to fucking stream on your mobile. Isn't that crazy?
If you're doing it through YouTube, but if you sign up through StreamYard, you don't.
Yeah, I don't need all that because I mean I can stream at home straight to YouTube, but for some reason they got that stupid rule.
Yeah, from the mobile.
I think I need 8 or 9 more subscribers, and I'm getting ready to do an explosive video. Explosive.
Why don't you focus on your to be able to get subscribers? I mean, if you.
Yeah, I know.
If you put
I'm
out.
gonna do an explosive video. I'm coming for those apps. Any of the van guys dealing with those apps, you might want to start looking somewhere else because I'm coming to shut them down if I can. All those double brokering snakes.
Oh, you talking about those apps? I thought you were talking about like gig-based apps.
No, I'm talking about these apps. I'm coming for them.
No, because the gig-based apps actually help people out. So you know, I can't.
No, I'm coming for these ones that these carriers are using to double broker the loads, or they're having drivers bid on the loads.
I think that double broker all come to an end. So like when you be getting all hell bent out of shape on that, I just be looking at you crazy because I think you just running your blood pressure up for nothing.
Exactly.
I think that double brokering stuff is gonna come to a head sooner than later. Like I wouldn't even worry about that. Eventually, a lot of these larger companies, and you see the trend now, they're just gonna go to digital brokering. I mean, they don't need humans to do that. So I mean, you know, you may have somebody may write a code for a load board that's maybe copying or cloning another load board, but as far as, you know, like that double brokering for like monetary gain, I think that's gonna all come to an end. I wouldn't even like the way
bank on that.
Bent out of shape on that. I wouldn't even worry about that. You guys stop getting so hell bent out of shape about things you can't control. You be getting upset about stuff.
Mark, I like the excitement.
Yeah, but you kind of old, bro. So like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like,
damn! Now I'm old. Damn.
Like,
this guy is like 7 years behind me. He's catching up. I'm old.
And that's what I'm telling you. Joints ain't the same. You know what I'm saying? I got to stretch in the morning and stuff before I work out, and my blood pressure be spiking sometimes too. Like I'm 43, so I can only imagine at 50. You know what I'm saying? I'm a healthy dude. You know what I'm saying? So
Mark, it's different. You got to remember, I'm half Greek, half Italian. It's natural for us.
Nothing to do with nothing. All I'm
like
telling
even when we talk loud, it's just natural.
Listen, you be getting upset about the brokers, these guys, these brokers. Listen,
right.
I don't worry about nothing. I don't worry about none of that. Listen, I tell a person something one time, I may tell you a second time, and then after that, then you can do what you want. I always tell people you can do what you want to do. This is what I do, or this is what I've done. You know what I'm saying? I don't blow a gasket. You know what I'm saying? You be getting upset. You gotta stop getting upset for stuff that you can't control.
Exactly.
You can't, you can't. These brokers and these guys and all this stuff you be talking about.
Mark, it's going to be explosive. I'm going to get loud too.
For what?
It just refreshes me, you know. It's like a walk in the park, you know. If the wind blowing through my hair, you know, it's just exciting, you know.
Let me tell you something. I probably got the most boringest, monotonous voice when I do my videos than anybody else. It's like no excitement. It's really boring. And I know it. I'm telling you this, but everything that I say is factual. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you got to do anything extra. You can't run your blood pressure up for stuff that you cannot control.
Should I keep my voice calm like I did my TikTok today? I know you saw it.
Yeah, you tagged me in, and I just saw you roll, man.
Kind of like the Dos Equis guy, no?
Yeah, but you gotta be cool, man. Like, you don't want to be raising your blood pressure up for stuff that you can't
control.
It's not worth it, man. I'm trying to tell you, it is what it is. You got a lot of good information as far as the industry. I mean, you do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? I think if you focus on that, you know what I'm saying, I think everything will be good. I don't get into the antics and the calling people out and stuff like that. I've tried to advise people on that before. You know what I'm saying? It never turns out good. You know, you gotta understand, and you can do what you want to do, but I think in this industry, it's like I said earlier, if you look at the demographic as your subscribers start to grow and you look at those demographics, you're gonna see it's gonna range between like 35 and 55. It's an older demographic, and I just don't think that the older demographic is really with the just the hype and the excitement. They'll watch it and the antics, but are they really getting value? What they
put
really
a poll up. Let's do a poll.
I'll do a poll when I do my live.
Poll.
I'll bet you some money. I'll bet you some money. There's gonna be some people that want to see the antics, but then that's all they really coming for. They're not really getting no value out of it.
So that's why the three of us together is good. We all bring different. You bring the nice even kill. Kirk brings a little pizzazz, and I'm gonna bring the freaking excitement.
10-4.
Hey man.
10-4, man. I gotta go.
I'm gonna wrap it up, man. Thank you guys for joining, man. Thank you guys, Axel, Mark. Thank you guys for dropping in, man. Thank you guys for staying in the live. Shout out to Nick, and everybody. It's 11 o'clock over here. It's 10 o'clock when some of you guys stayed. So yeah, keep safe on the road, Axel. Shout out to everybody that was in the live, man. And like I said, Mark gonna be live tomorrow once he get that new system set up. And for all you guys who are not familiar with his channel, let me put it back up on the screen before I go so you guys can go and check him out. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell.
And Mark, don't forget to send him my info.
Mark the Mentor channel so you guys can see it right here on the screen. All right. He was not able to go live tonight because Axel sent him a bad connection. And then boom, here the computer go. But yeah, man, we were here, man. As I said, times go by, we're gonna talk about that webinar. I'll reach out to you guys tomorrow, man. Axel, drive safe. Mark, I'll reach out to you guys.
All right.
I'll reach out to you guys tomorrow.
Appreciate you.
All right. And peace out. Peace out, Axel.
Oh, from Mark.
All right. Peace out, man.
Peace.
I'll catch you tomorrow. Shout out to everybody that was here, man. Thank you guys for staying here, man. I know you guys kind of, keep two live in one. You know what I mean? But it's all good info. You know what I mean? For you guys who did not watch it live when I first started, you can go back and watch it so you can get all the info and stay safe, man. I'm out. I will catch you guys on the next one. Peace out. and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace out.